Oh,
Hey.
right.
Oh, wait.
I said I was going to start.
Oh, okay, you start.
Yeah.
I forgot. You
End the stream. Start it over.
Go ahead.
Okay, we are here live at Long Beach, California, with Brian here. How you doing, Brian?
Hey, good.
Good. Little peppy, a little
Yeah,
early. No, we're fine.
We're good. Hey,
You're early for
there's-
something today, so it's fine.
there's my name. Yeah, no. I'm very happy to be here. It is the first Treasure Cup here in Long Beach, California.
Yeah.
Haven't been in this venue, right?
Nope.
There's a lot of people here. People are already started for the first round.
Yeah.
Got the pairings up, and really, obviously, already seen, what's going on for the players, right?
Yeah,
So
we have them all set up. We're probably just going to shotgun it, go over
Yeah.
there. We are narrowly making on time, so let's just go over there, start that round.
For sure. Let's swing on over, and then they can go ahead and start.
Yeah,
Let's
so we
try it.
have two players. It is going to be the red-green Luffy for Jonic, which definitely an interesting leader for an interesting person.
Yeah,
and
honestly.
then versus Sebastian on the red Zora, which is a little bit more traditional.
Yeah.
Almost as good as red Luffy in my mind. So
Yeah.
I do not fault anyone for playing it. And,
No. I know you were big on Luffy.
yeah,
All right,
for
red
sure.
Luffy,
No,
that
red,
is.
Not green.
Not so
I
much-
don't know.
yeah.
Red for sure.
Here's the thing about red green Luffy. Every single dual color leader gets something in return for having one less life, right?
Yeah.
So what does red green Luffy get, do you think? What's the best one thing? that you-
Trafalgar Law probably like
Yeah.
like the blocker to rebalance your stuff is probably okay. Bonnie is a really good card, and half the the good Straw Hat cards are supernovas as well, so
Mhm.
you do get the benefit for that. And yeah, I think it's just okay. You do get to swing again, so it's kind of like an Usa's Kid effect too on the leader.
Yeah, true.
It has it's the master of none though. That's what I'd say. It's very flexible, but it doesn't. A lot of other decks do what it wants to do better.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Like when you compare to Green Kid
Hmm.
and you compare to even Odin,
Yeah.
right? And then you compare to all the really good red leaders that we have right now,
Yeah.
which is Zoro and Luffy. I feel like that red green Luffy just falls a little short, and
Sure.
you really have to sequence it correctly to make sure you get those benefits out.
But there is that Bonnie turn 1, which we were talking about as a just strong card for being able to search stuff. Traditionally, like the good rush cards, at least, like all the Luffys are supernovas, and the Zoros as well. So Rush Zoro, 5-drop Luffy from the star deck, both great cards. And it looks like they're deciding to use the Bonnie effect, looking top 5.
Do you feel like it's good to use Bonnie as soon as possible, or do you feel like you need to protect it first?
So this is like where there's a divergence, because you'll always compare this leader to Trafalgar Law, which is another red-green. And for Trafalgar, you really want to not only keep as many cards on the board as possible, but you'd want to be able to potentially bounce Bonnie back to hand to play it again. So,
True.
but with this, you really don't care to keep the Bonnie as much, especially since it means they're attacking the card and not your face.
Yeah.
And so it looks like you picked up an 8-drop Usa's Kid, so looking like they're probably going to be a longer game and then a
Oh,
killer
there
for
he goes.
2.
And that's what I was saying. Yeah. I mean, do you play Bonnie or do you use Bonnie
Mhm.
in order to get that card advantage, or do you protect it? Which I guess just protect it. And just like you're saying, they're going to be swinging at your cards instead of face.
Yeah.
Because as long as that Bonnie is there, they're getting card advantage every single turn. It's almost guaranteed.
Yeah. And so it looks okay. Like there's no other attack. I mean, unless they want to swing Chopper into Bonnie, which they could.
Yeah.
And obviously Red has a lot of rush cards, so you could also use a Rush Zoro to try to get pressure it. But it
Mhm.
just means like there's one less attack going on face.
Right. And TD. Oh, okay. I was about to say. I don't know why I thought that was Jet Pistol for a second.
No,
I was like,
no,
you're just gonna Jet Pistol.
Man, that is spiteful. Like,
Yeah,
dang.
that's something else, man.
But yeah, looking at the top 5 of the deck for a Straw Hat character specifically, I believe that was a Rush Luffy. He showed his opponent, but we couldn't see it, so we'll have to see. I believe that's what it was. And for 3, playing a Nico Robin, one of my favorite cards in red. Like it's such a strong early game. If you go first and you're able to drop that out on your turn 2, like your opponent has to either answer it or they just like lose any momentum they will kind of get in the next turn or 2. All right, but Bonnie did live, so you can use another Bonnie effect. And that seems to be the case, looking at top 5 once again. And looks like they're getting a beige? A beige? Thinking. Ooh, Zora. Okay, there we go. And like that is like one of the reasons to play like that's like the whole thing. Like this Luffy's definitely more supernova focused compared to like traditional Straw Hats. So that Zoro being searchable off the Bonnie is great too.
I think we also saw the 8-drop kid.
Yes.
Saw that?
Yeah,
So
I believe that's what they added last time. So.
yeah. And
Yeah.
speaking of Jet Pistol,
Yeah.
I've been Jet Pistol 3 times in a row before, and it doesn't feel great.
No, it sure doesn't.
Which automatically makes you feel like that's a good card.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, we're just kind of like in the I'd say like earlier states of the meta, the game, and everything. We're set one, right? But a 1-for-1 removal like that is just great.
I agree.
Super great.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do think of like Zoro being sort of that quintessential like if you just want to play a deck that's pretty good, you could play Zoro.
Zoro and like I think Usa's Kid are both like really good like first decks to play. The only thing about Zoro is that it's pretty expensive for an optimal
Yeah.
build, I feel like.
Unfortunately, all the super rares, a couple of the red cards that are in the higher rarity is a little expensive.
For sure.
It's definitely those Zoros that are hitting you a little bit harder. And just speaking of hitting a little harder, let's give you that 5-drop Luffy, which I do like quite a lot.
Yeah, it's very
I don't like to
strong.
see it though.
And traditionally, like it's like a good like end game finisher. You're able to put 2 Dawn on it to prevent any blocking from happening.
Mhm.
But just the fact that you're able to, it still just has rush inherently, right? Which is great. And it just means to me that Sebastian probably has a lot more rush cards in hand that he doesn't mind using one of these early to apply some pressure.
Sure. Yeah. And you also have to commit just a little bit to get rid of it too, unless you just have a Jet Pistol.
Yeah.
Right? It's either Jet Pistol or you place a lot of Dawn on something else, or you have your own Luffy.
Yeah.
Right? I think your own Luffy is probably going to be the best thing outside of a Jet Pistol here.
If you want to try to remove it, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, again, you just use the Jet Pistol on the Nico. There's 2 Tonys to block.
Mhm.
This Luffy's pretty safe. And if you use Jet Pistol, it just means you're not establishing your own board.
Yeah. Which I think in a lot of different matchups, you have to establish a board. I think that's just One Piece in general, right? I think that's like fundamentally. You have to establish a board, and you have to have that balance of either controlling their board or just going face and putting them in a position where, okay, well, I don't really care what happens. I just have to live now,
Yep.
basically.
Yeah, and so playing the Nami for 1, I'm pretty sure Jonic has like a full art, like a max rarity deck. by the way.
Yeah.
Like, he is a max rarity kind of guy.
Yeah, I don't see him not.
All right, so you look top 4 for Nami. You got the Jet Pistol to get rid of the Luffy, so that's 2 Jet Pistols down.
Okay.
Both good targets, but that also means like you have a good shot of it living future.
Sure. I do love that art.
It's great art, yeah.
I had to pull it up. I love that art.
Yeah.
And yeah, Nami is one of the best searchers. I think the best searcher, right?
I would say so. Yeah.
I was like Bonnie's really really good, and then like Momo's down there as far as like good searchers. But
If Nami didn't exist, I don't think Trafalgar Law could be viable as a deck. Like
Think so?
I think it would be that detrimental to the deck, especially since you can bounce it back. Even if you have nothing to play for 5 or for 3 Dawn,
Mhm.
bounce it back to hand and then play it for 1. Sorry, yeah, 2 for bouncing it back and 1
sure,
to play. So.
sure. Let me take a look at what Janik is looking at. We have a good old Luffy. We have a 5-drop Luffy, and I didn't see the rest. I love how anytime that we go to the hand cams, it doesn't matter what game it is.
Yeah, they just immediately.
They immediately hide it.
Yeah, they immediately, like,
it never
no sweat,
never
yeah.
fails.
They are far away, and it's loud enough in here that they shouldn't be able to hear.
Yeah, they're not gonna hear for sure.
But yeah, so I think this is the first time that the Zoro leader effect has been used. So it was, if they have 1 Dawn or more under it, you get the 1k boost. So this is a 6k swing on the leader, and then a 7k off the Rush Zoro.
Yep. That's the play, though. That is the play. There's no 2 ways around that one.
All right, and then this is Gordon. It's a 2 cost. It's a plus 2k counter, so you usually want it in hand. But if you're desperate, like Sebastian seems to be leaning towards, you get to play it. You get to draw, put a bottom card, and then draw a card. So cycle, you don't get any advantage on hand advantage, but Also in Zoro, these 3K bodies mean a lot because you just need one Dawn on leader and one on it, and then it starts pressuring damage.
Yep. I mean, that's the whole thing about playing Zoro, right? Little investment to get a lot.
Yeah.
And you immediately it's a okay, never mind. I was gonna say say something else. Instant gratification deck.
Yeah.
Right. It's an instant gratification deck.
Yeah, and there are ways to play this deck too, but obviously the most straightforward is that, well, my guy gives extra power, so just keep attacking, and then if they lose, I win. So
Yeah.
I think there's a way to slow mid game, but if you do that, Luffy's probably better. But a
I
lot of pressure.
I
For
feel like you're gonna say that all day.
Yeah.
I'm really gonna say that.
I mean, we had like no joke, we had over a dozen people come up to us and were
Yeah,
like, "What are
this
you
is true.
playing?" Or Luffy.
Luffy,
Like, I
yeah.
know exactly. At least one person's playing my list, card for card as well. So.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, I mean, we'll see how that goes.
All right, so leader swinging in, you use the chopper to get out of it. I think Sebastian only has 3 cards in hand, right? Not a lot?
I believe so. Yeah. I don't think we can kind of see. We can take a peek.
4 cards.
Looks 4 cards. Looks like a Luffy. I think that's a
Gordon.
Gum.
And it's Gordon. No, that's
Gord-
a Red Hawk and a Shanks.
Oh, on the Red Hawk. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so,
You're
but
right.
they only have 1 Dawn open, so Red Hawk is not live.
Yeah.
They play the Law, which one of the cards I was saying is one of the strong ones for it. So bounce the
Yep.
Nami back to play the Zoro for free, which means Zoro has Rush, means that Nami can be played again for the effect. Like that. That's again, Law with red. Like Law is just not really good with green. Law with red cards though, super good. It's very weird.
That's why Red Green Law, as far as the leader goes, is just good. Like
Yeah.
but it has such a high ceiling. It requires really good sequencing. I mean, that's just the name of the game for that one.
Oh, so they play the killer and they leave 2 Dawn open instead of putting 1 underneath the killer for the card draw. So that definitely shows that there's a Red Hawk probably in Jonik's hand as well. And
Yes.
he's very good at hiding it this game. So
I will find out sometime or another.
Yeah. So on block for the counter with the Red Hawk is that you get plus 4K for your defense, but also you get to get rid of something with 4K or less. Now in this game, you could put Dawn under stuff preemptively to get out of that. So if you want to put like 1 Dawn under your leader and 1 under your Gordon, you'll be 5K, so it won't be hit with it. But the chopper would definitely be there unless you want to put a lot of Dawn under that.
That's something that like gets caught all the time. I think was it us or someone else? I think it was the PPG stream. I think it was another stream.
Yeah.
Where it was a Kaido player and they kept not putting Dawn underneath the queen.
Yeah.
And that's just every single time you swing to life, you run into a jet pistol.
And
It's the same thing with the Gum Gum. Same thing with Gum Gum.
Yeah. The only time I've really lost with my Luffy deck is because I did not respect the potential for Red Hawk, and I didn't preemptively make one of my dies a 5K, and I lost because of that. So it's something you have to be in the know about. And
I mean, I feel like you have to always account something to be 5K.
Yeah.
So like, I think there's a diminishing returns after 3. Like if it's a 2K, 1K, or 0K, you're probably not going to put Dawn underneath it. But if it's a 3K or a 4K, you're probably going to put 1 or 2 Dawn anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think Red Hawk is definitely a card that on release didn't see a lot of play, but I think it's been slowly getting more. Aha, we knew it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Validated.
Yeah.
So, but
well, you can't really do anything about the
No.
chopper, right?
no, unless you want to just bank on it.
Sure. What is this out?
This
What
is
is
the
this?
Shanks
The Shanks,
play,
right?
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Which
My
that
man-
2K killer is gonna do nothing.
My man was about to move the whole entire playmat. Like, that was,
Like we
That
so
was
much
crazy.
work into trying to fix it. What we were saying, yeah, but the Red Hawk in your life too could be like, okay, well, do I want to play around the Red Hawk or do I want to play around the jet pistol? So unless I make something like 7K immediately, or
yeah.
it can go into some weird spots. So.
No, totally.
Jonik does have like a pretty
Sizable
good
hand.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah, sizable hand. I don't know about counter power. I do see Otama.
Yeah.
Like the second or third card there looks like an Otama.
How risky is it to just swing with 3? Like you can win right here because I believe is Luffy 4 or less or 5 or less for the
5 or less,
yeah,
I believe.
because you could use the effect of the Law and the Luffy leader to get 3 swings right here that are pretty sizable.
Yeah.
So you could do a 7K swing, and then I think 7K into okay.
Yeah.
Now you
And
can
the-
make a chunk. Yeah, I think that is.
Right, and those who can't read or see it, it's set up to one of your Novas or Straw Hat type character cards with cost of 5 or less as active, and then gains 1,000 power for the turn.
Yeah, so
That's
this is
the
a 10,000
Luffy.
swing at leader, and he gets out of it. Oh,
Wow,
That
wow.
is pretty scary.
Was that 3 Otamas?
I
Or
believe it
like
was
2 or 3?
Otamas
It was 2
and
Otamas for sure.
A third card, yeah.
Yeah, I missed that one.
But yeah, because you can still set it to active.
And we
Oh, there's no more
it's
counter.
not
Yeah, that is-
not
he just
looking hot.
exactly got
Not
out.
looking hot. Okay, but like okay, but we have what, two Dawn, 1 Dawn open?
So
No,
here,
we have 5 Dawn open.
Yeah, we have.
So
no,
we can.
have 4 Dawn because he put 4 underneath the law.
I see.
So if
yeah.
you reset the law still to get another blocker, but Shanks is going to go in no matter what because Killer can't block it.
Sure.
And additionally, if they have the Luffy in hand, which we personally know, then we can't. Yeah, so he's going to pay 4 to stand it. I mean, you could attack into Shanks right now. That would, not knowing what was in the hand, that could prevent like a swing. Like you stop a swing anyways with the blocker, but
I mean, but are you surviving here next turn?
I
Because you only have that 1 blocker. Yeah, we're gonna swing into the Shanks. That's fine. Knowing this is what okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Um,
So now he knows that he exactly got countered out.
yeah, that's unlucky.
Or
'Cause that was 10.
Right,
That was 10, right?
yeah,
that was
yeah.
10 into. Wow.
But that doesn't kind of solve the problem because now you still only have 1 blocker up, which would be the same as if
Right.
Shanks was around,
Exactly.
so.
I mean, not to mention that you're playing against Zoro.
Yeah.
Right. Blockers sometimes just don't matter, and we kind of already know that by his hand.
Yeah.
Um.
But I respect the play from John. I don't think it was necessarily a wrong play because
No,
there are a lot
no.
of scenarios
You-
where you did just win on that spot, right?
You just go for it. You just
Yeah,
go for
so
it.
like having exactly 3 2Ks in hand is asking a lot.
Well, think about this then, because he had a good sizable amount of counter, right? Let's say he was 1 off,
Mhm.
and then he took that 1 life, and then he swung again. He would have got out the second swing, 100%.
Well,
Because he
you
wouldn't.
get a plus 1K boost though when you restand
Oh,
it,
to
though.
restand the
So
law.
unless he found like exactly a 2K or another one, yeah, exactly a 2K from life.
Yeah,
then
it would
you-
be another 2K. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
right. You're right.
You know, this Luffy leader is very weird, and the only the only reason I know him so well is because he was the demo deck leader,
Sure.
and I played
And that's
like,
yeah, that's all we
dozens
played.
of- yeah, I
That's
played
all
like
you played.
dozens of
That's all we had.
Yeah, I was teaching people how to play it, so like
Sure.
I would say almost too aware.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
It's so super funny because the demo decks were mono red, but then they gave us a red green leader, which I
Hey.
guess was only so it was 4 life, so it was less.
You got to crawl before you run, baby. Wait, you got to walk before you run, baby.
Try it one more time.
you gotta do something before you run, baby.
Yeah. All right, so he swung with the Gordon with the effects of both the 1 Dawn underneath him and the 1 Dawn underneath Zoro. It's the 5K swing.
Yep.
You have 1 blocker with the Killer.
Which is not gonna do too much
But
for
I-
you.
I
I-
think Jonic's not dying this turn.
I mean,
because
but
he
look,
was
look
able
at his
to
hand though.
defend.
Like I feel like his hand it tells everything. Because
I-
if he plays this, I believe he has a Zoro.
Yeah, he
In
would
hands?
need exactly 2 Zoros, and he'd need both 6K swings to go through, which
He also has a
doesn't have.
Luffy. Yeah, he doesn't have two. He doesn't have two. He only has what? How much Dawn is that? 6?
Because next turn, you just put everything
7.
underneath your Trafalgar Law and swing twice.
Yeah.
Because you have no counterplay in hand. Like, the only thing you'd
Oof.
want to... Okay. The alternative play is that Sebastian could try to get rid of the Trafalgar Law to make it harder for Jonic to win next turn. But
Yeah.
there's no way for Sebastian to win at this turn right now.
I don't think there is.
No.
I don't think there is. I'm gonna go for the Zoro.
Yeah, and then
That's 7.
you leave 2 up for the Red Hawk in hand,
Yeah.
and you swing 7. Yeah, way too much.
Into
It's
sure.
8 with leader.
Sure. All right. So Red Hawk saves you 1, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't account for another rush card. Well, actually, 2 rush cards. So Jonik needs 2 rush cards, right?
Yeah, it is more valuable for him to swing more times than not. But he also,
Yes.
with leader effect, he only needs 1. He
Yeah,
only
that's
needs
true.
1 rush
That's true.
card.
I keep forgetting Red Green Luffy coming in
Acutely
plus.
aware
Clutch.
of.
Acutely aware of the one other effect that, that Luffy
Yeah.
gets.
All right, so he's
Which is
just doing,
good.
I think, a fat 5K into lead
Yeah.
right now, which is. Oh, he's doing it early. Okay,
Ah,
so if
interesting.
he does that, he
well,
knows that's the only
it
counter.
told him. Yeah, it told him right there that he can't do anything else.
All right, so he knows he needs to keep 4 open, so this is a 7K swing on lead.
Yep. Which means he is just gonna take it.
And a
Which
2K
he's
wouldn't
just-
get you out of it either. And
Yeah, he has 2 Utas.
that's an 8K.
Yep, there it goes.
Oh,
There
man.
it goes. That was it. Wow. Wow. The red green Luffy effect coming clutch.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's something, man. That is
was
something.
that was super tight.
Yeah. That's something. Okay. Well, hey, red green Luffy.
Yeah.
Did the thing. Did the thing.
Narrowly.
Listen, a win's a win, and we got there.
Yeah.
That's the real thing. That's the real thing.
Yeah.
That was really cool. It was a like what went wrong? What do you think went wrong with the Zoro player?
I don't
Do you think it wasn't enough attacks, or just the way that Janek defended?
I think he was fine. I think the only thing that against specifically like Luffy, I think more attacks mean more than tall attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And so instead of maybe playing the Shanks, you could have went wider with playing a Zoro and a Luffy.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, I don't know. I definitely probably would have played that Shanks that turn because like, oh, I have enough Dawn for it and everything. But
Are you talking about Zoro's?
yeah,
end?
Zoro's Shanks. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because he played it on turn 10, but
Mm-hmm.
on the same turn, I think he could have played a 3-drop Zoro and a 5-drop Luffy. And I think going wide like that would have been harder for Jonic to get the advantage for
Plus,
it. So.
I feel like more bodies is better anyway because that gives you more options not only for the board but also to clear out the life
Yeah.
in different ways
Yeah,
basically. Right?
I'd
So-
say right now more mid-range attacks or like more mid-level attacks are better than one tall attack. So.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you want to do in Zoro anyway,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
You get the additional effect from your leader, and you also again get more options later into the game to do more things because that one shake is kind of like not really a detrimental thing. It was more of a restrictive. It made him a little more restrictive in that turn. It also did the same thing the next turn because now Jonic kind of answered it and was like, hey, you know what? You're getting punished for it.
Yeah. The only other thing is that if he knew that he could get out of the second attack
Yeah.
from the Trafalgar Law blocker,
Mhm.
I'd take that first attack
Yeah.
because then he would be pressured to swing again.
Yeah.
You'd get a blocker out and your Shanks would have been alive. That's
True.
like the only, but that's like, I don't know if he knew 100% if he could get out of it.
Yeah.
And it'd be banking on there being a 1K in your life, which is not very high. And
Also, it was a little unlucky as far as when he swung into the Shanks. I
Yeah.
think he would have had a little bit of a better chance if he just had that Shanks out.
yeah, do you
So-
want to talk to Jonic about his game?
Yeah.
Here,
All right,
I'll
let's
go,
go
you go for it.
real quick,
Go around this way.
and we'll be right back.
Live.
We're live.
From the core TCG
I-
One Piece
Yeah.
celebration
Okay.
Treasure Cup, first ever.
I think
First ever One Piece recorded match.
I think I was supposed to introduce you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, we are live. Okay, so this is Joku DMD, right? The most eccentric person in the room, honestly, and I think also the most winningness, winninger. What is the word? The most winninger, whatever. Dude. Red
Linear.
green. Yeah, that's it. Red Green Luffy. That was an interesting match. Went against Red Zoro. You took it, and I think it was pretty close. How do you feel about it?
Really close.
Yeah.
I should have lost. I mean, if he
Yeah.
had 2 Zoros in hand, I was cooked.
We were just talking about that.
If he had 2 Zoros in hand and I had something in my life,
Yeah.
I was good. But as soon as he put those 2 Dawn on Zoro, I was like, whew.
Yeah.
Getting in there.
Yeah. So it was an interesting thing. We saw you swing. You restood Law, right?
Yeah.
For the 4, and you
Yeah.
saw you swing into the Shanks. What,
Yeah.
what was the thought process there?
Well, okay, so if I were in his position, actually, I would have taken the first hit on
Yeah.
the Zoro leader,
Yes.
because then it would have made me think I could have gone for lethal, and then I
Yes.
would have swung for lethal, and then it would have been GG. He would have beat me.
Yeah.
But his misplay was comboing out of that first attack, because I
And-
wasn't gonna have anything after that.
He actually spent a lot of counter too. It was 2
He
Otamas
spent
and
6. He played 3 2Ks.
Yes.
So 6K counter power.
yes.
Which was I was like, all right, this man has 3 2Ks in his hand.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have another 2K
Nah.
for Shanks. And if
Yeah.
a Shanks stays on board, then I lose.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah, I
no way
understand.
next turn that I can win. If I'm
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to restand my law anyway.
Mhm.
And I feel like he used most of his counter power. If I swing into the Shanks, then like I have a chance at least.
Yeah.
And that opened up the chance. And then I just got lucky with what he had in his hand. If he had 2 Zoros, if I didn't have a 2K in my life, which I didn't look at my last life, but if I didn't have a 2K in my life, I would have lost.
Yes.
Honestly, I think multicolor leaders in this game are not it yet.
Yeah.
and the
Law,
reason-
Law's the only one that
I think
actually
Law
feels
is really, really good, but
Yeah.
the problem with multicolor leaders, and I don't think this will be as much of an issue in the future, is that it's not even about having 1 less life. It's about having 1 less card. Every game you have 1 less card no matter what, because
Yeah.
one of those cards from your life goes in your hand unless you get hit with Banish, which is like only 2 cards or 3
Right.
cards or whatever.
Right.
But right now I don't think the card pool is quite diverse enough to make multicolor leaders like snap, but I think like come set 2, set 3, like I think multicolor leaders are going to get very, 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 very strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, this deck, there was a dude, and I feel so bad right now because I can't remember the team name, but Greg's Games, some local homies, this dude, I can't remember his name. I'm the worst. I apologize. I'm going to make a video just for you when I get the chance, if you're watching this. Really, really, really nice guys. And he was playing the Red Green Luffy deck, and he got first with it, and I was just like, whoa, wait, what is this list, dude? This is awesome. Like,
Is that the list that you're taking or playing right now?
verbatim list. I have
Oh,
not
nice.
played it yet. That was my first game
I was-
playing it.
Okay.
I literally
Well,
haven't played the deck
I
yet.
guess it turned out pretty well then. Huh?
Yeah, it was fine. I feel like actually no, I played it at locals, but I
Oh,
had
okay.
a buy and I only played 2 games. So
Yeah.
so I got to I know a little, you know,
Not very much experience is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It was important that I remembered this game that the leader gives the card that stands up 1K.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah.
But I figured, look, okay, if I'm going to scrub out at the first biggest
Church
One
Cup.
Piece event,
Yeah.
I'd rather do it with a deck that's like funny and fun to play
Sure.
rather than like going in with like Kid or like Dofi and just getting like curb stomped.
Is that like your additional your secondary picks?
I was playing Kid the most. I think Kid kind of has like the widest range.
Feel the same
I
way.
think Kaido's the best deck if it hits curve, but I don't
Sure.
like relying on hitting curve for a deck to be the best deck.
Mm-hmm.
I think starter Luffy is really good if you are a god at sequencing.
Yeah.
And
That's how it feels for Law too, right? So
yeah, I think Law is really, really strong. It just there's certain things that like are gonna slow it down so much.
Sure,
you know,
sure.
especially this deck. Actually, I was thinking about it. Like, if you put a Robin down and you untap on Robin, you can just clear 2 things on Law's board.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of
That's pretty strong.
annoying to come back from.
That's
yeah.
pretty strong. That's pretty strong.
yeah.
That's like there's a lot of answers for Law, but when it gets going, when you sequence
Yeah,
correctly,
it's hard to
feels really
stop that engine.
Yeah.
It's wild. Especially
Yeah.
with the laws coming out. Doom, Shambers, Duct,
That's-
Shambers.
I don't know how
Doom,
all
Doom,
this. I don't usually.
Doom.
That's usually not how my games go.
That's
but
if somebody plays Law and they switch a card and they don't say Doom,
yeah, that's.
I'm
oh,
already.
okay.
I'm just giving them a win. I'm like, I don't
Oh,
wanna
okay,
play
for
this game
sure,
with
for
you,
sure.
man.
I'll just give him the buy.
Duct.
I think overall is really good. You see all these players.
It's amazing. It's
we
like
have-
a full room right now.
I think we
pretty
have over
much.
500. Yeah, I think we hit cap as far as
you hit
512,
cap and then
right?
some people didn't show up. Probably.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
usually
So
how it
probably
goes.
around 500. I'll get the actual numbers and as well as the leader count as well, or like the breakdown.
Yeah.
But overall, everyone's pretty excited.
I mean, this is the first U.S. in-person One Piece card game event
correct.
right?
I think right now Carta is doing Niagara Falls, which is
at
in Canada.
the same time.
Yes. Yes.
Which game started first, mine or theirs?
I have no idea.
I want the second details on that.
I have no
because
idea.
I want to be the first ever
I have
streamed One Piece card game.
I
match.
don't think. I don't think
that's
that's
a pretty epic first game for it to be first game. Zoro versus Luffy. Like, I don't think they ever finished that fight. They got caught up in Whiskey Peak, and I don't think that fight ever panned out. So,
spoilers, man.
I feel like Whiskey Peak, bro. You had 25 years. You had 25 years.
I just
to catch up to Whiskey Peak. That's
I'm like 10 episodes after Sanji got revealed, so.
Sanji.
I'm pretty far. I'm pretty not that.
Yeah.
It's where Nami went back home. That's how far I am.
You'll get to Whiskey Peak.
Okay.
Trust me.
Oh, okay.
You'll get there.
That's not that far away.
No, not far.
Either way.
Zoro and Luffy fight. Inconclusive.
we have about 5 minutes left. Did you want to say anything closing? Oh, dental tooltip as well.
5 minutes. Right. That's a long dental tooltip.
No. We have 5 minutes left in the round. I'm gonna let you go so you can walk around, do your thing. But before we go,
the dental tooltip. You know, okay. I'm just gonna give my most. I feel like I have a good audience right now, so I'm gonna give my most generic tip to everybody. And the thing is, like,
you should probably preface that you're a dentist.
I'm a dentist.
Okay.
At the end of my videos, I say I am a dentist.
Yes.
I can't end without giving a dental tooth tip. So my dental spelled DENTULL because my last name is Tull.
Right, and that's your shop, right? That's the right.
Dental. That's my office.
Yeah.
A good hygiene routine is the backbone of everything tooth related. And a good hygiene routine differs for all people. I'll give my generic basic thing that I do. I brush twice a day using a powered toothbrush. I like the Sonicare Protective Clean 7100. I sell them at my office. You can buy them on Amazon. And I use a Listerine Ultra Clean flosser. Once at night before bed, I use it on the couch and just floss as long as I can. You know, really get between your teeth, move that thing around, get the floss to conform to the different shapes of the teeth, and clean between your gums because stuff building up in your gum tissue, attracting bacteria and getting down to the bone level and lowering the bone level around the tooth, that's what compromises your teeth majorly long term. So flossing is important, but if you can find a way to just brush and floss consistently every day, once in the morning and once brush and once floss at night, you'll be in such a better position long term. You're just doing yourself a favor for the future, and it's really good to do yourself favors for the future in the past. If you have any questions, you can hit me up on any of my social channels and ask me. I'd be happy to give you more advice or share my expertise so you can have a happy, healthy smile, so you can laugh at all the funny stuff that happens in One Piece.
Yeah.
What's the point of a good joke if you can't laugh at it?
Wow.
Joku,
yeah, that's true. That's
D&D.
actually now that actually makes sense now. That actually that actually makes sense.
Smiles.
You just like really
jokes,
wrap that one up. We got
full
the
ship circle.
dentist tooth tips. A lot of One Piece to go. We got a lot of rounds to go, so I'll let you go. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I will.
Thank you. Gozaimasu.
We'll see you guys in round 2.
Yeah, man, the go man, yeah.
I'm cutting you off. It's out. We're done. All right, so we're back. We're here in round 2 at the One Piece Treasure Cup at Long Beach, California. Here, hosted by Core TCG. I'm with Eggman.
Hello.
People
Not
know
Jonic.
you.
I don't know if you can confuse the two of us. But
Well, let's just make sure. There we go. Hey. Okay. Cool. So we have a new match coming up, and I think they're ready to start.
yeah,
from
I
what
think
it
we
looks
can
like.
we can start right now. So I'm gonna
Sure.
give
Yeah,
the
go
old
ahead.
thumbs up. It's gonna be Dofi versus Usa's Kid. So
Yes, sir.
2 new leaders for today for us.
Yeah.
Both undefeated.
Which hopefully we can say that a little bit more often throughout the day, but set one, right? So
Yeah, so we have Warren Younger here on Dofi playing Perona, being able to look the top 5 cards of deck. Maybe go back to the hand cam, see what
sure.
they put
Let's go
there.
look.
Yeah. And then we have Michael on the other side with Green Kid, which is I would be not surprised if Green Kid's the most represented leader here today.
Think so? I feel like every time I ask that, someone has a different answer.
I would say from the balance of strength to cost, Kid is probably the best. Like wins that ratio. So
sure.
it is the most alluring for. Obviously, this is a new card game. This is the first month of big tournaments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone wants to whole hog invest like we have, and so they're like, you know what? I went to a Target. They had a Green Usa's Kid list, and that's like half the deck right there, if not more. So
I mean, yeah, this is true. Can't really do that with. You can't really do that with every other deck. Maybe Kaido's close.
Maybe
to that.
Kaido. Yeah, Kaido's like the backup, but
Yeah.
Kid just gets everything you want.
For sure. Dofi is such an interesting pick. Every time I see a Dofi player, I hate playing against them because generally they know how to play it and they know how to get that stuff going. And also, both of these guys are undefeated, right?
Yeah,
So let me
they're both 1-0. Yep. This
fix
is
that
round
real
number
quick.
2. And
Yeah, I mean, like Dofi is such a. Like, you gotta have to know what you're doing, right? Just like Law. And I think Law is a little bit higher as far as the ceiling that I was talking about before, but Dofi is like right underneath that. I
man,
feel like.
Warren's got somewhere to be after this. Like, he is just speeding through. Like,
yeah, he is. That's what I
he knows what is going on.
I can't finish a thought. Like, my man has a.
He knows his next 2 turns already. I mean, that's what you have to do as Dofi, right? You have to know the top card of your deck. You got to sequence it.
100%. 100%.
And we couldn't tell by the way he stacked it, but like playing Virgo here was probably already his mind. So if he wanted to play something off leader, it's probably 2 below where it wants to. Like there's a good chance that is there. So
for sure.
All right, I think he's at 7 Dawn.
My man's speeding through. I think he is at 7 Dawn here because he did play the Virgo before that.
Yeah.
The Kid player played the Yamato, which is good depending on what Warren puts out this turn. Yeah, so 1 blocker, right?
Yep.
So that takes care of Yamato pretty much outside of him playing Cat Viper or Nico, right?
Yep. And he has enough Dawn to play this and then use leader effect as well, which is my guess is what's going to happen. But looking at the cards at the top 5, if you want to switch back over, doesn't look like there's anything really too alluring there. Gecko's good.
Oh, those are good.
But Gecko's, there's nothing in. I don't think he's gotten rid of anything to utilize the Gecko.
Are those 2 overheats?
They are 2 Desert Spadas, I believe.
Desert Spadas, okay.
Yeah. Which are good for rearranging the deck later, but again, right now.
Right now, it's not too big of a deal here. And those are 2Ks, I understand, right?
Yeah.
The Spada, which I'll bring up here for us.
And then the Virgo, which we have on field. And again, if there are any cards like in his, I guess there's the Mihawk. Okay, so yeah, I think Gecko's 100% the case. It was more of the cards after Mihawk for it. So
Sure.
Or other than Gecko Mori to grab the Mihawk. So there's that. Gets a 2K in hand. Pretty good.
Not bad.
And taking the life. Thinking on the trigger. And it gets rid of the Gecko. Very, very strong with the Paradise Waterfall. So
Paradise Waterfall is such a cool card.
I've been really enjoying. Sometimes it's dead in hand, but like 1 or 2, it gets like a lot of tricky stuff. So this Virgo 7K swing is really obnoxious because no matter what, like it guarantees 2 cards out of hand, especially with 1 Dawn open, and then
you know how I feel about 5/7s.
They're quite good. They're very, very good.
I have a thing for 6/8s now too.
6/8s, okay.
Yes.
What about 7/9s?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're
That's the cut.
They're actually the worst. Yeah. Like that. 7/9s and what's the last one? 4
6s. Yeah.
Those are the ones that you don't want to play.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, you're looking at me with such conviction that I dare not deny.
I don't have enough time to explain. I just don't.
No, especially like if Warren's speeding through it, like.
Yeah. Yeah, so he has the Perona out, the blocker, 2 blockers out, and then now the Virgo, which is actually a really good board state when you really think about it, right? Like this is such a good board state. The Gap Viper or the Nico comes down, like I was talking about before, which deals with one of the swings, which again, effectively, we have 2 swings with Kid. Which
so
8.
Okay, so this is real quick a really nice situation. So he's swinging to the Virgo, which he's going to get out of it.
Yeah.
But it pretty much says, do you want to? He's trying to say, do you block with the Law on the Virgo, or do you let the Yamato kind of go in? So there's whatever it is, the blocker's gonna. There's no way you keep.
They're going so fast. I don't think you're gonna be able.
No. I can't do like thoughts. I just have to say what's going on.
They're just going, man. Yeah, I mean he went 6. Looks like 6 with the Yamato, which is interesting because he has 1 Dawn open, right?
Yep.
I think I don't think I saw a Paradise Waterfall.
That's because you weren't looking, baby.
Listen. You're going so fast. He does have 1, so he can restand the Yamato if you really wanted to. But it looks like he's just gonna take the 5, which I don't really agree with because now you're looking at a 5 or a 7. Which, yes, you can block, or you can use a Paradise Waterfall, restand, and then do a 1K.
Yeah, so
he's going to go with the block.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I was talking about this earlier. Like,
there goes the Mihawk.
Well, at least he didn't, waste the Paradise Waterfall. But this is like the game where Blue just takes off, right?
Yeah.
Being able to slowly build up board. Michael didn't have any chance to kind of. He had some chance to establish board, but the play of the Yamato just was like, well, I'm going to try to like pressure life, but he's like, I don't care. Like, I'm going to build the board and protect my stuff. And that's like another reason why that 7K body is so strong is because if you want to get rid of it, you're going to have to over-invest Dawn just to try, and then some times you just still don't get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I mean, Mihawk out here. I mean, Mihawk is such a weird one, right? Because he comparative to all the other high cost cards like Shanks and 8-drop Kid, right? Mihawk does do something well to get something out of the board with something decent in return. When I say decent, he's a 9K attacker, which is all right. Yeah, right. It's all right.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like this is very rough. He's did another 7K into Virgo. So again, these are just like, additional. How much Dawn? Like 4 Dawn wasted trying to get rid of the Virgo, and you just simply can't.
I think you just go face. This is one of the things when I was trying to understand the matchup for Dofi as Kid and as well as like other decks, is that sometimes you just have to have certain answers for their board and playing cards. So like X-Drake, like Killer, things like that to just mitigate the board and have a board state to swing at their life. Because if you don't swing at their life, they're just going to keep doing this.
Yeah, they are.
He is literally just going to keep doing this as long as he can.
Yeah, they have a way better late game than you do.
Yeah.
And again, with all the blockers, like Mihawk's probably there for the rest of the game, which is like maybe 2 more turns.
Yeah.
And it's this is how like Blue wins, right? It's
sure
just slowly being able to build board without your opponent being able to interact with it.
Yeah, and it's not looking too hot on Michael's end. Yep. Warren is playing at blazing speeds, but we do have.
Yeah, those cards are gonna catch fire pretty soon. Like,
my man,
there's so much friction going
on. It's gonna like supersonic boom.
Yeah,
it's gonna come from the stream table in a second.
Yeah, it's a good thing we invest in fire insurance because.
I'm a fire marshal here. Man, I think Dofi's exactly where he wants to be. It really depends on this turn though, because the Kid player can really come back. And I think this is saying like I really don't have anything in hand. I just don't have anything in hand to play that is really decent for me. And I think he's gonna use the leader effect.
If he knows what's on top, I would say as well. Like, I think card per card, Blue has the card advantage right now. So every 5K swing you do guarantees a trade of at least 1 card, either a blocker or that or like a damage, right? So
yeah,
I don't think really Michael can handle those kind of trades right now.
I mean, that's interesting that he's taking it here, but because you're gonna take this one, right?
Yeah,
like,
you have to, yeah.
I'm very confused of why he would take the leader swing here.
Yeah, and I think Warren has a Marshall D teach in hand. So if you play a tiny blocker, like the only chance like you have is like maybe like an 8-drop Kid into a blocker, into something. Do you think he's just going to put everything on the blocker and just swing in?
Nah. I mean, he
come
could.
on.
He's what? He has no Dawn open, right?
He'd win. Yeah, he'd win if he did it. Like, we know
this. Yeah, he would, huh?
There's at least 2 cards
yeah,
in hand that you can't counter with, if not 3.
You sure?
I
think you may as well swing with it anyway because you're risking the fact that
you're not dying next turn because he has to do 5 damage, which on board there's 4, and that's the most Kid can do right now.
Sure.
I would have done it, but like you're at tournament level, like you're worried. It's a bit aggressive, but
yeah.
I don't think you're losing by not doing it. You're just delaying the inevitable.
I also think you're kind of guaranteeing that you're gonna live.
Yeah.
And you kind of did what you needed to do without spending too many resources, i.e. his hand, because he got the 1-for-1 for the Gecko, and the blocker is just a blocker. So.
Yeah. I think you're fine to take this as Warren. Yeah.
Sure.
Going down to 3,
sure.
no trigger.
There's no. You have 2 blockers. You would have to play 2 Nikos.
All right.
Which is not going to happen here.
We got best case scenario.
Yeah, which is going to be the 8. But because he has a Mihawk, the 8 doesn't really feel that great. He does have the 1 up for Paradise.
And a blocker.
And a blocker, which kind of is okay, but knowing that
DT
how
many cards are in hand for Michael right now?
For Michael, I think it's 2. We can take a look.
2.
2.
Oh,
4.
Okay.
Never mind.
Because you can start doing just math. Like, if I have 5 swings and he has 4 cards in hand, I just can keep doing it and get out of it. But
totally.
Marshall here is probably the play to get the Beige out of hand.
Sure.
You just put
all the Dawn underneath.
Yeah.
And just swing at the 8. Yeah. I think that's what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, I think so too. Yep.
Goes that. I mean, these are the factors you're gonna have to take in, but I personally think that Michael just took too much life early on.
I do too.
Like
but
the easy swings.
I think some of them he just couldn't get out of.
Yeah, this is true, but we saw some hand some of his hand before on the 5K swings. I'm like, 1K is not gonna hurt you.
No.
Especially if you're gonna get Kid later out later, because you're gonna need some sort of hand advantage. Which is maybe that's what his thought was. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this life, put the 8-drop Kid, and then maybe I'll just use that to protect myself.
All right, Warren getting a little nervous shakes, but
yeah, a little bit.
Far too much to get out of. It's a 14K, I believe.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he has Paradise Waterfall, which
makes it to 10.
Yeah.
But I don't think he can get out of it.
Yeah,
no,
I don't think so either. He really needed the 8-drop Kid to live though. But his hand is not looking great.
Sure,
he has a Basil, he has a Paradise Waterfall, a Beige, and the 2K.
Yep. So 5K there, 5K with Gecko, which.
I think that's game, right?
No, you can Paradise Waterfall to get out of it.
Sure,
but
sure.
Again,
I thought he
feels so bad.
Yeah, it does. It does. But that's what happens when you have to live, right? Yep.
Yep.
Not much you can do.
Fix the Neko if you really want it.
So here's the thing: you have this probably. Oh man, I mean Warren has a good amount of cards in hand, right? I think he has like 4 or 5.
He's got 4 or 5.
Yeah,
he's got
4
a
or
Desert
5.
Spada for one of them, so he can help get out of an attack. And
right. 3 or 4? Looks like 4.
Yep, I believe he has 4.
Like the revelation.
2 Spadas,
okay, there's 4.
A Law, and a Gecko.
Sure. So knowing that, even if you put enough Dawn underneath the Izu or the Nico, or if you had another Nico, that's the other thing. Yeah, you need another Nico. Or a Law, 5-drop Law to replay it.
Yeah, you can win this turn as Michael if you can have 4 or 5K swings, right? But you have 2 blockers to get around. You have a hand of at least I think like 3K. He obviously doesn't know that, but
yeah. But I mean, you see the open, which he's singling that he has an event card that will say no.
All right, so Gecko there, get out of it. And then for
I believe 7-drop? Another 8.
He popped another one.
Wow.
That is nasty.
Another Beige.
I mean, this is
the same thing.
We not doing anything. Like,
yeah, that's the thing. That's what I hate about this. This exact situation I've been in a number of times. And that's what I hate about this. Because what are you supposed to do? Your hand didn't change.
You're just losing slowly. Like,
yeah, you're losing just a different turn.
Time's called right now. You still lose. Like, there's not like you play it out. I get it. But
yeah. It's that's tough. That is definitely tough.
All right, so he just made a big old leader swing. Big old Mihawk swing. 5K Gecko swing probably. And that's it. Yeah,
that's game. That is game. That's a bummer. Didn't really have too much in hand. Couldn't do anything. Literally just did the same scenario, just in a different turn.
Yeah.
Right? So.
And Usa's Kid, the 8-drop, can totally win this matchup, 100%. If you drop it at the right time, Blue really doesn't have a way to get out of it besides just attacking into it and potentially removing some blockers.
Yeah.
But
it's just his hand.
Yeah.
His hand wasn't there, and his board state. Like, the Dofi's player's board state was just too much to overcome because of the Mihawk. And... yeah, that's it. I was trying to think. No, that was the Mihawk. Like, if he didn't have the
Mihawk.
Mihawk...
What if I told you could drop Mihawk on curve? Like,
that's pretty much it. And that's the other thing. Like, Dofi saw his curve pretty much that entire game.
Yeah.
Like, there was not a wrong play for Warren to go through.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if there was, he played it so fast we couldn't see it.
Well, yeah.
Right?
yeah. The sound barrier just got broken. I think we should get him over.
Yeah.
So let's just cut to a break real quick, and then
we'll talk to Warren about his game with Dofi, his thoughts on Dofi, and we'll be right back.
For sure.
All right. Hello. Yeah, we're good. We're with Warren. How you doing, Warren?
I'm good, man. I'm just vibing. You know, we're out here.
Yeah, super vibing. You were playing Dofi for that last match. Went pretty quick.
Yeah.
Went pretty quick. I think a lot went well for you that matchup. You have a lot of removal. What's your thoughts on Dofi in general? Why did you bring it to this tournament today?
So like, I love in card games. Just I'm a huge card game background. I play like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Blood Shores, whatever.
For sure.
And like how I just love being able to play decks I can like legitimately plan turns in advance.
Oh sure.
So like just Dofi with his leader ability just generates so much advantage, so much tempo. Then you're able to rearrange top 5, so you always know what's coming. So it's just like you can literally like do that. Like okay, my opponent does this, I do this. My opponent does this, I do this, and I win the game. Stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. Because like you were 1,000% playing at a speed where you're like, I already know what my next 2 turns are. Like when you just played 5-drop Virgo, right? And like I would assume, because we didn't really catch it, when you played like the Perona, you're like, all right, I know next turn I'm going to use Dofi's effect. The turn after that, I'm not. I'm going to skip a. Okay, cool. Yeah, and that is something that I think is really cool about this list. It's something that is very strong, and I think at like an intermediate level, people always think, oh, I always have to put my cards on top and not pre-plan their next turn in case any reactive stuff comes out.
Yeah, for sure. So like the reason in that matchup specifically, it's just like against green, like it sucks because like the cool thing about Dofi is that you're able to play reactively. You're always like no games are ever the same, but unfortunately against green, because 8-cost Kid is such a powerhouse.
It is, yeah.
You kind of have to play linear. Like essentially, your game plan is to go Virgo on 5, Dofi on 7, Miak on 9. So when they're able, and you have to go going first, and so that way if they drop, you know, the kid or the kid, you have
yeah.
So just in that game, it was just drop the Virgo, did the Dofi, but I was like fine because I have the Mihawk, and then it was enough.
Yeah, and you got the 5 and the 9, so that's pretty good. And yeah, even if he played on curve, I think you would have had a shot of getting removed because, as you said, if you don't have a way to almost immediately get rid of that 8-drop kid, you are just behind for the rest of the game. So, but cool. What would you say in general? What's that matchup for you? Do you think it's winnable? Do you think Eustace has like the edge, or?
I think it's unfortunate. I think it is a die roll matchup, just because it's like. It doesn't matter what you do in the early game. If they drop 8-cost Kid and you just do not have like the high cost cards on the board, you just can't. You just have to. It's just an impossible matchup to win.
Yeah.
But if you go first and your deck is built for it, it's probably a 60-40 favorite if you're going first against Kid.
Okay. Yeah. And you know what's going on. Yeah. And you see your pieces, but. Well, cool. Well, I really appreciate you sitting down. Again, I think if I was playing against you and you just like snap played stuff like that, I'd be really intimidating. So I think there's definitely that psychological edge for
sure.
knowing what your plays are and doing that. So I think I wish you really good luck for the next
Awesome, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, have a good one.
Peace, guys.
We'll be back with round 3 in like 10 minutes. Don't hold me to it, but like 10 minutes. See you guys there. Round 3 of Core TCG's inaugural. No, not almost. What's the word?
I don't think that's the word.
That's
at all.
not the word.
I think it's like.
I got Long Beach in there, right? I haven't got that in yet.
You didn't do that.
Oh my gosh! Can we start the stream over again?
Maybe I should start it. So this is the One Piece Treasure Cup.
Say it wrong.
Event.
Say it wrong for me.
Here in Long Beach, California, Hosted by Core TCG. There you go. I got it. So we're going into round 3.
Yes.
All
Yep.
right.
We have 2 other leaders we haven't seen yet today. We've been trying to get a lot of variety here. So we have a Purple Kaido versus Red Green Law. Again, undefeated for both. So we're going to have those start out over there. But this could be a pretty polarizing matchup in the long case, just because Law is definitely a deck who wants to go wide on board, and purple is probably one of the best colors to have just a lot of board destruction.
Yeah, that's the thing. We saw Dofi, right?
Yeah.
Last round, where he saw everything on curve.
Mm-hmm.
And if Kaido does the same thing,
Yeah.
you're gonna see this Law cry just a little bit when he does realize how much board control he has.
Yeah, and so using the Nami turn 1 is just so important for this deck. And
Yeah.
we're not sure who won the dice roll, but I think in general, it's this. My decision is that purple almost always wants to go second, right?
Sure.
And so, but it looks like playing 2 1-drops there with the Bonnie as well. 2 of the best starters in Law, so having both is very, very strong.
Yeah. And, you mentioned going second. That's funny because a lot of people thought going first would be the preferred thing.
Yeah.
But going second does make sense in the way of you get to see an extra card.
Yeah.
On the draw, you have 2 extra Dawn to play with, which he did play the Jack, I do believe, and ended up ramping another Dawn, which I don't think he has on Onigashima.
No, that's pretty rough for Purple Kaido. So good like sight for Law. Though you can, as you said, you can ramp with this next turn. As long as it survives, you can use the attack for it. And using the Law to swing into Kaido, taking the damage, going down to 4. But yeah, I was trying to say earlier too, we've had probably a lot of more interesting leaders on stream. Obviously, first couple rounds, so pretty much everything's undefeated.
Yeah.
And but I would almost say the underdog has won every game, right? We've had we had Red Green Luffy, which isn't as popular, beat the Zoro, and we had Dofi beat the Usus Kid as well.
Yeah, which is nice. I think the underdog here is Law.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I would say inherently, yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on how Purple has a lot of deck building decisions on what matchups they want to really win against. And so if Law is the one that Peter wanted to win against, their 7-drop of King is like the best card in this deck. It's so strong in a lot of ways. All right, so going up to 5, you are able to attack with your 3-drop to potentially get some ramp there. You want 2 attacks anyways because you want to try to get rid of that Bonnie too. So we'll see how it is.
I'm just trying to take a peek at his hand here.
Sure.
Where
as he again just
every
folds it
single
away
time.
like
every single time.
every time.
Every single time. There's never fails. I think we have a 6-drop King.
Yeah.
We have a Blast Breath, and we have a 2-cost blocker.
Yeah, and Peter's using some interesting tech cards already. I do not recall the name, but
yeah, that I was trying to
it's a 5-drop. I think it has on KO you get to draw a card if I remember right. It's either ramp or draw, but I'm pretty sure it's ramp. But it doesn't matter. You're just gonna get rid of it to get the extra Dawn, which is nice there.
Why not?
And you could play another 3-drop if you wanted to and get like a potential double ramp. The only thing is you have to discard cards for the ramp, which is it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the Sasaki.
Yes, you're right. He looks like a Jack to me. I don't know why.
Both of them had like 3-drops in the star deck, and so both of them are, and then are again 3-drops in the main set. So
yeah. I think this is okay. I don't believe it's gonna be surviving this next turn.
No.
The blocker's gonna help, but it could be easily removed.
Yeah,
or
and this
can be Nico. Okay, never mind.
This is kind of I don't know. I won't say that I'm a Law expert. I'm still learning the deck in the sense of what I want to do with it. But in this matchup specifically, like it feels very wrong to take a lot of these like early like board swaps because like you won't get a full board and you'll never be able to use your leader effect.
Sure.
If you are just willy-nilly blocking or like using Bonnie so early, so there's something for them to remove, just with a swing.
Right.
And I think that's like one of the big benefits of Sasaki instead of Onigashima right now. Even though Oni I think is still generically better, being able to have like an additional swing is fantastic.
For sure. I'm surprised we haven't seen. Well, I guess he's at what 5 Dawn as the Kaido player. 6 Dawn, right?
I believe
think he's
they
at
went
6.
first and they've ramped once, so
Yes.
I believe they should be at I'm
I'm trying to think of like what is better. Do you want a 7-drop out that pops something, or do you want the Jack to stay on and kind of eat at your hand and have a somewhat board state, which you already know like one of these blockers are gonna go.
Yeah.
That's just gonna happen.
Yeah, it's just very tough right here because like I'm sure Eric's like how wide of a board do I want to go if I can get cleared very easily?
Sure. Yeah, not looking too great.
Yeah, because if you're looking at this board, you're like, there's a really solid chance that they have a way to get rid of it. I honestly like I wouldn't have like disliked like just playing the Law outright this turn to bounce the Nami back to hand to play like maybe Kiku. I think those both could have been just really solid plays for you get the Nami back for finding later. Sure, you don't get like the big ramp play of like playing Trafalgar for cheap, but you just do get to save the Nami and get that. But yeah, hard the Okiku out and playing the I don't know. I'm not a super big fan of this play, but we'll see if it pays off. Oh, they are playing the Yamato in the build, which is not super popular. Using the Bonnie to get the Zoro. Could have picked up the Jet Pistol, but finding more value in the Rush, especially with the Trafalgar Law in hand, that makes sense too. But I don't know. This board can be really punished if Peter has the right cards in hand.
Well, let's see if he actually does draw anything decent. I think the right cards will probably be, what, a 7-cost king?
Yeah.
The 10 cost is there,
Mm-hmm.
so we know that's going to come down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It just depends on what happens before or between that and now.
Yeah, I agree.
Which, of course, by the way, Stream Curse.
What?
He's hiding his hand.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah. Just gone.
we just won't know. Oh, here you go. Okay, we're back. So we're going to swing with...
this is not a webcam event. You can take your hand off screen whenever you want. So.
Yeah. We have a judge at the table, just in case anyone does wonder about that.
But yeah, I think it makes sense to... He does also have the removal in hand with the 6 cost, so you could get rid of the Yokiku and then...
That's probably the move, to be honest.
I think that's the play, because if they end up going wide next turn, and that 10-drop Kaido is such a punish for that.
Yeah.
And then you have 2 open for the Thunder Bagua that's in your hand too. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
You get the extra Dawn, which doesn't really do anything here.
Not really, because you're going to be a max Dawn next turn, right?
Oh, going up to 7, so like not needing the Bagua either. I think, does he have a Blast Breath in hand?
He did.
Okay.
He did.
Then
He's
that's
had that for a minute.
All right, so blocker, you just block whatever you want because you know it's going to die next turn with 10-drop. This is starting to get, even without Onigashima, I think the Sasaki's just gotten a lot of advantage by able to swing and pressure other cards on board, which is really nice.
I think it's funny because when you think about this 3-drop and as well as Jack, you're effectively saying like I want the copy of the best card in my deck, and it's also interesting of like some people who don't run that. Like I want the best copy. This is what I'm going to get. So that's probably what he's thinking here. Is like I am very glad that I have Sasaki in my deck because this would be a little different.
Yeah, and like you never really get even punished for running it because it's a 2K counter, and you got to do some, like, not deceiving, but like some like, oh, do I want to save this card right now? 100% Peter doesn't want it to live, but he can't just express say, oh yeah, just gone. I don't care about this anymore, because that shows to Eric there's a big boy Kaido coming out next turn, right?
He's like, I don't really care about right now. All I'm gonna do is to protect my life, which I'm at 4.
Yeah.
So
he's going for the board. Oh, this is gonna get so punished.
Yeah, it depends on what he commits to.
That's true.
It really depends what he commits to. Like, I'm not gonna say he's not a good law player, but I think perceptive law players will see this 10-drop coming and be like, okay, well, I'm just not going to commit too much. I'm just going to have the things that I need to play the following turn afterwards. And now I think this is good because now he's going to get this life for free.
Yeah.
Since he's just going to take it. He's like, you know what? I want cards in my hand. I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah. And like Thunder Bagua is going to help you ramp back up later, especially without the Onigashima on board. So like you have to be down to 2 or less life for that to start happening. But
yeah,
yeah,
there it goes.
Yep, there goes the board.
The least favorite of every Law player to see.
Yeah, only rivaled by an on-curve 7-drop king. Like
yes, which we didn't see that, unfortunately.
Yep. So 5K going on lead. 2 life is so scary because you can every turn can be lethal between as long as you have 7 or more Dawn as Kaido.
I mean, how do you deal with this though? What's the follow up here? Do you just build board and be like, okay,
you just have as many blockers as you can get. Like it's that Kaido is pretty much on the board for the rest of the game now.
Yes.
Law has
there's
no
literally,
way to get out of it.
Yeah, there's literally nothing you can do.
But I did like Eric's idea. Like worst case, if he knew the board was going to get cleared, he kept the Nami in hand, which is great at rebuilding hand and getting a wide board.
He kind of knew. He was like, you know what? If you do have it, then at least I have the Nami to reestablish my board. If you don't have it, I have my Zoro to get you a life, and I have my Law to protect me. So, I mean, it was a good play, especially with what he had in hand. I assumed that he didn't have that much in hand. I think, going face here too with the Zoro and as well as leader is probably not too big of a deal, or not too bad of an idea. But like you said, he needs blockers. He definitely needs stuff to actually put on board. There's a Zoro, like I said, he's just going to go face. Try to get some cards out of his hand. Not looking too amazing on Peter's side. We know we have the Blast Breath. We have another 10-drop.
So mean.
We have the Bagua, and we have this 1-cost, or this 1,000 counter.
Yeah.
Which he's probably deciding, like, okay, do I want a card in my hand, which he did take, or okay.
Oh, he's got a lot of a lot of counters.
A lot of counter, a lot of event here. Event sauce. Okay, yeah, just replay it, reswing.
All right. Well, if you took
Yeah.
Yep.
Eric's like, you know what? If I want to keep trying to poke and prod at you, just so I can see how much counter do you really have.
Yeah, and this is obviously again pretty scary for both players. They're both pretty low.
Yeah.
Both can start pressuring lethal in a lot of ways. 2 blockers for Eric is pretty strong.
That's good. That's really good.
Very good.
Well, 1 blocker is a little iffy. You kind of just lose to the 10-drop, or you just take a life, which is likely here. I think you take a life. You know, I think either, I think you just take a life. You can go 6 on leader or 7 even.
Yeah, you really don't care about this life just because like you're gonna have to take it anyways.
Yeah.
And it just means like their -7 really doesn't do anything anymore. So
I still think you put 1 Dawn underneath the leader here though, because even if they block with the Law, which is gonna happen here, he can swing with the 10.
Block.
Yeah, that was 1 easy card out of his hand, because I don't think Peter really has anything that is that valuable for the Dawn to be played here, because we saw it. He just has the event cards.
Yeah. So he's gonna play blocker for 4.
This is the Black Maria, I believe, right?
Yeah. And so like I think the only reason he didn't was because this was his turn, right? He wanted to play the blocker for 4. He wanted to keep 2 up for defense. And he just couldn't afford to put 1 underneath that leader.
Sure.
Which means like no matter where he swung, I think the results was pretty much the same. So
right. Yeah, looking pretty good for Law. You know. I think someone in the chat did mention that he didn't really put too much pressure early on Kaido for the life. And I think that's going to bite him in the butt if he doesn't close it out here.
That's always been my issue running the Law deck too, because you always want so much value, and it's always like if I hit their life early, it just gives them more cards to potentially get the 7-drop or something.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, that's probably one of the 7-drops right there.
Yeah.
Which didn't seem that way because he has like 3 event cards in hand. So
yeah,
you know.
So using the ISO to suspend the Maria or rest.
Rest the Black Maria here.
Yeah.
Which is 4 less for ISO, I believe, or ISO.
And I think Eric's got like 2 cards in hand, not a lot.
Yeah, not too much. Honestly, not too much.
All right, they're swinging to the Maria as well. And this is exactly. I don't know. This is why I think the matchup's so back and forth, because Kaido's really good at stopping big attacks, but not a lot of attacks.
True.
Law is really good at just having a lot of 5-6K attacks.
Yeah.
Potentially. Not as good as like Zoro and Luffy, but very good.
Right. The 5-drop Law kind of enables that. We have the leader effect that enables that. We have a Brooks here, which I think you play the Brooks first.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a lot of choices here. I think Zoro should have the 2 from the Brooks. We can't. Oh, yeah, we can. Okay, so you play the Brooks, give it to Zoro, you swing with 7, play the leader effect, and then play out 5-drop Luffy. Which I think he's going to.
Luffy in hand?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right, so 5K Nami. And so, again, like, this is why I'm saying, like, it doesn't matter it's 5K because at the end of the day, every one of these attacks requires some attention, and you run out.
Sure.
Purple runs out of cards in hand, I feel like, quicker than any other deck right now.
Yeah. I just don't know how he closes it out if he's taking life like this.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to have to 10-drop again, which I don't think he can because he's at, what?
I believe he'll be
7
at
on
8
or
next
6
turn.
on?
7 with the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there goes a Blast Breath.
Yeah, because if you want to bounce anything back, I guess it could be the ISO, but yeah, looking for 3 for another Zoro, another 6K swing,
Yeah.
and another Blast Breath.
Wow. Okay.
So
I mean, we kind of really knew that, right? We got the event
you just
cards
gained,
out.
like no Dawn this turn.
Yeah. Which is
And
kind
again-
of the downside of playing Blast Breath and all these other minus Dawn cards without Onigashima. Because you have no follow-up. This is it. This is not much you can do.
Yeah, and you would have loved to have been able to, if you were able to use your Bogwa earlier, and those Blast Breaths were instead 1K counters, you would have been in a way better spot because the
Definitely.
Blast Breaths, or not, the Thunder Bogwa, instead of going Dawn minus, you would have gone Dawn +1.
I think he's going 8 here to bait out the Law. And also really de-incentivize to protect the Zoro. And then he can swing maybe Nami. I don't think it's really beneficial for him to swing life.
Yeah, like, it's tempting, too, because you want to be able to close out the game, but...
Oh, he has another Zoro. I didn't even notice he had another Zoro.
Yeah, oh yeah, he played...
I
yeah.
didn't even notice.
They always have another Zoro. What do you mean?
Course. Of course.
Never a lack of them.
No. Yeah, there it goes. I mean, this is kind of good, but Kaido's at 1 life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he only has event cards, as I understand, and the 10-drop. He has
He's got
1K
some
counters. Yeah. All right. All right, let's see what he can do. 1 life kind of makes this easy, right?
It does, yeah. You
know-
have a lot of 5K swings.
Right.
You use a 2K counter, so you know that these are going to trade really well.
Already committing a lot of Dawn, though. That's my concern.
That's true.
That's a lot of Dawn committed. That's, what, 5 Dawn already? Which means it's telling Peter, like, hey, if I survive, I might have a chance.
Yeah, Thunder Bogwa, he should ramp for that,
Hopefully.
for Thunder Bogwa.
Yeah, hopefully. Because that is a 2 or less.
Yeah.
Right? 2 or less effects.
2 or less life, yeah, you get to add 1 rested.
Maybe not. Unless he only did 1. Unless we miscounted. Some people do that.
What do you mean, did 1?
You tap the 2, but you only... Oh, I guess not. Never
No,
mind.
no, not for something like this,
Yeah. Okay, never mind. I think they
Okay.
just missed it.
All right, 9K there. Yeah, I think you totally missed it, because that puts you up to 7 this next turn, which... Or no, way more. Yeah,
it puts you to 7.
That's a rough miss.
I mean, we can let them know, but it might be a little too late, and it also is at a point where they both accepted it.
Yeah.
So I think they might have caught it.
Oh yeah, I think the judges.
Yeah, I think they may have caught it.
He's got another one. Oh.
I think they may have told him, and then he's just
like, I missed. Yeah, it looks like he's just.
Yeah. I think they told him. Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, with 2 10 drops in hand, it wouldn't have gotten you to 10.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's not looking too hot for our hero.
No.
You can?
I don't know if Kaido's my hero. Whoa, that's a huge assumption.
Oh, yeah, I'm not really caught up with the lore, so.
It's so bonkers that like, oh, so you're gonna start at the beginning? Like, nah, Kaido's in the first set. Don't worry about it. He's there.
It's like 7 sagas down. It feels like.
Yeah. And then like set 3's like, all right, time to bring off the Usopp arc.
Great. Thanks, man.
Bellamy.
Yeah. Oh, there he goes. Yeah,
I think he's just scooping.
He's just gonna scoop out. I mean, which is understandable because, like, we saw his hand, didn't have anything here. Saw the last life there. Didn't see Onigashima. Did see the 3-drop, which helped a little bit.
Yeah.
But not seeing things on curve and not seeing the 7-drop. Not seeing the 7-drop was hard, man.
Yeah, it's very tough.
Yeah.
And like some people, like the 6-drop is better, like it's cheaper, and you're able to pop a bigger thing, right?
Right.
But like there's not like much of a disparity between like a 3 cost and a 4 cost right now.
Yeah.
As much. I think most cards are there's not a lot of 4 cost specific cards right now that only King can hit.
Yes.
Except for when you're playing as Crocodile. Sorry, Dofi. When you're playing as
Doflamingo.
Yeah, Dofi makes the exception to that.
For
but,
sure.
Yeah, almost always going wider is just like the better thing, but I don't know. It's tough. Kaido players have it tough on that deck build.
I feel like he just didn't draw well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, simply put, like he just didn't see the things. Law saw enough. I don't think he drew well either. I personally don't think so. But I think he should.
He started with Nami. I don't know. Like.
Yeah, he did. Never mind. He did see 2 Zoros. He did see Law. All right, he drew pretty good.
Yeah, he drew pretty good.
He drew pretty good. Never mind. He drew pretty good. We can get him over.
Yeah.
I can interview him.
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
And
yeah,
then-
I'll bring him over, and we'll
Yeah.
be back in just a minute for that.
For sure.
So,
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Cool.
Hey, so we're back. That was round 3. We have Eric here against the
Purple Kaido.
Yeah, how did I forget about that? you played it well.
Yeah.
The red green law. You ended up taking it, which is great.
Mhm.
How'd you feel seeing the Kaido come down? I feel
So-
like it's a weird matchup, right?
Yeah, no. When he told me he was playing Kaido, I was like, oh, okay, it's gonna be. I just hope he doesn't draw island.
Yeah.
So luckily he didn't get his island. And then when the 10 drop came out, I was like, all right, well, previous turn I was like, let me keep a couple like
Yeah.
blockers and stuff like that. If you
Sure,
saw.
sure. Yeah.
So I kept like low cost in my hand, and then then I just started swinging at his board just to like lower it, make him use his hand counters,
Fair.
and then
Okay.
we grinded it out.
That's so. Here's the thing. Like we were saying that he played the Sasaki, right?
Mhm.
So we played the Sasaki, and as soon as you saw that, you were like, he doesn't have island,
Yep.
right? Like he doesn't
Yep.
have island, and he kind of committed to that Sasaki by playing the 2 blockers.
Yep.
And when we were looking at his hand, I don't think he really had that many options. He had like a bunch of event cards. He had the 10 drop, like opening hand,
Mhm.
and then he had 6 drop, I think. 6 drop king. I'm pretty sure he did. So it kind of played in your favor.
Yep.
Right. So how do you play when it doesn't? Like if they have island, and you kind of have to deal with that every single turn. What does that look like?
So, honestly, with purple matchups, I think the best way to play it is play to your red advantage with the
Yeah.
rushes
Sure.
and go for board.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
for board, clear it out a little bit, make them force their hand counters, because once they start negging dons,
Yeah.
then it's gonna be tough for them to put out the big guys.
Yeah.
And then they don't have any little guys to block there.
Yeah.
And then you just go for life, and then you saw just doing baby swings at him just to
Yes.
to try and just keep that going, and then
That was actually very interesting because we saw you commit 3 Dawn on the Nami, and then 1 or something or 2 on them
2 on the Izzo.
Yes, and I was like, okay, he's committing 5 Dawn already. So I guess that was the thought process, just
Yep.
5s,
Yep.
just get the hands out.
Because once the first 5 went through and he had to use a 2K counter,
Yeah.
I already knew, like, he
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
have any small counters, so why
This is true.
swing for more? Why use more Dawn?
Exactly. Okay. So if he did do like a 1K counter, would you swing with the Izzo as well?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah,
Okay,
I would just
okay.
keep swinging. Just
For
keep
sure.
as
Okay.
long as he's losing cards in his hand,
Yeah.
I'm good for the next round because I
Yeah,
had
yeah.
the beige in my hand, so I had another blocker.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I could have blocked 2 attacks. Hopefully he doesn't put out a king.
Right, King's
You
the
know?
biggest thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
he just kind of didn't see what he needed to see, right?
Yeah.
Like, didn't see Island,
Yep.
didn't see
He had a pretty rough
Jack.
hand, and then his life
Yeah.
cards that I saw he was getting was
Yeah,
Not good.
it was rough. That's how it goes with Kaido, and with Law, I feel like has a really high ceiling. I've talked about it before in these last 2 rounds,
Mhm.
where Law and Dofi are kind of up there, where you have to have really good understanding of the deck, and you
Mhm.
have to have basically like you know your limits.
Yep.
You know what to do, and you kind of have to know what situations are being dealt to you, right?
Mhm, yeah.
So going into this and Treasure Cup, 500 plus people, right?
Mhm.
What was that? What you were thinking about when you chose Law?
honestly, I was playing Zoro for the longest time.
Okay.
And then I needed to kind of like switch it up just to see
Yeah.
just challenge myself a little bit.
Sure.
And so then I played Zoro against Law, and then Law was kind of like just frustrating me, and especially dragging the game on. So I was like, oh, let me understand his deck a little bit. So I started
Yeah.
playing it, and then I kind of like understand the nuances, and I like that I can use both like what's good with green and what's good with
Yeah,
red.
yeah.
And so it's like the best of both worlds.
For
you know?
sure, for sure. Okay, yeah, that's what I like about Law too. Plus, there's a lot of cool stuff. You can Law, Zoro. We saw you do that. Zoro, Law, Zoro, and
Yep.
then leader effect after that.
Yep.
There's a lot of cool stuff. Plus, Nami's broken, right? You can play
yeah,
Bonnie if you really wanted to.
Absolutely. I had such a good starting hand, honestly.
Yeah.
It was Nami, Bonnie, Chopper.
For sure.
Yeah, so
It just ended up just all the cards are on your table, which is
Yeah.
great. And do you play the A-Class Kid? We didn't see that. I don't think so.
when I was searching, it
Yeah.
came up, but
Oh, okay.
I play one. So
You play
I have,
one,
I
okay.
have one in the deck.
For
Just
sure.
to be annoying. It's
Yeah.
like it's a luxury card.
Yeah. It's one more,
Yeah.
right? So I think that's definitely something that like a lot of Law players are like in between of. Do I play
Yeah.
Law, or
Yeah.
do I play Kid, or do I not? Right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I put it in last minute last night, so
For sure.
yeah.
Well, it's cool. I mean, overall, it's a really good game. You saw what you needed. He kind of didn't, and I think you navigated pretty well. And
Appreciate that.
it was great. So anything you want to shout out? Anybody want to shout out? Anything else you want to say before we get off
Shout out
here?
my boy Alex, my girlfriend Corral.
Let's go.
This one's for you guys.
All right. All right. Well, let's we're gonna wait for round 4, right?
4, yep.
4 here. So good luck. Thank you
Appreciate
for
it. Thank you very
for
much
coming
for
down.
this.
yeah,
Thank you,
and
thank you.
we're gonna go into break.
Yep, awesome.
the Long Beach Treasure Cup here, hosted by Core TCG. Did we not? Were we not live?
You were muted.
I was muted. The one time I say it right, chat.
You actually did it right. That was actually crazy.
We're at Long Beach, Core's event for Treasure Cup. We've got a Luffy mirror. This is table 1. We haven't seen red Luffy all day. We've seen red-green Luffy, but not red. And
yes.
This was more of a bet that I lost for this event. So
yeah, we did. Yeah, we did tell him.
Yeah, so we have George Maniz playing. Oh, they're both playing red Luffy, but
yes.
He needed a deck, and I had my red Luffy on me, and so
literally gave it to him, and we said if you go undefeated by round 4, we'll put you on stream.
So here we are. We're sorry that you guys are paying the cost for our bet.
I mean, all technicalities, this is still what we would do. It's literally table 1.
It's table 1. They're undefeated, so it's not.
And we haven't had a red Luffy.
We have not.
So
they'll be full up in the top 16. So don't get me wrong, but like, still new here. So
sure. Okay, let's just get into the game.
What a mistake unmuting my mic. What are you thinking?
I'm saying, man.
All right. So yeah, we got George on the left, and winning the dice roll for this match, I think, is really important. He did the thing. Oh my gosh.
What do you forget?
He forgot he can't attack turn 1 like a.
He does it every single time.
No, I know he does it every time.
Yeah,
we were playtesting. That was the other second of the bet. Like, he was told that if he gets on stream, he will try to attack turn 1 to get the judge to give him a warning. So
yeah,
already in hot water.
2 more and he's out. 2 more and he's out. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
3 strikes.
We should have not let. We should have put the alternate name.
Honestly,
yeah.
Sure.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
I try to tell you. This is actually something I do.
Yeah.
I do this all the time because if you don't have anything to do, you just swing face.
Yeah. He's using the Dawn to his max efficiency.
Exactly.
8k attacks.
Yeah. Don't need a 1 cost event card. Okay, we're just playing. We're just playing here, huh?
6k.
Using leader effect to go to 6.
Going down already.
Going to 3. I'm actually interested to see what George's hand looks like.
Yeah, I am too, which means he's definitely going to hide it. Oh, there's a Nami right off time.
Yep, and he's definitely hiding it. Probably going to play the Nami, though.
You got reactions, baby.
Yeah. Wow.
5
wow,
Luffy
okay.
effect, swing at Zoro, so this is 7 on 5.
This is correct. And, we have a Ben.
You do, yeah.
How do you feel about Ben, actually?
It's fine.
Yeah?
It's a 2 of George's deck right now, so
okay.
I think it's a solid card.
That should answer my questions then, huh?
Yeah, but yeah, it's just really unfortunate because George just couldn't establish a board on these first turn. Going first with Luffy's normally the play. Love playing Nico Robin, or even a Beppo if needed. It wouldn't have done a lot in this turn specifically, but
sure.
No board is rough. So it's just a 6k there. Presumably, getting out of it with a Trafalgar Law.
Perfectly fine.
Zoro number 2, another
and
6k going.
Probably going another 6. Oh,
7, 8.
That's good. That's a good number right there.
It's like that's pretty good.
And I don't think George has the. Okay.
You are wrong.
I am
you
very
are straight wrong.
We have perfect knowledge, and I'm still wrong.
Yeah, you're still.
How did I do that?
You're looking at his hand. He's like, "No, it's not there."
Never mind. This is the 3.
That's a lot of jet pistols.
Why would you?
Why would you run 3?
No. I mean, never mind. I was talking to the card gods.
Yeah.
Why would you give them 3?
I think, like you.
I feel like you just use them.
Man, if we originally thought that Brandon was playing Usa's Kid before he sat down.
Yeah.
And like this is a great hand against Kid, but against specifically this.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, there you go. Now you don't have to use Jet Pistol. You have another body on board, which is good.
Yep.
Here's another 6.
7k swings to make sure that if for some reason Brandon's playing Jet Pistol.
For some reason. Oh, right. For some reason. Okay.
So I think, obviously George has the board advantage here. Oh, getting out of it too with a 2 1k counters. And I'm pretty sure Brandon maybe doesn't have the hand advantage anymore with those 2 counters. So
right. Also, Ben Ferris is in the chat.
Oh, nice.
Saying he hates George's life setup.
Oh, yeah. Here's the thing. He's a righty. I've asked him this. He's not a lefty.
Yeah.
But he plays like a lefty. I don't know if it's just like some kind of like Canadian
mental thing.
Like,
I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know.
But I mean, he's 3-0 so far. Something's working.
Yeah, something's
definitely
there.
not my deck though. It's definitely not my deck carrying the entire tournament. So.
Well, listen.
Oh, I love table pointing math.
I know.
All right, 8k.
Does get old.
There's
Uda.
He's
Here we
doing
go.
such a good job at like saying I have counter power.
Do I do it? Do I do it? There you go. There's another
Oh,
Zoro coming
number
out.
3.
Jeez, man. These guys are just.
Here's the thing.
What's the shuffle algorithm going on down there, huh?
What?
What's going on there? Oh wow, he cleared both.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize.
He's got no counters in hand. Like,
yeah,
I think the play right now is Uta to maybe pick up a Nami to play the Nami, but again,
yeah,
you got
to fix your hand a little bit.
There's no way there's a 4th. Oh, it's a Beppo. Okay, Beppo's good. Beppo's
Yeah.
a solid card.
I think we do that. I think we do Ota.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, you Uta, Jet Pistol, and then you still have 1 for Nami.
Yeah. Go into Nami, just fix your hand just for a second. Yeah, there goes the Jet Pistol.
Yeah, because
I think there's some merit just to swing into it first, though, right? Just get a card out of his hand.
Yeah,
Right.
but here's the thing.
Like who cares about his life? You're gonna take care of that life sometime or another. You're
I think
up
he
on
needs
life.
to-
You're fine.
He needs to pressure that life. Oh, and not deciding to. Okay, he used the leader effect. So Uta using that, probably finding Nami. Yep, finding the Nami.
Yeah, I got the Nami.
Playing the Nami, look top 5 to find Jet Pistol number 4, no doubt.
We got Otama. We got the
2K counter is probably what you'd get.
Yeah, I think Otama is probably the best here.
No, you can't get that. You can get the Luffy.
Oh,
promo.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're looking at Nami. Interesting.
That's what I'd get.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a 2K? That's the
It's
tournament
2K,
pack, right?
yeah, it's the tournament
That's
pack
tournament
one,
pack.
yeah,
Okay.
Nico
I keep
probably,
thinking
like,
it's the other one that has
Yeah.
the alt art.
Yeah, Nico does nothing here, especially with 2 pistols in hand.
In this matchup, for sure, it doesn't. And just in general, yeah.
And here's the thing, like, yeah, George is at 3 life, but Brandon's used like 3 or 4 of his rush cards, right?
Yeah, there's
He
there's
does
those shanks that
Yeah.
might come down, right? There
There's
might.
Luffy promo that's obviously in hand right now.
Yeah,
too,
we see that.
which is
That's
obnoxious
probably
7K,
yeah,
but-
it's probably gonna come down. But we definitely have those red pistols.
Yeah. So he knows you got a 2K in hand, so you're probably gonna use it.
Yeah.
Oh, but like he's
Is it? Are we supposed to be swinging 5 and 7? There's a lot of 6s here in this Luffy.
yeah, but I think it's
Matchup.
to yeah, I don't know. Yeah, with
Here we go.
a 6 when you know that your opponent just added a 2K to hand
Sure.
is a little rough.
And he did the Eggman. He picked up the card, so
Yeah, that's true.
that's tough. Oh, we saw another Luffy there. You saw that?
I did.
5 drop. So. Wow.
Alright, 2
2
Tonys.
blockers. Still can get around it with the Luffy,
Yep,
which
you
I do
have-
believe he's in his hand. I think that's the play.
He's had Jambe in hand for the entire game.
Uh,
If he finds like a Trafalgar Low or like an Otama to get rid of that, you're in a good spot.
yeah.
He didn't, but
I just well,
I really wonder if you try to just pressure the Luffy though.
big possibility.
Oh yeah, and going up to 10.
Yep.
I mean, jet pistoling a Tony right now
Isn't the
Isn't-
worst idea?
isn't the worst thing, no.
Okay.
because you get quite a few swings on board. You're at 2 life, and okay, he's got.
Not looking too hot. Not looking too hot.
It could go either way.
Yeah, I think so too. I actually think so too. And we're less than 15 minutes into this game.
Oh, I know.
and we're almost to the end of
we're
it.
always behind the real time because we started a little bit late just setting up.
But even then,
Even then, like it's
it's
on.
maybe 4-minute difference,
yeah,
if
minute
that.
11. Yeah,
And they're just
but they're on like minute 8.
yeah.
All right,
there it
getting
goes.
rid of
Yep.
Tony.
There it is. There it is.
And now do you make the decision of trying to just? I think you poke because if you get them down to 0 life, you win the next turn because you're able to. Yeah, because if you're able to get down to if you're able to get them down to 0, you can just he's got Jambe in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was swinging life there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then 5K
Into
yeah,
lead.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. You're never gonna have enough time to get that to have value. So
Yeah.
all right.
I'm still a little effy about this, but I mean, I think he is putting himself into a more winning position
He is.
rather than him worrying about trying to survive.
I mean, he needs to get 3 attacks out, which can happen.
Oh
but-
no, that's definitely gonna happen. I feel like
but
that's definitely
George
gonna happen.
has a good amount of counters in hand.
Yes.
So swinging into, my guess, oh yeah, you've got 3 2Ks in hand. You're in a really good spot.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he's swinging into. Okay, doesn't matter. He's
Does
either
it?
Uta or leader.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Not Nami. Right, 5 for Luffy.
Sure.
Swinging into.
That was a third attack that I was pretty confident that they're gonna use. Don't think he's gonna be playing anything else here.
He could play another Luffy if he wants.
Does he have 5 open?
Yeah, he has 5 open.
Oh, okay.
And he didn't attach any Dawn to it either. So.
Yeah, he hasn't used his Sanji in hand.
Oh, it's on leader.
Wow. Okay. I think he's just trying to go for it.
I think. Okay. Here's the thing. You can know, like worst case, what amount of Dawn they can hit you with. So you have one more card right now.
Sure.
So I would like what's worst case, right? They play 5-drop Luffy and they make it a 7K. You can get out of 7K. But
Sure.
Deciding.
I think you do take the 1 though.
I think you take the 1 because then
one.
they won't attack your Uta, which is your way to victory next turn.
And this is also like banking on the fact that you might draw into a rush card, which he doesn't have one in hand.
Yeah, exactly.
So and now he can swing board.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so, like,
that was that was the wrong play. That was the wrong play, unfortunately.
But Nami can get there.
It's an option.
Uta would have been way better.
Oh yeah, so much better. So much better. It really depends on what his draw here. Maybe he draws into a Nami. That is not the case. He could probably play the Sanji and take a life. I know that's a kind of a degenerate. That's what I was saying. I think that's a degenerate play. I think that is a degenerate play. But what else does he have here?
I think you do math and you see if your numbers can beat his numbers. That's it.
For what?
Point.
For leader and Nami?
Yeah.
You don't have very many options then. You literally there's no math here. It's more of just like you put enough on Nami and that's it.
Yeah.
You mess up the Nami swing, or if he has enough, it's a wrap.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, that's what I was saying. Like
That's why, 100%. Like you let that last life live because with as many 2Ks as he had in hand.
And then you survive. You let the.
And then if they attack into the Uta, you still have the counters to get out.
Right. Exactly.
That's the only mistake I've seen from.
Yeah. And we obviously have perfect knowledge. He only has 2K in his hand, right?
No, he's got 4K in hand.
Oh, the left. Oh, that's the tournament pack, right?
Yeah, that's tournament.
Every single time. Every time.
I think Brandon's got this one.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So this is a 9K?
Yes. That's a 9K.
9K on lead?
Yes. Which you can't get out of.
Yeah.
You just can't get out of.
Yeah, and then you got an 8K swing. Yeah, playing the Tony just for funsies.
I mean, hey. Jet Pistol into life, right? Jet Pistol life, you get rid of 1, and there it is.
There's the exact 8.
There it is.
And that is it.
Yeah. Yeah, that one play. That one play.
That's how tight this game is right now. Like
it is.
And especially like the mirror match as it is. Like there's so much back and forth and
for sure.
Very, very strong. So, I mean, you do have to do 2 swings, but, I mean, both of them, Make sure everything's a 7K for the 4th Jet Pistol is in there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Highly unlikely. And also, those who are wondering which Treasure Cup this is, it is in the title. This is Long Beach, California.
Why taking the damage? You could have blocked that, and then, like, now you can just freely,
Now you can't block it. I think he was just thinking, like, just no point.
I think
there's no point. I
don't think there's any way he doesn't die that.
Yeah. All right, well, the run continues as X1 for George.
As I said, Red Luffy's going to win this, so...
Yeah, I mean, highly likely here.
Yeah.
now we have another undefeated, so...
Yeah.
All right, well, I believe with that one, that is a wrap for us, at least for round 4. We can probably get our boy
Brandon
here, right?
Let's get Brandon over here.
And then we can talk about the mirror match. We have 20-something minutes.
Builds too, because he's got a lot of vanillas in there.
Yeah, the Ben Backmans. I do want to hear about that. So you're gonna be the one, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no doubt about that one.
Yeah.
All right, let me go grab him, and we'll be right back. All right.
We'll be right back. All right, I am joined with Brandon here, who just got that tight mirror match in the bag. How do you feel about that game?
It was really scary because early game I didn't have that many counters, so if he was going full face, then I definitely would have been taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, because you drew 3 Zoros and he drew 3 jet pistols, right?
Yep.
And it was just like this weird thing, like neither of you can really. You can poke and you can pop the pokes, but like...
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm getting a swing in, and he has to spend the Dawn to get rid of it. Yeah.
So I think that... But still, even at the end, like, it was really close on the map.
Yeah,
too.
I was scared. I was just like, he's got to swing for 10 2 times for me to be terrified.
Yeah.
But I had the 2K and the 2 1Ks for the 9. So
for sure. And we get to see the hands a little bit. We were looking at your build. You play a lot of the skill-less promo cards in your build. If you don't mind saying your spice and all, what's your thoughts on running those on top of other cards, I guess?
Okay, you mean like the film?
Yeah, like all the film promos with no skills. Yeah.
So I like running a huge top end because I'm super greedy, and then if they're playing defensively, which a lot of I was kind of planning on going into a lot of kids.
Yeah.
But I ended up fighting a bunch of Kaidos. So you just played regular and you win.
Yeah, for sure.
But against the kid player, he played slow enough to where I just drop 8-cost Shanks.
Yeah.
And the 8-cost Shanks is also there if I happen to fight a blue player.
Yeah.
Then you can't deal with the 8-cost. Yeah, it's just a free swing, and he's like massive, so they have to swing try to finish me around it, which usually ends up letting me win.
For sure, and I think a good chunk of the meta is what is your answer to 8-drop kid, right? And yours is just like I'm just gonna play a big boy and attack over it.
I'm gonna try to play as many big cards as I can before he comes out, basically.
Sure. Yeah.
Which the Ben Beckman definitely, he always comes out before kid, so he answers that.
And we saw that in one of the matches early on stream too, where Blue was playing against Usta's kid, and was able to get out their Virgo and then their Draco Mihawk before anything, and it's just like it was just steamroll from there.
Yeah. It's very hard for him to come back from there.
For sure.
Yeah, because I view 8-cost kid as like a game sealer.
Yeah.
He's not like a comeback mechanic.
No.
He can be, but it's very rare.
He's like a delay.
Yeah. He's there. There's specific scenarios, but the thing I'm scared of most is when kid players pick up that they can face race me.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Because as soon as they drop 7-cost kid, I'm like stuck in the mud. 8-cost kid is fine because I have all those big vanillas. I'll just keep swinging for free every turn. But 7-cost kid is completely in their control. I can't get rid of it. I have to use Otama pistol. So the more kids that just start swinging my face, I get scared.
Yeah.
But when they play reserved, then I get to just start dropping big minions and tempo up.
For sure. Well, cool. Well, I really appreciate you sitting down and talking with us. Congrats on your win there. Big fan of Red Luffy myself, so happy to see it's continuous undefeated. And any shout-outs before we go?
Orange Samurai ID.
Yeah, I think he's in chat too, so Orange Samurai, thank you. And I think that'll be it. So we're going to take a quick break. We've got, I think, 10 minutes left in round. You guys were pretty speedy for this one, so probably more like a 15, 20-minute break, and then we'll be back with round number 5. So
thank you for having me.
Then.
All right, so we're back right into another round. I believe this is round 5.
Yep,
Five,
sure is.
5. We do have a new match. Not exactly new leaders,
No.
but we do have Blue Dofi by Matthew, and as well as Red Green Law, which we saw earlier.
Yeah,
but
we've seen both play. Both won, I think,
Yeah,
kind of an
yeah.
underdog matchup for both. It was
yes.
Kaido versus Law, and Law got that one, which can be tough.
Mhm.
And then Dofi versus Usa's Kid, which they were able to overcome, like the 8-drop Kid, and get around that too, which is normally
Yes.
like the crutch for Blue having a good time. So
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out what kind of things that Dofi can navigate around with Law, because there's a lot of stuff
Yeah.
that Law can throw at him. But I think they are just about ready.
Yeah.
I think
we're gonna send it on over.
we're good.
Who wins this? I'm gonna put you on the spot. Who wins this matchup? You think?
That is tough. A good Dofi player can definitely win this matchup, but he has to play everything on curve, just like we saw before. And a good Law player will just draw better. So I know
And it really depends on the removal that Dofi has, because some of them
Yes.
play the Jinbei. Jinbei, the bottom deck of card, is really strong in this matchup,
yes.
and both decks generate a lot of end game momentum as well, and card advantage. So
Right. So I was what I was mentioning on curve. If Dofi plays the bigger boys like later on, he sees every big boy. I don't think Law really has an answer for those,
No.
because he's just either got to waste his blockers for it or just take the life early on and or later on. And yeah, that's just gonna be detrimental. Even if
Yeah.
he plays out the 8-drops Kid, doesn't really matter. The Vigar. Vigar. Why did I say Vigar? That's a different thing. The big boy, and as well as Mihawk, can kind of answer that pretty easily.
yeah, so I think so. There's a lot of ways to play Law. There's a lot of ways to build it, to play it.
Yeah.
In general, like in this matchup, like Bonnie on turn 1 seems good. Sometimes it's bad if you're playing against something that can get rid of it.
Sure.
But in this hand specifically, Blues has very little cards to get rid of that Bonnie that's just sitting there. And if you get rid of it, it goes back to hand more times than not. too.
That's what I was
So-
saying. I was like, most of the things of quote unquote, you can't see my fingers. Getting rid of it is gonna be back to hand. Which okay, yeah, give it
Oh
back
no,
to hand.
you put my Rush Zoro back to hand. What am I gonna do? Pay
Yeah.
3 and attack with it again next turn?
Pretty much everything in Law, it prefers to be back in hand anyway. Like, okay, I'm gonna Tama. Okay, I'm gonna Gordon or not Gordon. Usopp? No. Brooke. There he goes. It was a red card somewhere.
Yeah. I picked up on the wavelengths.
Yeah. So all the above is just perfectly fine for Law to get back.
Yeah, Mo, you have so many on-play abilities that you get to proc again. A lot of them are cheap, so you're not even like behind on Dawn, and some of them you just don't want on board after you do their on-play because they have a better counter. So
Mm-hmm. I think Proto's a 2K, right? So you can just swing into this
you can, yes.
Bonnie pretty
Yeah.
easily, and that's just gonna be a big L. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 1K?
As a 2K.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I keep thinking of Momo. Momo's a 0K and Bonnie's the 1K.
Yeah.
Bonnie got the buff.
Yeah, Bonnie, like,
So much better.
yeah, there's no reason that Momo should be.
no
But
reason.
we got a really good start here for Matthew. So it's
Yeah.
blink and you miss it. So the Dofi attack, use the effect of Dofi, look at the top card of your deck, which is Martial Deteach. You
Mhm.
use the effect of the Martial Deteach to bounce the blocker back to hand, which means that the 7K is going right into Bonnie. And unless you want to counter 7K back, it is out of there.
It sounds like you just like rattled all of that off. It was
I've been
it's
playing
like
this
bars,
game.
man.
I've been trying.
Yeah, I see that now.
It's
I see
I don't
that
know what
now.
to say. Like I'm not. I didn't just like stumble here.
No, I certainly hope not. He's gonna play a Zoro, I think here. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, and just get rid of it. Yeah, that's fine.
So Otama. So this is a 5 on a 2 because of Otama effect.
Sure.
And I think that's using the Otama for better like Dawn management. And again, like you're not as worried in this matchup specifically about playing your 1-drops early because they don't inherently have a lot of good ways to get rid of them.
Yeah.
Doing a play like this against something like Kaido or even Luffy could just be pretty disastrous depending on what in their hand. But yeah, you're fine against Blue. All right, and this is the 6 Dawn turn, and it's going to really depend on. You really have to know what your plays are for the next turns, right? And that's the whole thing for Dofi. That's why it's so difficult to believe, because sometimes you have a really good play from something in hand to interact with board, but then that just means you screw up your top deck order going on, right? Like, and you can't fix it again.
Right, and talking about top deck, the 3 cards in his hand, or the 3 boas, those should be in deck or top deck.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel great to pay 4 for boa, even though I mean she's still pretty good.
You still do it, yeah, but
you still do it. It's just a lot worse than 1, which technically is 2 because you put a non there. But
Yep, I'm
after
counting.
two. Okay.
Now.
Yeah, all right.
How does 3 compare?
Still not that great.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
Still not that great.
4?
To one. Definitely not. Good. I feel like that is the base.
5 is too much.
Yes.
5 or red at.
Yes. I think we are swinging. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so attacked
just
into
took
the
it out.
Zoro, blocked with the beige.
Yeah.
Beige. However, I'm going to say it different every single
Beige.
time for the rest of the stream.
I've decided on beige.
Beige.
Yeah, unfortunately. I think Law's in a pretty good spot. Seeing the 5/7 come down on Dofi's side would be a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is just a bigger threat than anything else that Matthew has put out. This Boa, which doesn't have a Dawn underneath, I don't think.
No, and they might have too many cards in hand, which is really funny when you play blue, where you want to have low hand cost for some of your effects, and sometimes you don't have enough cards in hand to get out of an attack, which means you just draw one more, which makes it even harder. Like it's very funny.
I mean that sort of incentivizes you to kind of play your hand, right?
Yeah.
And to play it right. Like if you don't play it right, or at least like based on what you've been given, then it doesn't feel great. And that bow's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. But
As soon as it's on the screen, it's gone.
Surely there could be another one in hand or something. But
yeah.
a very passive play from Alexis though, being.
I mean, he doesn't have that many cards in hand though.
Not a lot of cards in hand, and just using the cards on board to attack as it is. So. They used. Oh, sorry. They didn't block it. Sorry, they played the jet pistol. We missed it. My apologies.
Yeah. It's in the trash here. We do have another jet pistol in hand, and as well as an Otama.
Yeah.
Looks like Matthew's going for 7, and most likely using the leader effect? Question mark.
No.
I think he's just going 7 then, huh?
Man, you're being really aggressive with keeping the Zoro alive. You just
I don't
discarded
think
2 more cards for it.
Diminishing returns on that one.
Yeah, it's starting to get away from you. You do have 4 cards in life though as Law, so that's solid.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, you want to use your life as a resource, but at a certain point, you're gonna let Dofi get a board state, and it's just not gonna be all that advantageous.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be trying to scramble to get your own board state so you can use your leader effect, but at that time you're gonna have like 1 or 2 life, and it's not gonna feel great.
I appreciate the egg terminology here. That really.
Did I actually do that?
Scramble, yeah.
Oh, dang it! I was trying to avoid that.
Yeah, I know you do. You're trying to egg void. Oh, another pistol. Oh man.
I mean, we saw the second one, right? We saw the other one. That's no big deal. It is a bummer because he doesn't get the draw, which he's not gonna get the draw anyway.
Yeah.
But that blocker is gonna at least be a little useful against this 8K swing from Zoro.
And you would have been able to draw a card, but all right. So Desert Spada. Look at the top 3. Oh, Virgo's in there.
Yeah, we
That's
saw
kinda nice.
the Perona, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, you got a pretty chunky hand too as Dofi, so you're gonna get out of this pretty okay.
Yeah, and he's playing the Pacifistas. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
Or is that the Kuma?
It's the Kuma. I don't think we've seen a Pacifista in deck or on board. Though,
Yeah. So we have a Dofi blocker, we have the 5/7, and we have the Perona. I think you place because the next draw. This is basically what his next draw is, right? Start of turn. This is the next thing you're gonna be doing. I guess he played the blocker, I believe. I think he put the blocker down, which is fine. You can play the blocker out, get the 3 on top, and then decide from there.
Yeah, it's just a 7K loss swing again, going down to 2 life as Dofi, but
yeah, I think you draw into the 5/7, and then you play with the leader effect for the
yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot you could be doing.
Yeah.
I think I didn't see the 3rd card, but I definitely think the
it's a Perona.
Perona. Okay,
Yeah,
then you definitely
Perona.
play Dofi for free off leader. And something that's really good about this leader is that you're rewarded for having like a big leader swing a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, but deciding not to use it. Okay, so he must have changed up his...
He needs to use it though. At this point, like you need to swing the game a little bit. He's not gonna play another bow, is he? Oh, okay.
Wait, could he could?
Oh no, don't play another boa.
All right, he's.
Oh, that's a gecko.
No, he is.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, he
got
played
him.
another boa.
Got him.
He
But
played
no
another
Dawn underneath that,
boa.
so no draw.
Yeah,
that's
I
the
mean,
thing
he's
with
not
Boa
gonna
too.
get it,
Like
yeah.
Boa is so tricky to keep your top decks the way you want.
Yeah.
Because you could either play into drawing a card with it and then they blow it up with Jet Jet Gumpit. Like you're just like, oh, what am I gonna do with it? And then additionally, you could do that and just end up not drawing.
Yeah.
Like it's just there's just so much you could do.
Totally.
All right, so 2 cards in Alexis's hand.
Yeah, which I think we know is a jet pistol. I don't know if did he use the other one?
Oh, it's 2
okay.
Luffys.
2 Luffys, yeah. The 3-drop Luffy, which the 2K counter, right? And then the non-blocker.
All right, and
Luffy.
they block with the bear. No cards coming down out of hand.
Which is unfortunate. I think he has a gecko, two boys in flamingo wear. And then the big flamingo.
I know that Alexis isn't like getting the card draw that they want, but I think it's, especially in this matchup when you know that you're not going to die very quickly, you can definitely afford to play like the long greedy game.
Yeah.
Because even though Matthew's only at 1 life, you are getting, you know, a lot of returns with all of this defensive stuff you're able to drop these next couple turns.
Sure.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Alexis to get one of his leader procs to happen.
I don't think he's gonna do it. I don't think that's gonna happen.
There's just
I think he plays the big. Okay, I'm just wrong every time.
You sure are.
I'm not much of a Dofi player, to be honest. That's showing. That's very much showing. My thought process is like you can go 6 or 7 on the Luffy. He lets it die, and then you can decide if you want to commit to this this blocker, or if you can just put down the 7-drop, which I think he's gonna put down the 7-drop anyway.
All right.
Okay.
So,
sure.
No, so he's gonna attack with this, so he draws the card to add the pacifist. So
okay, 6 to 6, right?
And then he's gonna use his leader effect to attack and play the Bartholomew from the top of his deck.
Okay.
So that means that he just has a target for the Kuma if they decide to KO it.
Okay. Not to mention that this is a little bit better in swinging the game for his board state anyway. So. Because he only has one, like Alexis has 1 card. He has an Otama on board. Who cares? The worst he can do is put all his Dawn under his leader or play a Luffy or something like that. And I don't think either one of those is going to be too big with the Dofi blocker on.
All right, so just deciding to not do the effect of the leader, sorry, and
You almost had it.
I was dancing around.
We were getting to it.
Man, this is when the 3 hours of sleep, being at the venue since 6
here's the
a.m.
Johns.
kind of kicks in. Yeah.
Here's the Johns.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to try to play like another 3-drop. I think the only issue with doing that play with the leader was that he had 3 Dawn open and just didn't have anything with it. And that's been my main issue with this leader is that there's just so many awkward Dawn turns where you want to do what you like. There's so much you could do, but you can't. But I'm still really surprised he didn't do leader into 3-drop blocker because that would use all your Dawn. You get 2 bodies out. One's a blocker. You have a second blocker out, and if they try to get rid of your 5K, you get the.
And I don't think it's all that beneficial to have this Dawn open anyway.
No.
Like he has literally nothing that actually helps.
Yeah.
So
Unless
like
he wants to play the 2-drop Elvita for a potential another swing next turn. Yeah.
Maybe.
It's done.
That's a big maybe.
That's a big no.
Okay, never mind. That's a big no. All right, well, Lex is back on the play with a Killer, Otama, and Luffy.
Yeah,
which,
you get to 4 cards, but man,
literally nothing. Well,
yeah,
you can Otama, but it doesn't really do anything because he's gonna block it. You can Otama the Boa. That's pretty much it. And that way you can have Killer to come down.
And then you draw a card, but
you
then
draw
you have
a card.
less cards.
Yeah, it's not looking good. But this is what I was saying. Like Dofi had the opportunity to create a new board state. Get some more cards in hand, which he had pretty good amount of cards anyway. And Alexis is going to use his life as a resource, but it's going to be too late to... Yep, this is exactly what I was saying.
Yep.
You're playing your hand. You're playing your hand. That's all you can really do.
You're terrible, uninteractable.
Oh, yeah.
Bad time, fun hand. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
So
I mean,
this is...
what was that, 3?
4 to 3 right now.
Interesting numbers.
And I think it just means that if you decide to block with the Dofi, you can attack over it too.
Yeah.
But like again, Matthew's got a bunch of cards in hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard. Which he used that is 4 to 3. Never mind. I was gonna say it's like there's.
And get the. Yeah, I got the block because the bow is just a bigger blocker at the end of the day. So.
You just keep that. Plus, it gains you a little bit of advantage.
I hate this play.
Yeah, but what else is he gonna do?
I know. It just feels so bad.
Literally nothing. There's literally
it just feels
nothing
so bad because like
you need to do.
if you're using killer, I mean, you get out of an attack, you gotta draw a card, but like you're just delaying.
Yeah, but look at his hand. So.
His one hand.
Is there? That's what I'm saying.
One card per hand.
Yeah. Alright. Gecko's at 4K, right? So
5K.
5K? Oh yeah, he is
This
a
is
5K.
a good card.
Yeah, he's good. I thought that's what the little nerf was. You know, I thought that's the tiny little nerf that Gecko gets.
Blue in general just had like doesn't have rush, so like it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's just nerfed as a color.
Bit of a trade-off, I guess, but not really.
All right, looking top 5 with the Dofi there.
So that's a Desert Spada on the right? Or no, that's not.
Yeah, so
I can't even
he's
see it.
assigning the order.
Yeah.
Double checking the order.
Sure.
So
That
there's
is the
Kuma.
Kuma?
There is a Marshall D Teach, which, I mean,
You don't really want to use
you
that.
never want. Yeah, against the. As funny as it is, you want those Otamas on board.
Yeah. Well. I think this is fine
Yeah.
as he has it, unless he shuffles it again.
Yeah. Sure.
There
Sure
it
did.
goes. There it goes. All right.
Man, I gotta say, like,
What's up?
big props to you for these hand cams. Like these were.
Oh yeah.
These are like last minute additions, but I can't imagine what the commentary would be
If we didn't
those
have
weren't
it.
there. Like,
Oh.
I'm sure he's looking at something good. Like,
Yeah, man. I with this new setup, I got the hand cams and never look back.
yeah, they are a big ad.
For sure.
So you use the boa to draw, and this is something I really like from Matthew's play that I don't see a lot for a lot of Dofis.
Yeah.
Is that the boa effect is both on block and on attack, and so a lot of them just say, "Oh, I gotta use." Like a lot of players think blockers can only block. They're very afraid to attack with them, but if you attack with them and they attack into it later, it's still a blocker. So.
That's true.
It redirects the attack. So
I mean, yeah, it's still a blocker because I mean, that's the concept for any character card,
Yeah.
right? Except for certain matchups where Kid play X Drake or Luffy or Red just plays a jet pistol and just kind of invalidates any kind of the swing, but it's still good. It's still doing something because they're committing resources or an attack for something that you already got something out of.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to attack with your 5-drop blockers unless like you have like
Yeah,
one life. But like
Yeah.
be wary, but
Just
again,
understand
if they
that is
spend
an
a
option.
resource to attack into
Right.
it, which was a attack you'd probably want to block with anyways.
That's
you,
fine.
You got net +1 attack.
Right. It is a little scary, I will say, but he does have 2 blockers. If he didn't have the 2 blockers, obviously don't swing with it because he's only at 1 life. At any point, you can run into two Zoros or 2 Luffys and then not have counter power in your hand.
Yeah. Oh, there is the 8-drop, which those are 2 really good cards to just happen to get. But man, it is definitely up Hillsville.
Yeah, I totally agree. But this is similar to what we were talking about before, right? Where you can play out an 8-cost kid, but if your hand is not looking hot, like there's not much difference. There's not much value that you're getting out of it. Because now he has the block.
Yeah.
Or
So
now-
he has 5 or less in hand. Yep. Draw. And now
We saw his hand. It wasn't great before. It still isn't great. He has a 2-cost or 2K.
at that point, like I would stop blocking, like stop countering out of it. I mean, I guess it just stops the turn, but like discarding a card is still just so rough.
And I think he has just enough for another 8K swing, which is not great because he doesn't have a 1K.
Yeah, I guess at that point too. Like, there's 2 blockers for Matthew, but yeah, there it is.
Yep, 2 blockers, 1 life. The 8-cost kid is gone. Literally haven't procced off his leader effects this whole game, right?
No, not once.
You play the Bonnie. There's no.
Yeah,
There's literally no. You have to find something.
Yeah. And then
Laws
you can
here, which is
law to
nice.
Find it again. That's a whiff. That's a hit. That's the X-Ray is actually a really good hit.
Yeah, X-Ray looks good.
I like
X-Ray is
Alexis's
such
build.
good. Huh?
I like Alexis' build. He's got a lot of
For sure.
supernovas.
I just wish he just had more cards in hand.
Yeah.
So we can see the build.
He probably wishes that too. You know.
Okay,
Like,
all right. Well, listen, that was where we were talking about before, where you overcommitted, like protecting that Zoro. I think that's kind of where everything started swinging a little bit, and he got the okay.
Yeah.
So he could play that. He could have played that, restand the Bonnie, play the Bonnie again.
So, but he can use this effect to restand the Bonnie too if you want.
That's what I mean. To play the Bonnie again, or to use the effect of Bonnie.
Yeah. So bouncing it back, playing it, and
Oh,
then
sure.
searching again for top 5.
Yep. He only has 2 Dawn after that.
Oh, another Bonnie. Almost all these are hit. Beige is a good hit too.
Probably beige.
Yeah.
Probably beige, right?
Yeah. Beige is the play.
Beige.
I'm gonna keep flip flopping. I'm
Beige?
not.
Beige. BJ.
It's a good thing that Rouge isn't being played right now.
Who?
That's
All right. 1 blocker. Didn't play the beige, did he? Oh, he's swinging.
Yeah, he's got
swinging.
one
Okay,
more,
okay,
yeah.
okay, okay.
There it is. All right. And I think the only thing wrong with blue, that like in a matchup like this, is that it has such a hard time closing out. You can just tell.
Yeah.
Blue is in the lead, right? Blue
Yeah.
is doing super well. It's 1 life to 2, sure,
But you can kind of see Matthew's body language, right? He's ready. He's
Yeah.
like, you know what? This is it. I don't care what you put out. This is it. I'm good to go.
But you still have like 10 minutes where you can't make a mistake or you lose either, right? Like,
Semantics. All right, playing out the Mihawk.
oh, yeah.
It's a big hit.
That's
Honestly, a
strong.
big hit. Alexis was really banking on that one, I feel like.
And I think you just try to get rid of the Bonnie, yeah, because you know that
Yeah.
that's their road to salvation.
Yep. Here,
5 PM
it's
lead, yeah,
just...
he hungrily will eat that card up.
He's like, please give it to me. Gotcha. I'd say Luffy. Do we
Yeah.
Luffy? Because he got the law with the Bonnie there. Okay, so we went with the Boa.
Oh,
Has
interesting.
plenty of cards in hand. Can't get out of it. He can get out of it.
He could block it, but I think
Oh, he's
that
passing.
I think that attack with Boa was not great because it just it gives them some ammo, right? Not that, like,
2 blockers.
You should be too afraid of being dead, but like,
I don't think he really cares.
nah.
Because the worst he can do is Jet Pistol or a Luffy. I guess that's something, huh?
Weird how that happens.
But he's still at 1 life, so
No,
like literally he has to play two Luffys to even have a chance. And Matthew's hand doesn't look too bad, right?
Yeah, he's got a stacked hand.
Yeah,
Like,
you got a pretty good hand. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't look great. I think he's gonna use the Bonnie here.
Yeah, and hopefully you find a low cost.
Anything.
Probably best hit is a beige.
Yeah. I mean, extra. Never mind. I was gonna say, nah.
I don't know.
Nah, you're trying to win here. You're trying to win. Interesting. Is he going to face, I wonder? He has to go face, right?
I think he's going face. Yeah.
Yeah, he has to go face.
Because here's the thing: if he can bait out the not block, he can win right here, right?
Sure.
If you do that, playing the Bonnie is like the rough play because that's 1 less Dawn for you. But
Yeah.
Even though I'm pretty sure Matthew has enough counter power in hand to get out of the Luffy. Full
Yeah,
swing,
yeah.
But and he's got 2, 4, 6, 7, or I think 6K. So he can become 11, and I think best case Luffy can become 11 if all your Dawn's untapped, which.
Really deciding here.
Yeah, they
Doing-
got time. They
Doing
can
the
use
big
it.
mat. Yeah, we got to. I mean, our game has 11 minutes, so 7 minutes in the actual round plus overtime. So
I don't think most of our games have ended before half
Yeah.
the time too.
I mean, was there a non-red matchup that we did? Right, we did.
I think Red's been in every one of them. Yeah.
That's kind of a big factor, huh?
All right, top 5 for
Probably the killer.
uh
We have a
Killers there.
X-Drake as well?
Everything but Brook can be hit right now.
Yeah. Oh, you could grab a Luffy, huh?
X-Ray could also do the same thing where it could KO something. So it's a 4 or less. That's
Yeah. Yeah,
aggressive.
that's what I was mentioning earlier, but I was like, I don't feel like that's the best play. I think Killer's the best play. Yeah, you play it out, get the Dawn underneath, you use the leader effect, get the Bonnie back, and then play the Luffy, swing into Luffy, or with Luffy, bait out a blocker, or use the rest of the Dawn for it. I can't think of anything else that would be amazing here. With his hand right now.
Yeah, this would have been great to see like a turn or two ago, like actually
Sure.
start turning it on. But yeah, right now,
Yeah, you return the Bonnie back to get to the 5-drop Luffy.
no. If you
And now-
want, you could get rid of like an Otama and he's just seeing if he can. Oh, is he swinging Boa? So this is 8K. So Spada, which is great.
Spada, that goes to 7. We have the.
Oh, you can put another Dracula in hand. Like that's.
that's
nasty.
rough. Oh, no, he
I think
didn't.
he's putting Perona, but like.
Yeah. That's still rough.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still a rough one right
This
there.
means
But I
he's
mean,
not afraid.
Alexis is at 0 life, right? So. All right. 2 blockers. Got a draw out of Killer.
Yep.
Could be a 2K. Could be nice. Or not. We already know what he's gonna draw on Matthew's side. It's gonna be that Perona. The jet pistol comes out.
That is so rough.
The jet pistol for blue comes out. So that's good. And now we have what else? What else we got?
I think you just do 9K swing and
Oh,
just
sure.
see what happens.
I think you just start swinging.
It just means like, yeah, obviously.
The bow is throwing hands today.
Yeah, Boa is
The
like 7 cards. It's been pretty good.
The bow is throwing bows.
You had to have 3 because the first 2 died, but the third
Yeah.
has survived
Yeah.
and drawn for the first 2.
That's so funny. It's like its own little Bonnie.
Yeah.
All right. Longer it is. Yep. Okay. He's scooping it up.
That is it.
All right. That's it.
Dofi hanging on in this tournament still.
Yeah.
Only undefeated one.
Is only undefeated?
Yeah,
Never
after
mind.
5 rounds. So we'll do that.
Alright.
I'll
I thought it was doing a lot better.
if I can
I gotta be
if I
real
can
with you.
crunch it, I'll get all the undefeated leaders before the next round.
Sure.
Just for round 6, but
All right.
That's
fair.
another clutch win for Dofi, I think.
Yeah.
Different player, obviously from earlier too.
Yeah.
Just very, very well done.
Yeah. I think overall, like I said, it was the Zoro where he probably shouldn't have committed so much to that.
Yeah.
And it was 2 where I was saying like he's at 1 or 2 life, or he was at 3 or 4 life, and he hasn't got. He didn't get any hand advantage because of that. He didn't get any kind of card hand advantage, and he kind of the Dofi player took advantage of that and said, "Hey, I'm going to build a board, and at the right time, I'm going to control your board, and I'm going to start swinging."
Yeah,
that's basically what happened. So
For sure.
let's get the winner out.
Yeah,
I guess I'll talk to him.
Yeah, for
Right?
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
and
be
then
right back. We'll have him over. Talk about the.
I'm a
match.
terrible Dofi player, so I'm going to learn a lot.
Yeah, you need to learn. So we'll get
Okay.
you over there for
We'll
that.
see you guys in a second. All right. All right, we're back right into another interview. So we have Matthew. We played Blue Dofi.
Yep.
Just won this last round, which is round 5, going to round 6, and this was against Red Green Law.
Yep.
Right. So you saw Law come down before we get into the actual game.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that matchup?
Honestly, to be completely transparent with Dofi, I don't think I'm favored in any matchup. But
Yeah?
I think I have game against most stuff. Fortunately for me, he drew really bad with Law.
Yeah, he kind of did.
He drew really bad with Law, so I'm not gonna discredit that. He definitely drew really bad with Law. I drew mightily good with Dofi. There's a few tunes I misplayed, like the Boa attack was really bad, and there's a few other things that I did that
we did
was
talk
like,
about that.
Yeah, that was dumb. But like in my mind, I'm like, I should not have 7 cards in my hand against Law.
That's fair.
So in my mind, I was like, oh yeah, I'll just draw a card. But I was
Yeah.
oh.
So wait a second. Wait a
So
second.
that was just honestly that was.
It
I
happens.
definitely could have played better in the match, but honestly, I think my opponent was really nice.
good.
And yeah, as far as the matchup goes, yeah, I think it's probably slightly in Law's favor, but like I said, he drew really bad. So
I do believe that, there was a bit of a turning point, right? Where you kind of realize, hey, he's not really drawing that great. He has a lot of life, and although you took a good amount of life, right, a good chunk of life, there was a point where he didn't really have a board state. He had like 1 or 2 cards in hand. You took care of some of his board, and then I was like, if the Blue Dofi player, ends up turning around where you can build a board and then start attacking, where you kind of chip out of his life, he's not going to have much of a card advantage, and you're just going to take team from there.
So I didn't want to like just deal 3 damage to him because he's just gonna take the damage, right? Because he had 1 card in hand. So I'm like, I didn't want to give him 4 cards untapped with 5 cards. It starts to get you to do Law things.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to chip away every turn.
Yeah.
And just make sure I had blockers, and I had to play on 5-drop Luffy, so I had to stay at least 1 life. And
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. You just survive, play a little, some blockers here and there. It's surprising, which goes back to where he didn't really draw too well, that you didn't see Nico Robin.
Nope.
Didn't see Nico Robin. Didn't see much of a Jet Pistol. I think you got Jet Pistol once.
I got Jet Pistol once, yeah.
Right? And just kind of played in your favor.
I think he finally started seeing his Bonnies like when the game was like pretty majority.
Yeah, like nice. I got 1 body.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was tough. Now let's talk about the other matchup. So you said that you didn't really feel favored in like any other matchup.
Yeah, not really.
What do you not want to see outside of Law, or is Law the worst?
Law is probably the worst that I don't want to see. I mean, arguably Kid, but honestly, I know that's pretty debatable matchup.
Yeah.
Some people feel Kid auto beats Dofi.
No way.
And whatnot, but H-Up Kid is very powerful. But
Yeah.
I played 3 Kids today so far.
And you beat all of
I
them.
beat all of them, yeah. But I do think what's really cool about because this isn't really the game I come from, but just from playing it.
Yeah.
What's really cool that I've noticed is skill plays a big portion in the matchup.
Sure.
So like like if both players are equal skill level, Kid is probably favored in that matchup, right?
Yeah.
But if I have a better game plan for that matchup, I feel like it actually, for me, is slightly in my favor if I feel like I'm better than my opponent.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I feel that.
For me, I think Law rewards very, very skilled players, and I think most players who are going to pick Law are going to be those skilled players.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's probably one I don't want to see often.
Okay. I get it. I'm gonna say a Kid player, but I like Kid a lot. Like I feel like the matchup spread is really
It's
good.
the best deck. I think it's the best deck. It's the most consistent.
Yeah.
It does reward good players, but just not to the extent that Law does, in my opinion.
So it doesn't reward me. That's basically what it is.
I don't
Now we'll see in Miami. I'll see you in Miami.
Are you playing in Miami?
Yeah, that's the
That's
plan.
dope.
That's the plan. A lot of Treasure Cups this month. We still have probably 3 or 4 more rounds, right?
This was round 5, so 4 more rounds. Yeah.
4 more rounds, yeah. Best of 1. How do you feel about best of 1? Do you think it was be a little bit different? It was best of 3.
I play game. All my games, the card games I play are best of 1, so this is normal to me.
Okay.
Best of 1's fine.
Makes sense. Okay. Well, anything else that you want to talk about? Any shout outs that you want to say?
Shout out to my wife. I don't know if she's watching. She doesn't really know much about One Piece, but she's watching my kids right now, letting me play her. So shout outs to her.
Clip it, chat. Clip it. Just send it on over.
You know, shout outs to my boys at the Light. They support me with a lot of stuff.
Nice.
They're really, really, really awesome people.
Good.
Shout out to you guys. It's the first time I've met you. You're the Eggman, right? I don't know.
He's the Eggman.
Eggman.
I am Android. I used to go by that when I was playing DBS.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
I can say that it's a Bandai game. Don't worry.
I was like, I don't know too many people
Yeah.
for this game, but yeah.
But you can see Stage 0 if you ever want to look.
okay.
Yeah.
I've seen Stage 0 on YouTube. You
Oh
can
yeah,
YouTube then.
that's
okay,
me.
okay,
Yep, that's
gotcha,
me.
Gotcha.
Cool.
Awesome.
But yeah, I'm happy to see you guys or see you, and as well as other people will come up. And overall, really good game.
Yeah, the
good luck.
atmosphere's great.
Yeah,
The
dude.
venue's awesome. There's tons of space.
Yeah. I don't think we've ever I've done plenty of court events before. We've never done this venue. It is a little bit different, but it feels nice. Feels nice. Like everything works, and there's a lot of space. This window is nice. I don't know what else to say, man. Either way,
this has honestly been a very fun experience going in, because this is like the first big. I never really played Bandai games before.
Sure.
So this is like my first entry into like a Bandai game, and it's been pretty fun.
Nice. Okay, I'm glad you're having a good time.
Yep.
Everyone looks like they're having a good time, and there's gonna be a lot more events coming down too. So let's get back to the break. We have 5 minutes left in the round. It looks like maybe overtime, that is. So we'll see you guys pretty soon here.
Peace. Thanks, man.
All right, we are here with round number 6, I believe, right? 6?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
6.
Felt like 7 because these are blazing through.
They're going super fast.
Yeah.
We have a Oostis Kid mirror match with us today, both
Yeah.
undefeated. This is table 2 for the tournament.
Mhm.
We have 15. I was trying to get the leaders, but the last game ran a little bit long. So, but generically, I think we have about 5 kids, 5 of the Kaido, about 6 between Zoro, Luffy, like 3 Laws, and like a Dofi, something around that. That's like the general curve. So we'll.
Sounds about right.
I'll
to be
try
honest.
very, very hard next round, but
Yeah.
we're going to go to this one in this mirror match. So it is Andres Perez versus Daniel Alvarez on this Kid mirror match. We haven't seen a lot of Kid on stream, but it is definitely present here at this tournament.
I guess we got kind of lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, not even that. I think we strategically
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
avoided it.
No,
you know?
we had the insight, we had the lowdown,
Oh yeah, totally.
you know, focus group testing, like all
Eh,
that stuff.
I don't know
to
about
get
that
to
far.
The matches we chose today.
We probably will have Kaido next though.
Yes.
Yeah, we probably will have Kaido.
That is what I would. We haven't had as much Kaido. Obviously, first couple of rounds we want to look at decks that are not as good.
yeah.
At least not percentagely represented. So
Yeah, exactly.
Because we are doing the top 16 today, so this is a full
Yeah.
tournament today. We have I
3
believe,
more
8 or
rounds
9
of Swiss,
rounds.
right?
I don't know the exact math. It's kind of weird because we don't have any draws in this game.
True.
But, it's still 1 undefeated.
One undefeated. So we have how many undefeated? I think I had 10. No, not 10.
We have
14. 14
14
undefeated.
undefeated. So at the end of this, so there will be like 1 pair down at the last round.
Yeah. At least 3 more rounds.
Yeah.
At least 3 more rounds.
So
Hopefully. We'll see. See how the paradowns do.
yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, now that the beginning couple turns are over, we have the real gameplay for the for the
Whoa,
match.
real gameplay. Yeah, I mean,
uh,
it's funny because literally as a mirror, we
they
have
are-
both the
committing to
Kiku, yeah, the Kiku, and as well as the Beige. I think Daniel did take 1. I believe
Yeah.
Andres did as well. Both hands looking pretty hot. From what I can see on the overhead. I think Andres is on the play here just to figure out what he wants to do. Okay.
A lot of and green is definitely a color where their hand size can be so deceiving. They have so many good 2K counters that a lot of them are searchable. You can always just say like they have 3 in hand. I can feel it. Like not
Yeah.
a sweat, right?
Are you a Bonnie and Momo kind of guy and Kid, or are you just Bonnie is the answer?
I've been like Kid can probably run Momo because the Neko is such a strong card in the
It
deck that you
is.
want it.
It really is. Well, this is what I was saying because
Yeah.
you said there's a lot of really effective 2K counters, both Izu and as well as Other Boy. I forget his name.
Yeah.
This is where you step in to tell me.
No,
You forgot the name too?
No, I don't know what we were talking about.
Oh, okay. All right. Whatever, man. Point I was saying is that there's a lot of 2K counters, and they're both searchable, which is really good. And also in this green, stop it. This green mirror, Basil makes a huge difference. Basil is such a good card. Sure, Okiko will be able to tap it down. That's fine. You're still going to run into this Beige, and you're probably going to commit a lot of Dawn in order to get rid of it. So
yeah, and it was a really interesting play here because it was a big decision from Andres because because of this, you can attack with your own Okiku to pressure their board, and it's going to be just like a standstill right now. Like who's going to flinch and start trying to attack first? Because once something's free to attack, everything goes at that.
Yep.
And it just also means that if, Daniel wants to attack with his own Okiku, he has to attack leader, which could just be an extra card draw, which could be impactful as well.
Yeah, true. I think there is a bit of ebb and flow in the kid mirror. Obviously, for every mirror, I think you kind of have to play it a few times to really understand what's important and what's not. Because some cards are just dead, right?
Yeah.
You just don't use certain cards in the mirror, just like whatever.
Yeah.
But in this, definitely an ebb and flow. Like you have to kind of feel like, okay, is this the time? Just like you were saying, as soon as something goes down, something gets blocked or whatever, that's where you have to take that advantage. And with Kid, it's sort of like, okay, well, I'm just gonna tap down everything, swing at it, and then I'm gonna put my 7, my 8, and then whatever else I need to, and I'll be fine. And my leader has dual attack, right? But for this, it's not so easy because they can do the same thing.
Yeah.
So.
One of you have to just decide to be the defensive player, one has to be the aggressive player.
Yeah.
Finding 8-drop Kid with the Bonnie means that he'll probably just be the winning player. Maybe that's the term you want to use. But there is a 7-drop in Andres' hand. So most of the time when like Usta's Kid loses is because they just don't have they don't find their top end, right?
Yeah.
And both players
have both
top
ends.
end.
Yeah. I mean, Daniel, I believe, has both the 7 and 8. Andres has the 7.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out. Got the Paradise Waterfall, broken card.
Very good.
Broken card. Love that card.
One of the reasons to run Momo in this deck is because it's just one more good target. In Law, I've been trying to make Momo work. I've been fading away. It's just not worth it, unfortunately. As much as you'd want it to work for a lot of ways.
I mean, it makes sense being a 1-cost counter or a 1-cost playable character.
That searches a card. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like
sometimes it just doesn't make sense.
Work out sometimes. Yeah.
I think as Andres here, Daniel kind of gave it out like, hey, I got these two. They're gonna give me card advantage every single turn.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna force you to attack. There's no two ways around it where like we're not gonna play this game, man. I'm just gonna keep this advantage and I'm gonna take that chance when I can. But I think what happens here is that he's gonna swing with the Kiku, tap down the killer, into no. Wait a second. I'm wrong again.
You've gone like
I'm wrong again.
Called like all of your shots wrrong today. Like you've
Okay, here's the thing. But why? Okay, you play devil's advocate here. We see the X-ray come down.
Yep.
So why? Oh, I guess. Okay, never mind.
Get rid of the Okiku, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Never mind.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
We're caught up.
Never mind. Restands. Okay. Never mind.
And I don't think you swing with Basil again because I think you just want to be able to pressure.
Yeah, just keep doing it. Yep.
It's such a strong card.
Yeah, and then this also threatens in just drawing it. Well, he can't draw a card for killer. Never mind.
Yeah.
My brain said I had 3 more. He had 3 more cards on board, and they just disappeared.
If he wanted to, he could have blocked the Momo swing or the attack on Momo and get the card draw. But
I think that was probably the better play, right?
If he's trying to play 8-drop Kid next turn, you want another blocker.
Yeah, that's not.
You'd rather use the block for the Momo.
That is true. This is true. Okay. So we're back at it on Daniel's end. Swig 5. Okay, taking it back. Never mind. I think they just feel it in their soul.
They can hear you specifically,
and
then
just
like
not
I'm
you.
like looking over there, like shaking my head, like no, yes.
Oh man.
Even a broken clock can be right 2 times a day, Brian. You'll get one of them.
Unfortunately.
You got a long day, so that broken clock would be at least right once. So you need to beat that.
That's only if it's still running. I don't feel like I'm running anymore. This is not no power here.
If it's not running, that's when it's right.
Oh, got it. Right. Right. Got it. Killer dies.
Off clock's always wrong. Unless you cross time zones, I guess. I don't know.
Wow.
I'm done with this analogy.
Thank you.
It went by. All right.
As
Play
long
the
as,
8-drop kid.
as long as it's not anything about eggs.
Keep
it's funny
it
here.
healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing about the ACOS kid. Obviously, Basil's out.
Yeah.
So again, he's saying, hey, like, you got to deal with this next turn, or I swing at your Basil. And I guess Akiko got to swing with Killer. Killer doesn't have a Dawn underneath, right?
Yep.
So it doesn't really matter. He can just swing with Leader afterwards.
Uh,
Or with Basil. And then just keep
wait,
that restood.
How did he get out of that? Wait a minute. Oh, because he swung on leader. Duh. Sorry.
Yeah. He
I
was just
had a
tapping
brain
it
fog.
down. Just
There we
to,
go.
yeah,
There's
'cause
my
that's what I was saying. Like you just gonna swing with the
broken
Basil.
clock moment.
There it is. Yeah, there it is.
I don't think the audio picked up. Are you mumbling or something?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. Anyway, Basil comes back up, keeping it healthy, like you were saying with the kid here. A little bit of a standstill. It's like a Western shootout.
Yeah, this is definitely a position where I think Andres is getting that board. He's getting the cards he wants. Daniel taking this card from.
But Daniel's hand is like fat.
Yeah, it is. Can
we talk about that?
Yeah.
It's not as fat as I thought.
No, yeah.
Still pretty big.
His sleeves are fat.
Yeah, that's true.
Andres' hand, his hands.
So the 8-7 coming down though. That's good.
Yeah,
it's really good. Being at 3 life, not bad.
Yeah.
And still have two 2K counters in hand, by the way. So that's.
And a blocker.
Yeah.
And like 2 blockers, I guess, because one of them could
blockers,
be
yeah.
Man, they both paused for a second. I'm like, did my webcam stream fire? Like, I'm so used to like Discord tournaments. I'm like,
no, we have high quality products here.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
shout outs to Brian. It's been here's some nice cams.
Appreciate it. I think
I should not be allowed to touch them because they are just too expensive.
Well, it's fine.
Right, I'll make sure to eat a bunch of Cheetos before putting them away later.
Please don't. Oh my God.
Oh, you got a little speck on the lens. Let me get it for you.
I hope they don't have Cheetos here. That's just Eggman
hope
magnet.
for something else.
Oh my gosh. I hope that Andres has an answer for this. I don't think he does.
So he blocked the big swing, and I don't know, Kid. The weakness for the 8-drop Kid is that you have to kind of establish it and then put defenses for it.
Sure.
And that is that's a defense. So like two good defense cards and then a Bonnie, and then why not Bonnie effect? Sure.
Yeah.
Nope.
He has Paradise Waterfall, so he can block with the 7.
Yeah.
Restand
it.
Yeah. And that's a perfect block.
But
you
could just do a 16k Basil right here. Like why would you? Actually, okay.
No, that's not the play. You need a Nico.
No, I think you.
Yeah, you need a Nico.
A Nico? Neko? Or you can Okiku. You can
Okiku
you
can do that too.
To rest the block.
But like Dawn efficiency, Neko, whatever.
All right, so it looks like 8k onto the 8k. Getting
Tap that down. You can still block with the 7, or just go. Yep, just go 9.
And then I think you just dump Dawn on this Basil.
On the Basil, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Because now you're threatening the 7.
Yep.
What you really want is threatening the 8.
Because it can clear the board if he.
Yeah.
And the weird thing too is that like it's the only thing he can swing into anyways. So like once that big boy's gone, then.
Yeah. There's not like a huge downside here. He has his own.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Paradise.
6. So this is 12.
12 twice.
12 twice, yeah.
Yeah, 12 twice. We're gonna get the guaranteed.
Okay. So
okay. Yep. That's exactly.
Oh, he's saving.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Sure.
Because I think Daniel knows. You know what? He's not gonna swing again because he knows he needs to keep that Basil alive.
Yeah.
And you got one more Dawn if you want to put underneath the your 7-drop Kid.
Yeah. I mean, you may as well swing with it, right?
Yeah.
Chip of damage.
And I think there's some merit to getting rid of the Beige as well.
That was to lead?
That was to lead, yeah.
Okay. That was to lead.
1 card in hand.
Wow, he's really going face here, huh?
All right. For sure, I would swing this into Beige.
I mean, at this point, yeah. I mean, like,
because then if you swing into face, you take the card. No
he
doubt.
definitely takes the card. There's no chance he doesn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. I think what the thought process is here is that, like, you're not killing me next turn.
No.
I can deal with your kid the same way I dealt with it this turn, in the way of, like, either you have Paradise Waterfall or I'm swinging Basil.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other part is that having you at 1 is just means a clock.
Mm-hmm.
And they both know it. They both play kid, right? There's no secret about that.
Yeah, but it's something that's really interesting in this game too, at least where we're at, where Red's the only color with Rush, is that you can strictly know if you can die next turn or not in a lot of like these weirder matchups, right?
Yeah.
Where obviously like you can count literally how many attacks are on board and like that's the max.
Sure.
If I don't get out of any of them and stuff, right? With against Red, you gotta be like, do they have one rush? They have 2, like.
Yeah.
And we're in a spot where like double strike isn't a thing in this game as much either, especially not surprise double strike, right?
Double attack.
Double attack, yes, yep. My apologies.
That's what I'm here for.
I know banish. Banish, I can get down.
Very universal. I think a couple things to answer in the chat. So this is a 1-day event with Top Cut after this. We got probably around 3 rounds, depending.
Yeah. So we end on round 8 or 9, depending on how the pairings go.
Right, and Top Cut is gonna be best of 3.
Best of 3, top 16.
Yes.
And more time for that. So
yes. So
probably about 4 hours once we hit Top Cut of games.
Yes. So we will see what happens there. And someone mentioned the perfect curve. I think the biggest. The craziest thing here, or the difference here, is the Basil.
Yeah.
Like you have the Basil, and that's it. And I think he's saving this because he wants more attacks.
Oh man, that's so
to,
many
to
blockers.
go face, and hey, there's some more blockers. I'm liking Andres' list. Very straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Very teched out. Well, not really teched out, but like he has the answers for whatever he needs. It seems like.
Yeah, and the Okiku getting bopped is pretty important because
that's an unlucky one.
There's a bunch of blockers here.
I doubt he plays 5-drop Law.
Yeah.
A lot of kid players don't, but I think it's a fine 1 and 2 of, at the very least. There's
yeah,
Neko.
And if he's
Neko.
playing, Neko is pretty common.
That's a good one.
Oh,
here's another one.
Okay, yeah. he knows what's up.
And then the rest of the Don's probably going under the Basil, right?
You want all but 1 on.
The Basil?
I think you want all of it. One.
So
you want one here.
One there, yeah. You swing. I think you swing here.
Yeah, because he's got
you
2
just
cards
swing.
in hand. Yeah.
Yeah. You're gonna block with the Basil or the Beige? Who cares? You're gonna waste a card? Who cares? Oh yeah,
he's just giving up.
Yeah. That's a tough one. That is a tough one.
Double Neko was disgusting though.
Yeah. Like seeing that after you committed all that Dawn, and as well as like seeing the blockers, like okay, I'm fine. I have the 8-cost kid. I have multiple blockers. No.
Yeah, it makes sense too because like with Okiko doing as much value as it did that game, you never needed to play a Neko earlier, but it did so much in that last turn.
Yeah,
so.
Basil did a lot of work. Those Nekos did a lot of work. Just being able to answer the 8-drop kid too, and I've been told, I don't think I've experienced it, but I've been told the first person who plays the 8-drop loses. But I think Daniel did it right, where he just played it and he was like,
well, he did, but then he lost. So I don't.
Yeah, well,
it's not good data so far.
He didn't have Basil.
Oh, all right.
He didn't have Basil.
Okay, yeah. I forgot that part of the rhyme.
I'm just saying, it's in the handbook. Andres is over there, and I think they're cleaning up, so we'll get him.
Yeah, I'll get Andres and I'll interview him.
Cool.
So we'll be right back.
What he said.
Sure did.
Okay.
Okie doke. We've got Andres here getting off that win for the mirror match. How'd that match feel?
I mean, pretty good, honestly. I think anyone watching this played a little bit has recognized that that was pretty much like the optimal curve.
Yeah.
And the cards just went my way. And every once in a while, you want in these 9-round tournaments, you want at least one of them to go like that. I guess this one was on stream.
Yeah,
so.
the one on stream for sure. But yeah, turn 1 Beige, turn 3 into Okiku, turn 5 into Basil, and I think a lot of people would have been super tempted to say, you know what, I want to skip that Basil to do the Kiku, but I think it was the right play.
Yeah,
he did.
I've come to recognize that, like, tempo, and granted that's a contentious word, it can mean a lot of things to different people.
Yeah,
it's like slightly more important in this game than value. So like I could have, attached the Don to Okiku, try to answer his board there, but just taking the time to turn off to slap a Basil is gonna pay off more later.
Yeah, and like there's something to be like, if all of your stuff is active, your opponent having to swing at your leader, which can give you card advantage and everything else, I think that's very, very strong. So
definitely.
But yeah, very close. And yeah, I think Basil really does carry that matchup.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. So I think you did a really good job, not only just playing him as early as you could, but saying, I don't want to be risky with my swings, always keep it healthy. And green generically doesn't have like a good way to get rid of an active mode one.
No. You have to play things to do it. And then another thing is the 5 cost to rest them, you need Okiku. So it's like that tempo play where you need to take the turn off to then be able to rest it. And another beautiful thing about the Searcher, like I was able to not get aggressive with Basil because I knew he had the 8 cost kid.
Yeah.
And you need the Basil to be able to answer it. So
for sure.
Using all kind of avenues that possible to try and win your game is super important.
Yeah, for sure. So I think you did a really good job identifying what their outs would have been or their play style and adapting and playing a little bit slow, a little reserved, but really working out.
Yeah. I tend to when things are on the line, you want to make sure that you're not just doing like the first play because the one you thought of, right? You want to make sure that you're like, is this the best one? And try to think of multiple avenues and things like that.
Yeah, and I said it, but I'll say it again. Like whenever there's an Okiku, I'm like, oh, just attach a Don to it, swing with it. Why would you not? But it's I think it. Being patient with it, getting the most value, I think that really worked out.
Definitely, for sure. So. Yeah, and I feel like I have to. So my name's Andres Perez, but I go by Ace in other card games.
Sure.
And coming into One Piece, knowing that it's such a popular character, I'm just like, that's a little pretentious. So ideally, maybe I can have the resume to back it up because I would like to keep that nickname.
Yeah. especially with him coming out in the third set. So.
Exactly. So looking forward to that for sure.
But okay, well, cool. Well, we really appreciate it. Congrats on this win.
All right, thank you.
Good luck on your next rounds, and hopefully seeing you in that top 16.
Yeah, that's the idea. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So we'll be right back, probably about 10 minutes into the next round. So we'll see you guys then.
All right, so we're back right into another round. A bit of a wait this one. Pretty much every single one of our rounds that we've streamed or put it on has been pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty quick. We've only had like 1 or 2 go close to time. So
yeah, and I think this one we have now a Red Zoro versus, as I understand it, right? Yeah, Red Zoro versus Purple Kaido.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yes, it is. Did you?
No,
All right.
He must have double submitted, and he shifted from Law to Zoro. Whatever. We wanted
Fair.
Kaido. There's 1 Kaido left in the top. I have
Yes.
a little handy dandy notepad here.
Yes.
So there are 2 Zoros left, 2 Kids left, 2 Luffy's left, a Dofi, and a Kaido who are undefeated here.
The Kaidos are the only ones.
Yes, which we're playing. Yep. And yeah, we do have the leader breakdown. We'll probably try to sneak that in.
Yeah, we do it right after this.
Yeah,
we'll do it right after this before we try to get another video view going. And I think they are good to start.
Yeah.
So I think they are already set up. We'll get it going. Again, this is Purple Kaido versus Red Zoro. Irving on it with Keith on Kaido.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about this matchup?
Out the gate, if you are Zoro, you're going to play aggressively, and Kaido does not like that. Kaido's like, please give me like 3 turns to set up, and then I win, right?
Yeah.
And that's like a really high level kind of look at it. But this is a matchup I would say is in Zoro's favor, depending on who goes first as well. And
yeah,
the first couple turns for Kaido is really going to depend on that. So
yeah.
Looks like Kaido's going first. Getting the 1 drop. So this is like a sneaky little rules processing thing. Looking through his deck to see if he finds anything. And nope, nothing there. You kind of have to
already well, that's the thing. So if you play 4 island,
yeah,
you have 3 in the deck.
You can't rearrange it though, my guy.
I just
it's not. That's not legal.
No, definitely not.
Come
definitely
on,
not.
you can't. You just have to look and shuffle.
Yeah, he has to shuffle correctly.
Yeah.
And make sure, because hopefully it will invalidate the rearranging.
Your opponent's gonna cut it, hopefully too. That
yeah.
good etiquette
And I mean, the
with
opponent can cut and as well as shuffle, but I think he's gonna go and do the cut.
Yeah.
But again, he has 3 in deck.
Which
I
means
don't
1
know.
in life. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
at least
hand.
1 in life or in hand.
Yeah.
So that's really good information because you'll just take anything.
Yeah.
For this next 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah. And this is something. So I was walking with them over. This is no, never mind. I got the 2 confused. So Keith has been playing card games for a bit. Irving, this is I think one of his newer, if not first card games to be playing. At a level like
I mean,
this.
we were talking to the person who was playing Dofi the first rounds. He was saying the same thing. He was playing 2 weeks, and he's one of the only undefeated Dofis.
Is the only undefeated.
Still?
Yeah, still. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
It's been
crazy.
him for like 3 rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
All right, so Irving playing the 2-drop Usopp. It is a 2K counter. It also has like this nice effect that if they play an event card, you get a draw card. I've never resolved that in my life.
It's very specific.
It's very specific. It makes it easier to not resolve that. Oh, because the only Onigashima is inherently was either top decked or in hand in general. Did not catch that, but the turn was then passed.
Yeah.
So the ramp early is good, and so we're gonna have to see if Irving has any pressure to kind of put here. The 1-drop also is kind of nice because it's okay to just have a 2K to kind of swing at some smaller dudes sometimes, especially when Zoro, they're gonna have like a bunch of 3Ks and 4Ks that they're gonna try to get value from. So being able to have a way to get rid of those without having to invest into something big could be nice with that 1-drop play too.
Yeah.
But it also means there's one less 2K in hand, so
which is nice. But I think depending on the turn, I mean it depends on his hand. I don't think we took a great peek at his hand because he kind of keeps it close.
All right, so he could Nami and then use the Usopp and still swing at a 5 with the Zoro effect.
Yeah.
So that looks like the play there. I like that Brooks. Like I never want to run him, but like whenever I see him, like, oh, there's some cool stuff I can do with him. I'm very comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's cool in law.
Yeah.
Not too bad in this deck as a play. That is obviously you can run it because it's a 2K, but
and it's a straw hat. Yeah.
Yeah. We do see the TP here.
I think almost all those cards are grabbable. It's the Sunny 1-drop. It's the Red Hawk. It's the Sanji. I think it's another Nami, so you can't grab that. And maybe a Nico Rob.
Nico, yeah.
5
The
for 5,
Sanji
baby.
and Nico. And Sanji's not too bad for the following turn.
Yeah.
I mean, Kaido just kind of stares at him and be like, yeah, I guess I will have to deal with that later, huh?
Yeah, Kaido in general is better at dealing with taller attacks than necessarily a lot of attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And that Sanji just means like there's one more attack coming in.
Yep.
All right, so Keith is going. They're going to be at what? 7 Dawn? One rested?
On Kaido's end, yeah. And they're both doing the math?
Yep.
Just making sure.
Yeah. I think. He's just making sure because he did that very quickly.
Yep. Which explains the one rested Dawn.
Yes.
But I think they're just literally doing the math per turn.
Yeah. And I think Judge is talking, just saying like, hey, please be
just make sure to
more.
Yeah.
I know. I'm such a terrible Kaido player. Like I always just do the shorthand. It's.
Yeah.
I play too fast with it. Like,
but I mean, I could definitely see the concern, right? I could
Luffy
definitely...
too. Like I'll just scoop up a rested Dawn and be like,
sure.
Leader effect, and then it'll have to be like, okay, have they only played like 2 Dawn worth of stuff already this turn? Like,
yeah.
So a couple plays. This is one of them. But like,
because I go into the Usopp.
Yeah. Jokes aside, like this is what I'm saying. Like even though it's a 2K, like this can do like some early like garbage removal, and Zoro only gets the boost on your own turn, so that Usopp is gone. 5K on the lead. I think you just take this immediately, Zoro. Like
sure.
you are never afraid of being the first one to die.
Yeah.
At least until like turn, like they have 10 down or something.
Yeah.
So. But getting out of it. All right.
Nico Robin. I think Nico Robin. Is it good in this matchup?
It's only good against 2-drop blockers, essentially.
Yeah, but yeah.
And did he do the Dawn -1?
I believe so, because he's at 5 now.
So he's I guess wondering what to discard.
Yeah. Which I mean, we kind of know his hand already. He had 2 Atamas. I think that's 2 Atamas. Always kind of hard
looks like
to
be
see.
1. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Not traditionally what we usually see out of Kaido, right? You kind of see the kings come down. We kind of see, you know, a little bit of differentness or different. What am I saying? Lines of play, I should say.
There it is.
Because I'm thinking of which cars we usually would see around this this Dawn curve. Maybe the skill is 5/7. Maybe
you could like use a Sanji and like Zoro effect, but I don't know.
No, I meant on Kaido's end.
On Kaido's end,
because I mean, you usually don't really use the X-Drake. X-Drake is pretty good, and technically not too bad against Zoro. But
yeah, it's weird how aggressive Keith is being here with these plays, and I think he's just saying, you know what, this X-Drake is better at clearing stuff on the board and getting those swings than just being a generic 2K in hand. So I respect that. I think you do need to just play more bodies out against Zoro, specifically so you can do this garbage cleanup. But
sure.
And yeah, with this hand too, you just have a bunch of free counters, so you're not too terribly.
You're not hurting. You're not hurting. But we don't see any kings. We don't see any like high-end, high curve things, which makes sense of why he's playing the way he's playing.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but you will have these games where you just don't see your high end, and then you just don't you just can't do anything. Like
Stream Curse.
A lot of people see the opposite, where they see only the high end and be like, I would discard 2 cards to draw a 2-drop blocker right now.
I'll do anything. I will do anything.
Okay, played Sanji for 2. You could give it to Dawn, and then it becomes a 6th and 7K with leader, and it would have rush. So that's pretty strong there. It looks like that is what Irving is deciding to do, and yeah, become a 7K swing.
Yep.
Yeah, 7K
in total with the 2, and then the leader effect, right?
Yeah. Going
and
down to
character
3.
effect. That makes sense.
We
got it. We saw this, right? Yeah. I'm sure Keith was like, I'm just gonna take the 1. I already know.
Yeah.
Here's the 1.
Yeah, there's another 2K. Yeah, he had like, I think one good part of the last turn, he like mostly 2Ks in hand.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Streamer's Curse coming in strong.
Yep. It's just like nothing to do here.
No, he's just,
it's literally nothing to do here.
I think you play X-Drake again.
You play X-Drake.
Yeah, why not?
Because it's just a free, not really free, but obviously it's a good effect. You still have 3 life, so you're not like super hurt.
No, you're not. You're not hurting yet.
And it's not like Irving has like all these like Luffy's on board and Zoro's. Like they're both playing kind of a weird game, to be honest.
It's very bizarre. I don't know how many cards are in Irving's hand. I'm guessing he's got like 3 or 4.
I think it's 4.
I think it's 4.
Yeah, he has 4. Which he put down as soon as I.
Yeah, no, it's been
there.
down. I've been trying.
4.
No, that's Keith. Keith has 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Irving has 4.
Irving has I think 4 too.
Yeah.
That's what we saw. But we'll see. We'll definitely see.
In thought. The triangle of thought.
I think this is also where like it will make the difference in the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like what do you have to offer? And if you don't, and I draw into something better, as Zoro,
I do like this pressure too, because like in the sense like you want to drop the discard 1 card at the end, right? You want to do it when they've used all the cards that they'd want to in their hand, which usually means they're saving up for something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, looking like doing it before the X-Drake swing. So yeah, 4 cards in hand, Otama, Jet Pistol, and 2.
I mean, you get the Jet Pistol for one of the X-Strikes, right?
You could, if you want to pivot to Destruction.
And he's not.
Oh, but deciding to...
He
yeah,
is
so he's
just
got
not.
2 of something in hand. It might have been a...
I think it's 2 Otama.
No, I think it's 1 Otama and 2 something. 2 of the same card.
All right. Comes the Sanji.
Yep, 6K there.
Otama coming down.
No, that's not enough.
Wait.
No.
2 Luffy's.
2 Luffy's, yeah.
2
yeah,
Luffy's.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, just there it is.
A little bit more sense.
Oh no, a blocker. What's he gonna do?
Ignore it.
Yeah, I'd say this is a weird kind of curve for both players. But
I'm telling you, man.
I think Keith is playing it well for what he's seeing.
Mm-hmm. And I think in this card pool, as we're only in 1 set, Kaido doesn't really have any searchers, right? It has no consistency pieces when it really comes down. Like, sure, that 1 drop,
yeah,
fine, okay, you have information, but it doesn't do anything for you.
Mm-mm.
It just tells you something
had
a little bit more.
like a Nami, right? I got some pressure from it. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, Irving is resolved 1 Nami, which is cool, but didn't really lead to anything else. And now he's going 7 into this 5, right? Extract is 5.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's deciding to do board removal here. But I guess he could just be dead next turn too. So maybe that is the...
Okay, well...
Because you've got 3 swings, you got like a -7 in play, so like there are ways.
Sure.
And deciding to let the X-Drake die after some pretty big consideration.
Yeah. Okay. Now what? Not much if I had to take a guess.
Yeah. I guess you just I don't know, like it's what, the 2 Luffy's in hand and something else he drew this turn.
I mean, he goes 5 with Nami.
And it's a 6 with leader effect.
No, 5 in total. Oh wait, no, it
Yeah,
is 6.
yeah,
It is 6.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Nico Robin's actually quite good here, too.
Yeah.
So like, okay.
Yeah, especially if he takes it. Yeah, that's,
Yeah, it sure
that's
does,
perfect.
so.
Yeah. So spend the rest for Nico, and you go your merry way. All right. So, can one of you draw better?
I don't know. Kaido can win this turn.
Is that right?
He's got 3 attacks. And he can -7. it'd be.
Sure. He's at 4 life.
Oh, he's at 4. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you see the
That's
bottom
my
card
bad.
there.
I thought it looked at like 3.
I was like, how?
My webcam eyes.
You gotta come back to reality, man.
Yeah, I know. But if he had queen, rush.
He didn't see any queens
No,
either.
Yeah.
Oh wow, just not seeing anything. That's why when you think about like Kid and Law having access to the 1-drops, like I was saying before, they're searchers, they're hand advantagers. Is that a word?
No.
Okay. They're they're enablers.
Yeah. I do like the fact that like the 1-drop being a 2K in this matchup specifically was just very strong. Again, being able to pressure stuff, being able to get another swing, because Kaido generally has a hard time on boards that go wide unless they see their kings, right?
Yeah.
And when you don't see your kings, being able to recognize, you know what, let's just play some bodies, and not only can they pressure some cards on board, but they will still have their counter power by redirecting attack on the card instead, right?
Sure.
Oh, he found the big boy.
You found something?
Yeah, big old 9-drop.
Literally something? Oh, he's had that. He's had that.
Oh, he's had that?
Yeah, he drew it like 2 turns ago, I think.
He must have drawn it last time, because I remember looking at his hand and it all had counter power. That wasn't in there.
Well, I saw it last time he cut to the sand at least.
Okay.
But he definitely had that. He popped the Nico.
Oh, does he have the jet pistol?
Jet pistol.
Sure
yeah.
does. Yeah. So I think you definitely play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely play
Why
it.
not?
And I think the question is, where does
like
it
who
go?
do you pop? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you have the board state to say like I'm gonna go in for game next turn if you pop the blocker. I think you just go for the X-Drake and just deal with the blocker later.
No, with 2 life.
All right.
Yeah,
Sure, why
I
not?
think this is
Depending on how many cards Keith has in hand, I don't think that's the play. Irving has 2 in life, right?
It's tricky because like you can board clear everything but the big Kaido and
Yeah.
Kaido,
Yeah.
but like you need to see. I guess they can't do 7 next turn. They can get to 7 next turn.
Not a bad hand. honest.
Tony's definitely a card you need to see. So that's very
Sure. I mean, until Keith finally draws into a king,
yes.
right? So
I mean that's definitely the next card of his deck if we're
Yeah.
going by
yeah, why not? Why not?
how these go.
I mean, he's at how many done?
I believe he Kaido'd, so it's -5.
So he's
You
at
get 1 back from Oni, so I believe he should be at 6.
6.
The next turn he should be able to go up to 8. He could put like a lot of them underneath your leader, swing in -7,
-7.
and then
Yep.
12k or just a 10k swing with the
Yeah. Well, I'm
drop.
I'm more focused on how does Zora win here, and I don't think that's the case.
I think you try to pressure down the X-Drake.
Mhm.
Make sure that you can play a Tony this turn, as well as try to. If you have 2 Luffys in hand with rush
Yeah.
ones, you try to swing one of those for the damage
Yeah.
as well. I think you make it so that they can't inherently win next turn, and you this sounds super high level basic, but you have a potential to clear board besides the big guy and have potential to swing for games on the
Right.
next one.
Yeah.
I think you should have put 1 underneath that Zoro.
There's no like downside at it.
Yeah, because if you're gonna boost up your Nami anyways, super worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Zoro swing into the X-Drake is fine, and then if it lives, maybe do like a Nami swing, and
Yeah.
then you still probably would have enough to play Tony and a 6-drop Luffy or 5-drop Luffy
5-drop,
and
yeah.
have it attack because it has rush inherently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you do all that in 1 turn?
So there's 3 to Nami. No, there's two to Nami, with the Zoro effect.
Yeah,
2 to Nami
it'd
with
be
Zoro effect.
2 with Nami, 5 with leader.
5 for Luffy.
It'd be 5, 1, 2, 1. Yeah, you'd totally be able to do
6.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You play
You
Luffy
would
for
have 1
5.
left, right?
Yeah. You play Luffy for 5.
Yep.
1 on Zoro.
Yep.
2 on Nami.
Yeah.
1 on Chopper.
1 left.
Yeah, that would be my play.
Yeah. That's your whole hand. And I mean, oh, he has another Luffy. Maybe that's what he's thinking of.
He can still do that play. He just gets like it less good.
Sure.
Because you didn't Zoro effect. So
he definitely needed the Zoro effect.
Yeah. Because what else were you doing with your?
Well, not only that, it's just because now he can just use one 2K counter to get out of it. So it's definitely a big W for him in consideration.
Oh yeah, because the Luffy would have been stronger too. Yeah. I think that was a flub.
Yeah, that was a big flub. Big flub. I'm not talking about that one movie. Flubber.
Yeah, I
got
it. Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
okay.
You guys can't see my face. It wasn't like a thinking face. It was
well.
like a, why would you bring up the 1990s classic Flubber?
It's a good movie, I guess.
Oh, it's gonna come out of it. It came out in like 2000, I bet, and I'm gonna look stupid.
2001.
Let's see.
I'm gonna go for 2001.
All right, who had on their bingo card Eggman looking up Flubber's release date on the stream?
Well, the way that this
1997. All right, we're in the ballpark.
Close. I was close. All right. Yeah, this
This Nami is for, I believe, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Just not putting the Dawn under the Zoro, man. I don't understand.
Yeah. That was rough.
I don't understand. That's the whole reason why you play the deck over Luffy or whoever else, right?
It's your one thing.
It's your one thing.
You're up to 8.
Yep. This king is pretty threatening.
Yep.
If he gets another king out, it's gonna be even more scary. Scarier? Probably should say
You
scarier.
do need like 2 baby swings. You can like kind of get around it with Tony though, so like you're not dead on the spot. Tony does offer like a way for you to get around it, and I think you play the board clear game as Kaido. As much as you would really want to go in for game right now, I think you play the board clear game.
Mm-hmm. Doing a little Dawn math. Okay, 6 to Luffy, I'm guessing?
No.
Oh, wait,
2, 3,
what?
4, 5s. Like a 10,000.
To Luffy?
I guess so.
Why?
To get it to kill it, I think.
Yeah, but we have a blocker out. What's the
Yeah,
point?
but like, okay, so you can't win right now, anyways, unless you get like super good. Unless he doesn't have like 2K of counter in hand, right?
Yeah,
you have 8 Dawn.
I mean, is the idea just like put the Dawn under, swing, let him block, and then just swing with Kaido after instead?
So the way that Kaido can win this turn is if they
the
do
leader
like
effect. of
leader
course.
effect, yeah. So you attack with the X Drake, you make it like however big you want. It gets in or they block it. You swing with Kaido. They block. Sorry, you do the -7 unless if they block with the chopper, you win. And then you do -7, and then you have your 10K swing, which they block, and then you have a 6K swing because you can use the -7 and have 1 active Dawn. And so if they have 2K in hand, you lose, which is
Possible.
it's not a bet I would probably be playing.
2K in hand or in life, because he's gonna get 1 life out of it.
Yeah, 1 life's gonna go trash, 1's gonna go in hand.
Yeah.
So I understand like why the big think mode is here, but you gotta, and we've been playing for how long today?
A good amount of time.
We're about to enter hour 6 pretty soon. So yeah,
Sure.
it's starting to wane. Oh, another Oni. Interesting.
Onigashima?
Yeah, that is no cards in hand. That is very.
Is he swinging at life and then -7?
I think what he's doing is that like this does say that the last swing is a 7K instead of a 6K, so it helps.
Yeah, that's pretty
little
telegraphed.
bit.
Yeah.
It's very weird. It's very.
That's a if you got it kind of moment though.
Yes, exactly. So 2 cards in Irving's hand. We know one of them for sure. I can't recall the second one. One of them's Rush Luffy. Taking the 1. Not,
Interesting.
Not a yeah. And he's not even gonna show us what the cards are. So
But
we
yeah.
gotta. We're watching it just the same as you.
Use
guys.
it. Yeah. Use your imagination, everyone.
All right. So -7 here.
Knew that was coming.
Last card
It is
life was a 2K.
2K.
Okay, 7K on lead.
Wow.
Do they have? Okay, block. Yep, you have to, and that is
yeah,
it. Oh,
there it is. Wow, what sequencing?
He had he had
no idea.
he had no
Oh,
counter.
okay,
hits,
okay,
right,
okay.
yeah.
It's on the. Oh, okay, yeah. So he had the TP, he had the Luffy,
And
he
the
had a
Jambe.
Jambe. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Wow.
Super tight math. I think that I would not have been able to catch that Onigashima.
I don't
play
think so
To
either.
get the extra 2K on the leader swing. I think that was.
I would
very
have
strong.
not seen that. I mean, given like took some time to get there.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious, but like at the end of the day, I think he did well to kind of navigate kind of a weird situation.
It was really
both
weird,
of them, yeah, both of them are really weird situation. And just came up on top in the way of, okay, I see an opportunity. If everything goes well, then I win.
Yeah.
So
And
it's really cool.
it happened.
There you go.
So
There you go. So let's get him over here.
yeah.
I think it's my turn.
yeah, I believe it is your turn. Real
It's my
quick, while
turn.
they're cleaning up, we do want to do a quick leader breakdown.
Sure.
So there were 134 kids, and 92 Purple Kaidos, 89 Zoros,
Not that many adults, huh?
55 Luffy, 49 Law, 40 Dofi. I'm powering through. 10 Blue Purple Croc, 8 Blue Purple Kaido, 6 Red Green Luffy, 5 Odins, 2 Utas, a King, and a regular Star Deck Croc.
Clip it, chat. Because someone's gonna ask again.
Yeah,
So,
we'll try our best
we'll-
to make
we'll-
a graphic in the.
Yeah, I'll see if I can make something for it. But we'll go ahead and do that. We'll get the Kaido player over here.
Yeah.
Find out how he feels about that really weird situation. We'll
Yep.
see you guys in a second.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
All right, so we're back. Another interview. This time with the Purple Kaido player, Keith.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
This last one. This is round 7, I do believe. Blazing through the day. Feels
Yes.
like it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we just witnessed a very interesting match against Red Zoro. Throughout the entire, like, I would say the later half of the game, we were just like, what is going on? What is happening? How'd you feel about that game overall?
Man, let me tell you, when you look at that opening hand and you see Onigashima, you're feeling really good.
Yeah.
But when I played that turn 1 Orochi, and I saw that none of my big guys were in my prize pool, I think there was one king in there, that was it. My life, I was like, this is going to be a rough game. I need to draw into my big guys or this isn't going anywhere. And as you guys saw in the beginning of the game, I had to play my extra because that was my only play, but it ended up getting rid of a jet pistol, taking him down a bunch of cards. And that's the big thing with Kaido that I tell everyone that that wants to play Kaido. If you're going to play Kaido, yes, it's lots of fun when you got Oni, you got King, you got Curve, you could play the game 10 drop, 9 drop.
When you don't have that.
But when you don't have that, you gotta be
like?
you gotta be creative. You gotta know exactly what plays you're gonna make next turn, what plays they're gonna make on you. And I play a lot of counters in my deck, as you guys probably saw.
Right.
And that was honestly what sealed the deal for me. Like that last turn when he was hitting me and I had everything down to the last card.
Yeah.
So that's definitely what pulled it through for me.
Yeah, that was weird, man. But I think on that last turn that you ended up winning the game,
yes,
it was a lot of like math and what it feels like, and just like sequencing, right? So take me through what you saw and how you got there.
So obviously I had the game right there. So he had a chopper on board. He was down to 2 life. So I was like, all right, this is the time to do Kaido things.
Yeah.
So I drew Onigashima though. So what I had to do was I had to count in my head. Okay, I think at the time I had 9. So it was 9. Yeah, was it 9?
It was either 8 or 9. It was one of those.
Man, yeah.
Because you kinged, right? You not drop king, and then you Onigashima, and then you had 2 more after the turn.
So pretty much what the play was is that if I was to use Kaido's ability, then I would have one attacker that could go in for, as many Dawn as I want.
Yeah.
But then my second attack was the issue. My second attack was only going to go in for another 6,000.
Yeah.
So I said, if he has a 2K counter, I lose.
Right.
So I was thinking in my head, how do I work this out with my Onigashima in hand to be able to swing efficiently? So I said, okay, you know what? I'm trying to avoid the Onigashima in hand. He's been playing slow. He was shuffling his hand, all the tells. I was like, okay, if this guy knew that he was going to be able to defend this, then this would have been a lot different.
Yeah.
So pretty much what went on in my head was, okay, I think if I swing for 7, I can get through to this.
Right.
So I played the Oni, got an extra Dawn, which allowed me to have 2 7,000 attacks. Sure. Which obviously we were able to go through. He didn't have the counter in hand. He only had a 1K counter.
Yeah.
But had any of those 3 cards been a 2K counter, I would have lost.
This is true. And we saw that last life, right? I believe from the leader effect that you did. That was a 2K counter.
That was, and that was the 2K counter. And that's what I was saying. And I think that the one of the plays that he did that he mentioned after the game was when he triggered the jet pistol, he decided to kill the blocker. And he really should have went for that X-Strike.
I think it was X-Strike.
I
was telling him, I was like, who cares about the blocker when the blocker is going to die anyway? There's one, it's going to die anyway.
Yep.
Sooner or later, it's going to die. And 2, he has Luffy's. Like you play against Luffy's, I feel like the X-Strike gives you more mileage than just a simple blocker.
It does, yep.
So you're right.
So I think I kind of dodged a bullet there.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would be able to make it another round. He had a Luffy and a Diable Jambe in hand.
Yes, he did.
At the end, so I was definitely not going to be able to make it through another one.
Yeah.
So I would say, you know what? That's part of the game. We're 7 rounds deep.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been telling my guys, my team, my Yonkos team, I couldn't be here without them.
Yeah.
Shout out Las Vegas.
Hey, that's where I'm from.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, yeah, Las Vegas guys coming to Cali.
Yes,
so
sir.
They prepared me a lot, and I was telling them all day. I said, guys, listen, big focus. Every match is your first match. Take a deep breath. Take your time. Get into it and play your best.
Yeah, and that last round, that showed it. You took your time. You understood the matchup and as well as what options you had, and you went for it. So it really paid off. So that's really cool, man.
And it worked out. That's the name of the game of One Piece. You got to go for it. And if it works out, it does.
Yeah, this meta is really interesting. And every single time, I'm gonna ask you actually.
Sure.
Because every single time I get a different answer of what the best deck is.
What the best deck is?
Do you feel like Kaido is?
So here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it's all about the player. You know what? You can go online and look up, who won the tournament? Let me go play that deck.
Yeah.
It's all about the player.
I feel it.
You see tournaments where it's run by Laws, Zoros, and Kids.
Yeah.
And maybe a couple Kaidos in there, and then you see some tournaments where Kaido just takes the cake.
Yeah.
It's the player, it's the day, it's the draws. So if obviously you're gonna ask me, I'm gonna say
Kaido.
I'm gonna say Big Daddy Kaido, but I'm gonna say you got to know what you're doing if you're gonna play him.
This is true. Okay. I feel it. I think that's a good answer, if anything, and I think I got it showcased. Yeah, we've showcased a lot of good players, and obviously, the last match was really good on both of your ends.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, by the way, one thing I mentioned, he did pitch the jet pistol. So
yes.
What was the logic on that? Did he say
he did not? I mean, when I X-Straked and he dodged and he got the jet pistol out, he was just thinking real hard. He did it, and he said good play.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what he had in his hand. He might have had maybe a chopper and a Diable Jambe he didn't want to get rid of at the time.
I think he had like a 2K and then those 2 cards, as I understand. I don't remember. I think he had a 5-drop Luffy as well.
Yeah, so he might have been wanting to set up for lethal, but
yeah, I think that's what it was.
I think especially with the Diablo Jumbe in hand, killing the blocker with his jet pistol, that was just kind of. But like I said, it's a stamina game.
Yep,
that's part of the deal.
And you make one mistake, it's gonna cost you a little bit, huh?
Yep. Take a deep breath. Look at the clock. We got time. Play your game. That's the way to go.
It's all good. Got some more rounds?
Yes.
Any shout outs before you go?
Yeah, well, like I said, shout out to my Yonkos team, Las Vegas. We play in all the Las Vegas tournaments. If anyone's a local or comes into town, reach out. Say you know the Yonkos. We'll hit you up.
Hey, shout out to Power 9.
Yeah, shout out to Power 9 Games. Yeah, big shout out to Power 9 Games. Those are our people's card shop. And Mom, Dad, and my girlfriend Elisa, who was a little, she was a little adamant about me coming to play One Piece, but I'm sure she's happy to know that here being interviewed for the game. So
for sure. Hey man, share it. Clip a chat. I've said it like 5 times. I don't know if anybody's clipping it. But hey, clip it and send it on over.
Yes.
But yeah, got some more rounds. Thank you for coming down. We're going to go ahead and get back to the break, and we'll get to the next round.
Yeah, thank you so much again for having me, brother. Appreciate it.
Hey, so we're back into another round. Sorry for the wait. If anything, we have a new match, kind of, not really. One half new, one half not new. We have the same Dofi player that we had earlier in the rounds versus Red Green Law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is going to round 8. Both are undefeated with 7-0. We have 4 undefeateds right now. It is these 2 players as well as I believe it was a Zoro and a Kaido.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, no. I think it's a little Law, right? Law.
No, it's a Law, Kid, Kaido, and Dofi.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
sure.
No more Red Luffy's undefeated, but they are present here today too. And that does mean we have a 9th round going into this too, but we will go to this match right now. So we'll end up going to this. I think we saw this matchup earlier though. Is that right?
I should have put the names for it, but I know that we had a similar matchup. I know we had this Dofi player, but I forget who he played against.
Yeah,
or what he played against.
It was against Red Green Law because I remember they couldn't draw anything. They just played that Zoro. They kept swinging into
That's true.
I don't think they played to their matchup, unfortunately.
Yeah. So we literally have the same matchup, same player, different player on the Law.
Yeah.
Both undefeated, and let's see if it goes differently.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing.
And it's been a long day. Shout outs to Natural Lighting. We are starting to lose some of ours, so we'll have to see what we can do. But shout outs to Emmanuel for being understanding, and you got the worst of the 2 seats. Unless Matthew really does not like a warm back, and then he's literally sweating.
A warm back and a blinding eye.
Yeah.
I think I take the warm back. I think he plays out the good old Kuma.
Yep. And I haven't seen a pacifist in hand yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do have 4 Dawn over there for the Law player.
It's probably a blocker Nico, maybe.
Yeah, this is looking a lot better than that previous game with
there's
Dofi and Law.
There's a lot of gas in his hand.
There's a lot of gas.
That's a lot of gas.
Let's see, and I do like the idea that again, like if Emmanuel is able to just kind of go wide on board, Blue's gonna have a hard time kind of interacting with it and not having the cards on the board, and then you get to start abusing your leader effect.
Yeah,
so
totally. Not the Nico, but the Zoro comes down just to get rid of the Kuma. And
interesting.
Maybe it's the play of like, okay, you protected this, which means you probably don't have a pacifista, and you only use this because that was the best target out of all the things you saw in the Perona.
Yeah. So I think it could be that whole thing where they decide to save it. So you're like, oh, you want to save it? That means
okay.
Never mind.
It does have in his hand.
I mean, we do have the 8 mind games.
Right? The power of this here. Maybe he wanted to block with it, knowing that Law can go the way of the Zoro.
I can understand like why you might say that in this early game a 5-drop blocker is better than a 6K vanilla. Sorry, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if that's correct.
For sure.
But being able to have the pacifist regardless is strong.
Totally. For those who may wonder, this is round 8 of 9.
Yes.
So we are guaranteed at 9, right?
Yep, we are guaranteed 9. So one of these 2 players will be undefeated going into the last round, where we are seeing Kaido that we saw last game versus Andrew Perez, or Ace, who was playing Kid.
Yeah.
Kid. So it's Kid and Kaido on the other table, and the winner.
Is that 4 different leaders, right?
Yeah, 4 different leaders.
Wow. So
this meta's great. It's really wonderful.
Yeah, it's great. Benda did a really good job as far as like just balancing everything and just making sure that like, hey, everyone has an option to play something.
Yeah.
And to say that you don't like this format of this meta, I think you just gotta play it, man.
Yeah, like I don't.
You just have to
more
play
would you need? I mean, obviously it's slower for a game like the card pool small. I get it.
That's fine.
But like
perfectly fine
for basics of a game. Like I remember like when Digimon came out, it's like, oh, you have either blue Omnimon or red Omnimon, and red Omnimon doesn't have hammer sparks. So
but at least it has Gaia Force. Which is cool.
Yeah, exactly. So like you have those like tiny decisions, but is traditionally like just 2 colors are more or less viable.
And in this game, pretty much everything is kind of playable, if not at a level where you can play it. And just like we saw in the last interview, that player skill is a huge thing, and you have to think about the things that you do.
Yeah, and we do have a leader breakdown for you guys. We'll try to work on that, drop it pretty soon. But looking at it real quick, the top 3 leaders were what? Kid, Kaido, Zoro.
Which is kind of expected, right?
Yeah,
outside of Law, but
they are what 300 out of the 500 or so. So about 60% of the room is Kid, Kaido, or Zoro.
Yeah, a little over 300. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a lot. Any unexpected decks doing well? Well, we kind of already said the undefeated, so.
Yeah, I'd say Dofi was not on my radar to be undefeated after 7 rounds.
This is true. I will say also a Vegas local is X1 with Blue Purple Crocodile.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you might make it to top.
Yeah, I definitely want that match.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
I really like Blue Purple Kaido. I think it gets a lot better with the film deck. But
I'm sorry, not Purple. No, Croc.
Croc. Still, that one.
You still like it.
That is, I still like it. It's a wild deck to play with a time limit like this, but
sure.
And I can only see it being worse in best of 3 with a slightly better time limit. So
yes, for sure.
Anyways, we are getting back to this game, which is the first time I said that today. I think I'm very proud of staying on topic, but we see that this Dofi has been able to get a pretty wide board. Marshall D. Teach coming in, bouncing stuff. Pacifista still around. But you are able to get 5 on board with these 2 blockers, and then for 2, with the leader effect, bouncing back the Otama to bounce back the Nami to play out a
killer. Yeah, keep going.
There we go.
Keep going. Oh, okay, you're done. Okay.
What do you mean?
There's a lot.
Yeah.
That's what Law does, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So Killers also has the 1 Dawn, which means that if you do block with it, you draw. But yeah, there are 5 blockers on that board, and
pretty crazy.
Blue likes to play a lot of blockers too, but that is a crazy amount.
Not as many as these. And speaking of Blue's side, not looking too hot at this amount of Dawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like 7 cost Dofi, probably be a little bit better here. Maybe the 5 cost 7K, but all we have is a couple geckos and a boa.
Yeah, you wish that you had one more, right? To play Gecko into Boa, but I think Boa is definitely you want to play out just so you can start drawing with it next turn.
Pretty much.
You can maybe even put 1 underneath it, so you can, if you need to block with it, you can get the draw too. So all of that's good. Green obviously has answers to it, but
not today, baby.
Not right now. It's probably. I mean, if he has a jet pistol in hand, it's the first thing you hit, but we'll see. But this is like the power for like Law. If you are able to just be passive and build your board wide like Emmanuel's doing, they have 5 life, but they have like no cards in hand. They don't have a lot of options of what to play, and you can really choke them out for that. And then you can start building. You can do your leader effect every turn, get advantage from Nami's, you bounce back, Bonnie's, you bounce back, everything else.
This is basically what I was saying about that. What was it, the? Pretty sure Law, right?
Yeah.
Law was in the same exact position last time we were watching it. And we know how that kind of turned out.
Yeah. So attacked with leader, knewing. I'm pretty sure you knew Gecko was there, but use the killer to block and draw a card. Now, if you want to play the Boa, you'd have to get rid of the Perona, which is I'd probably still do that. Even if you can't put the Dawn underneath the Perona this turn. Or not the Perona, the Boa Hancock this turn. It still just represents a draw that you get the next turn, which is, I think, pretty important.
Yeah. Just trying to make it work, though. Not too many options are being presented with him or for him. Blocker's nice, but probably not going to be using that too soon. He's probably gonna swing into the Gecko.
Yeah, and we're about 10 minutes into this game. Who do you think's winning right now?
Not us.
Yeah.
It's not really much to commentate on.
It's probably gonna be our longest match of the day so far. It
which
seems.
is fine.
Yeah.
This is a higher table match. They're both undefeated. They're looking pretty good to make sure that they can secure their top 16 spot, but. I think Law's in a better place than Dofi for sure. It just really depends on how he navigates these next couple of rounds, or not rounds, but turns, into doing damage. And I think he has to kind of chip away, like we saw last time when the last person was in this situation.
Yeah, but yeah, Manuel has like a fat board, has a fat hand, like just very happy with
fat everything.
Yeah, he got a lot.
Comes the Otama, not replacing something, but. Just going to go ahead and target the Gecko?
Yep, and looks like they're going to try to attack into the Gecko, get rid of it, and then they can use leader effect. I also wouldn't hate swinging with Trafalgar Law, and then that's your bounce target that you can use later in the game too.
Yeah.
With as much advantage you have right now.
I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Okay.
Yeah. And I do like the I mean, Matthew's in a spot too. If you want to attack anything, it has to be face now.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Yep. Exactly what he wants. Is it that give and take?
And deciding to block with it, which is interesting.
Yeah, I don't think you block there.
Trafalgar Law.
Maybe he's like expecting like, hey, they're gonna swing like 2 more times or something. But I don't think so. I actually don't think so.
Yeah, I don't believe that's true.
I will say like him swinging with Law means a red is gonna come down, and maybe he's like, okay, the next rush attack that you have, I'll just go ahead and let you take that.
Yeah.
There's an extra card in my hand, and I can kind of be alright with that.
And he can do something like tricky too, where he can for 2 bounce back the Law.
I hate to cut you off. The lighting is going to change in like 2 seconds, so
okay.
I will
have
to go fix that.
I think
that's the case.
I could be wrong. I think it's just okay. I see.
yeah. So
all right,
just gonna give you everyone a heads
the
up.
The shadow realm has entered.
Okay, I'll go fix it. You keep them entertained.
All right. So for 5, they played out. Oh no, sorry. They bounced back Law and then used Law to bounce back the other Law to play the Zoro, and that's kind of how you want it. Like being able to bounce your Laws back to play another one's like essentially what you did is great. So attacked with Zoro, a big old swing, going down to 4 life, and we'll go from there. All right, there we go. There's some exposure, baby. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, so I think I would say Emmanuel's in a really good spot. I don't know what his top end is, but if Emmanuel's top end includes an 8-drop Lucis Kid, I think he wins this game. I think if he finds it and is able to play in the next turn or 2, that's pretty much the ticket to victory for a deck like this. I think you can still do it without it, but that's like the way I would say is like how to get there. And he's got 9 Hold On to do stuff with. Looks like he's thinking about playing a Dracula Mihawk, or it was a full art card, so I'm not sure if it's the Perona or not. Dare I say that looks better than the natural lighting? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this looks better.
Yeah, we shouldn't.
Personally, yeah, that's fine. They have some spotlights. They actually have like stage lighting right above them, so it kind of works out. And through the magic of lenses and things like that, we don't have glare.
Man, I remember the day you were like, Eggman, stop doing what you're doing. I have a lens that removes card glare. Like you were so excited for it. Like
it's
you were.
Filter.
It's a filter.
For a lens.
Yeah, filter
yes,
for a lens.
yes,
I'm sorry, my bad. Obviously, I wasn't excited as you are,
no,
but
no,
it
no.
is.
I was so happy about it.
It is true. It's truly like something worth being excited about.
Yes, I'm sure if anybody ever, uses their phone or camera or whatever, I'm sure they've ran into glare before, and it's annoying.
Yep. So looking at the top 5 for a card for the 3-drop, I think you want to set it up. So if I was Matthew, I would attach a Dawn to Boa and probably draw. The Mihawk seems like a really good card for this matchup. Gets rid of a card. It's a big attacker that you can start removing stuff with. And so it can be, you can either like use leader effect and then attack with Bow to get the card draw.
I think with the right amount of life, like Mihawk's never a bad decision.
No.
Do you agree?
Yeah, with 4 life and the time to like abuse it, like I think it's in a strong spot.
Sure. Yeah. He hasn't used leader effect, right? So this next thing that he does probably will be leader effect. Which if he puts 2 under, then that's going to be the case here.
All right, so yeah, 2 under there. Probably swinging 7 at the Zoro. All right, playing the Marshall, bouncing presumably back. I'd say the Beige because there's 2 choppers and the color identity kind of makes sense. So
sure. I mean, it's not very much investment on Emmanuel's end to just play it again.
Yeah.
Which, we talked about it before as far as Law.
Yeah, once you get your fat hand, like playing these 1-drops to fill out the condition's so easy.
That's the thing about this game, where you just sort of just look at a situation, at least in this format, where you're like, what the heck do I do?
Yeah.
You know, like all of these decisions feel bad. And it's very interesting to see the thought process for every player that we've seen so far, especially with Matthew, of like, how do you assess the situation, how do you take care of it? And I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's a bit peculiar how much he's blocking for this Zoro. I would almost just say, like, sure, the Zoro dies, and then, because, like, sure, you now open up board space to do stuff, and look, there's so many cards in his hand right now, so maybe he's seen a couple that
It's possible that some of these attacks were to face.
Sure.
We don't really know.
That's fair. That's fair if they were to face or to Zoro.
Yeah, you're at 2, so you don't really want to go down to 1.
But yeah, there's only one blocker up for Matthew here. 4 life, though, so pretty healthy.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was a little low there, but I should be okay now.
Yeah, by accident. Who could have done that when you stepped away?
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah. Everyone go ahead and check out Stage 0 on YouTube.
There's a command.
I know.
That's how much of a not backstabber I am.
Just type in Stage 0.
Stage 0 YT. That is where this entire VOD will be re-uploaded to on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm saying it live, so now he has to do it.
That's true.
Isn't that
That's true.
nice
Well,
how that works?
I did it
out,
earlier.
chat?
I did it earlier. So look, I had a copy and paste. Boom.
Oh.
There it is.
Dang.
Yeah, but if anybody's having issues on any audio, video, lagging, whatever, definitely go check it out. I'll have it up this next week. So Law doesn't have as good as options as last time.
No.
Maybe he just kind of blocked to.
Oh no. He's got good stuff. He can play
he's-
Nami. He can play Beige, bounce it back, play
Yeah.
Law. Like he's
Yeah,
in
he's
a
looking good.
spot.
He's looking good. It's just really about the sequencing now.
Yeah.
Don't really know what Dovi's hands look like, but he's looking pretty confident.
Oh, it's trying to.
Body
I
language and
like
all.
this. I like this swing.
The swing, you mean?
Yeah. So it's 8K on Pacifista. You can block it with the Dofi. You can let the Pacifista die.
That's fair.
I think the board clear route for Law is the way because blue can't win without a board.
Yeah.
Every other like Kaido
yeah.
can kind of win, like the mirror match can win, Luffy can win, Zoro can win, but like Dofi, you need your cards to be able to live and attack, and I think getting rid of them.
That's
is strong.
definitely less talked about when you think about it.
Yeah.
I think just overall,
it's
like the higher end cards are super important in Dofi, but
Yeah.
you just have to have cards sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, and playing 2 1s. My thoughts are bouncing back the that to play the Law, to bounce back the Law, to play probably Nami. Oh, Nico. All right. Interesting.
Oh.
And he bounced Otama back into hand, too.
Yeah, he has it back in hand, which is good.
Yeah.
Obviously, a 2K counter. Also gives you the option to, if he does drop a Mihawk or a 7 Dofi, then you have the option to get rid of it. But
yeah, it's good removal for right now because like a lot of the blockers or a lot of the cards you play for free are 5Ks. You can get rid of the Marshall D Teach worst case with an Otama as well. So
right.
All that's very strong.
Yeah.
And just thinking. Not a lot to do here. Again, you could just do your 1 turn, play Mihawk, but we'll see from there. Yeah, there it is.
It's the Mihawk.
As for 9, Bouncing Law is great. It's not as great as knowing that there's another one just waiting in hand, but it's what it is. 5K onto the Zoro. I think a block here would be understandable from the Beige. Or you can get out of it and then use one of the Beige for the 6K swing you know that's coming out. And potential 5K swing from the Marshall D Teach, too. Yeah, the hand's looking a little thin. All of a sudden.
I mean, we got a Nami.
Yeah, Nami helps.
I feel like Nami always faces everything.
Yeah, but I think he's going to counter with it. I think he's going to prioritize keeping the Zoro alive.
Yeah, but why?
Listen.
Yeah, but why?
All right, so 5K with the Marshall, and then 6K with the Pacifista, keeping that Zoro alive.
Yeah.
And I think we'll see what happens. Not having the Nami really stinks for finding cards later. You would love to keep having that bounce back, but
I mean, I agree. That's what I was saying. I was like, I thought.
I think Zoro, yeah. So Nami in hand, yeah, he kept it. So
yeah, is that an X-Drake?
It is X-Drake. So X-Drake would be able to do some damage on the Pacifista too, which is quite nice.
I think that is the play.
And with so many okay, Brooks.
Yeah.
You have a Luffy in hand already, so you don't need it.
Okay, I was about to say, I was like,
yeah.
Does he have a Luffy already? Brooks is good here. Brooks is really good here. Because now you can swing into his board a little bit easier. You have a really good target to swap out back into, I think, the Law. Yeah, he has a 5-drop Law. You return the Nami, play the... what was the third card that he had? Oh, he can't. Never mind.
Yeah.
I guess he can hard cast. Yeah, hard cast the 5.
Yeah, I really don't just hate hard playing the Law. Like, say, you know what, I don't need my leader effect. There are some
we can still use a leader effect.
Yeah, you could.
Because you can hardcast Law, return Nami, play Brook, play Nami, get another card, and then leader effect.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sure can.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's gonna do.
The clock is working for 1 minute.
I wasn't gonna jinx it. Literally was not gonna jinx it. I was gonna let it play out first, and then we see if that's the case.
We'll see you guys in another 12 hours when he's writing it.
Okay, swing with the Nico first. Looks like.
Yeah.
I feel like every time we go through the hand cams, it's like a cinematic, like like we're watching a movie, like someone's trying to film behind him all his decisions.
All right, so 1 for Nami, looking top 5.
There's a jet
3 good cards.
Pistol. Did you have an Otama in hand?
Yeah, I think you get the Zoro. I think you get the Zoro, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Because you are not, you're going to get rid of the Pacifist this turn, so you are 100% not dying next turn now.
Sure. Because you're going to use leader effect with Nami into X-Drake?
Yeah.
Or Nami or Brook into X-Drake.
Or Nico. There's a lot of options.
It's just Law stuff.
Yeah.
Just Law stuff. Blocker isn't too bad. I don't know what you're replacing with. But I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I really like the X-Drake. It's been something I've been trying to fit into my own builds because it's a Supernova too.
I love X-Drake.
And it's a good card to bounce and get the effect on too. All right, 5K Zoro swing. All right, and another 6K swing now with the 1 Dawn. Going from 3 life on Matthew, so seeing if he wants to go down to 2. Got a chunky hand, so you could get out of this a couple ways.
I take back what I said about Mihawk.
What part of it?
You can play it. Well, I guess he really didn't have anything else to play.
No, I think he had like a wide board, and I wouldn't think like board removal was like an automatic thing you could see that they do, but
sure, yeah.
I think this Mihawk will get value if the game's going to go much longer, because it's again a 9K swing every turn. That if your opponent wants to get rid of it, they gotta like double Otama, jet pistol, or just spend a lot of Dawn to manually swing into it. So
yeah. None of those options sound good.
No.
I mean, it sounds okay in this because he can commit the Dawn, like at least 8 Dawn.
Yeah.
While he still has a board state.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be our longest match on stream so far today, though.
That's
like
okay.
Which is we got like 10 minutes left in the round. It is.
Yeah, that's okay.
No one's winning yet.
No one's winning. Oh no! Don't say that. Don't say that.
And thinking.
Yeah, that's what
yeah,
they
okay,
do.
taking the 1, going down to 2. And I just as a reminder, like, this is 6 hours into this day. Thoughts are happening. People are thinking. This is probably a big thinker of a match. And honestly, if you're playing Dofi for 7 rounds and you're undefeated, like you've been thinking all day.
Both Dofi and Law.
And Law, 100%.
Like both of these guys, man.
And with the full 10 Dawn, you do have quite a few things to do.
I mean, take a look at his hands. He does have plays.
7 drop is neat, but I don't like it in this matchup.
Yeah.
Honestly, any of those cards he'd gladly want back in hand.
I mean, I don't know who told him to block it this way. Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Okay, so Perona. I mean, yeah, you got some plays, man.
Gecko's tempting because it's late in the game, so there's a bunch of cards in your trash.
Sure.
1 drop is great.
3 life, 2 life.
Yeah.
2 life, right?
2 life to 2 life. Yes,
yeah.
correct.
Okay.
All right, for 3 playing the Dofi, looking at the top. And like I don't just like putting like a Draco Mihawk back in hand. I mean, looks like he's going to go for the Martial Teach, which would get Zoro or Nico back in hand, so probably the Nico.
Not a bad idea.
All right, looking at the top, it's the Marshall, so using it to put the Nico back in hand. Yeah, probably the best card to...
Yeah, not a bad target at all.
And...
Because who cares about the Zoro?
Yeah.
Nami's whatever.
Yeah. And I was able to attack into the Zoro. 9k into lead, going down to 1 card in life. And I'm going to guess... Oh, he's got... I think he just picked up the beige. I think that's a strong one for it there.
Yes, sir.
And I'm thinking Gecko's the play. Yeah, fanning out that trash.
Just to see what kind of Gecko targets there are.
Yeah, but like the thing is like you want to have that extra Dawn open because you have the Desert Spotter, right? And
I mean, playing the Kuma probably be a little bit better, but he doesn't have any targets for it, so I don't think he does. I didn't see any.
Yeah, I did not see a Pacifista. And Pacifista's not a 7 Warlord, so Gecko wouldn't be able to get one either to set up like a something next turn.
Yeah.
All right, 10 Dawn open. All right, playing another Nami. Looking at the top 5. Finding a Brooks.
Yeah.
Looked like that was almost the only target. I saw a lot of Wano.
There was a I think it was 2 Brooks. Might be wrong.
Again, once like late game Nami is
as good as the early game Nami.
Yeah, it's so good. Like just being able to get the loop. Nami can find early game cards, mid game cards, late game cards, like all of it.
Yeah. Okay,
Doing some Dawn math.
Yeah, plenty of Dawn to work with. We already kind of know his hand, and it's pretty saucy. Getting there, at least. 5-drop Luffy, got the Nico Robin that got returned. And just gonna swing with the Nami, question mark.
So yeah, this is 5K.
And to teach, maybe?
Maybe.
He's probably just gonna try to get the swing because he's gonna get returned anyway.
Yeah.
She's gonna get returned anyway. So. Okay, here comes the lead swing.
5K.
Oh, the
on the Drake.
Okay. I wonder why you put the 1 underneath him then.
Yeah, interesting.
Sequencing there.
Sequencing, yeah, agreed.
Yeah, not sure about that one.
All right, blocking that one. 1 blocker remain.
Yeah.
And again, like Emmanuel has to be really careful because he could just die next turn. He's only got 1 life. Mihawk's
Hopefully not on
out.
stream.
Yeah.
In game. Time of the round for normal players. Stream table still has about 4 or 5 minutes, depending. I think we getting to the point of like, okay, we're both really close to winning.
Mm-hmm. And they have been for quite a minute.
That's hard to say, honestly. Because, like, Matthew had to get through a bunch of blockers.
Mm-hmm.
Manuel had to reestablish his board, like, twice. You know?
Yeah,
and both of them are sort of, like, playing close to their chests.
It's pretty silly how many, like, the Emmanuel's hand size, how much it's fluctuated this game.
True. It's the power of the Namis.
All right, so leader effect to bounce back X-Drake to play the Luffy. Luffy 7K, no blocks, or sorry, 8K no blocks into leader.
Yeah, that's a big boy. That's a big boy. Two blockers down. Yeah. I think this is still doable because I think we can still. Well, Teach is a 4-drop, right?
It is, yes.
Never mind then. I was gonna say you can still Dofi into Teach. Get rid of both of these threats, or you can just Dofi and just swing with the rest. But I don't think you have enough Dawn to push through to the last life.
No, I don't think so. But I think opening this up and saying like any swing is now the game winner is very strong.
True. I don't think that's the play. I don't think he has an option. If he does have an option, he probably wants to. Yeah, there it is.
Takes the
I was gonna say, like he probably wants to have options in his hand as far as like this next turn here, but
yeah. So 3 minutes left in the round here. Matthew is going on this turn here.
I mean, he can go Law. Well, I mean, this is tough.
Yeah,
so
it's very tough.
He can. I was gonna say he can go Law, Dofi for the Luffy. And then just swing the rest into Nami.
All right.
Okay, Dofi into
That's
the
a play.
blocker, which kind of signals of like, maybe I'm going for game here.
I think you have to remove Luffy. If you don't remove Luffy, you
it's one or the other, right?
Yeah, you lose.
Like you either
lose, yeah.
you either go for game here or you go for the Luffy.
Yeah.
Interesting that he's swinging with the Kuma. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's because like the 9-drop is the way to get the Luffy because that's good is what the beige is gonna like run into, right?
Yeah. I think he should have. Never mind. I was gonna say he should have swung, but I guess Law can kind of say no to a couple attacks here. Ooh, this is tough. It's getting tougher and tougher. Every action per turn here is definitely getting tougher and tougher. Really thinking about this next play, which, I mean, by all means, is correct.
Yeah.
You have to think about this. Manuel with a reasonable amount of counter.
Yeah.
He knows one of those cards is the Law because he returned it with the Dofi.
Well, here's the other thing. You attacked with your blocker, so now you can just put unless you play another blocker. Okay, so you got more.
Yeah. You can play 2 of the Law blockers, but that still doesn't take care of the Luffy.
No.
So, like, that's the thing, man. Like,
I think Luffy just
wins the game.
Yeah.
right?
It's 16K,
He has-
can't
he has-
be blocked.
He has Desert Spada.
Yeah.
So that's 2, 4, 5. I think he has 5 in hand, 5
Yeah.
counter power in hand, which is just not going to get there. Unfortunately, I think Emmanuel's going to take this one.
Yeah, but this is
Not
if,
unfortunately, but
if,
like
if
just
Emmanuel wants to go for it, right?
Oh, I'm sure he does. It's very tempting, you know.
I mean, yeah.
Tempting enough to say yes, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, just boom, there it is. Put him on the pedestal. And I think that's going to be it. Yep, Emmanuel takes it.
Yep, there it
with
is.
A 16K Luffy attack on lead.
Big
So,
old boy.
Big old boy with seconds left in that round, but
Yeah.
just narrowly squeaking it out.
All right. Well, there he goes. I guess we're just kind of getting a little darker too.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, a little darker here too, and
we'll have to-
disheveled maybe, is that the word?
Well,
it's
been a lot of rounds.
I play with my hair when I watch
Ah,
it and
I
think
see,
it gets really bad. So luckily I don't have like colored hair to not only focus it more on the mess that's above my head, but
very true. But that's okay.
That's okay.
Because now we get to probably interview Emmanuel. We didn't have him. We had Matthew already, but
we don't have a lot of time left in round either.
Oh,
so because
yeah, that's true.
we might.
I mean, he's gonna stay there anyway.
He's gonna
so
stay there
we'll-
anyways. Yeah.
yeah,
So we'll go
through
from
that.
there. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's go to break,
Yep.
and we'll return with the last and final round.
Yeah, before Top Cut, which is also happening today.
So one last round in Swiss, and then now we have Top Cut right after.
And it should be like less than 10 minutes because we're time on the real clock, and our clock was behind. So
for sure.
All
Okay.
right. Yep. We'll be right back. right, we have round number 9, the final round of Swiss here for the Long Beach Treasure Cup, hosted by Core TCG. Finally got it right, like 9 hours later. And we will be having a 30-minute break after this round, and then we are going straight into the top 16 today. So both these players being undefeated going into this round means that they will be in this top 16, but we will see who gets this undefeated title. It is going to be Emmanuel, who we saw previously last round with Red Green Law, versus Ace running Eustace Kid, if I remember right. Yes. So we saw both these players on stream. Ace a little bit earlier in the day, and it should be a really interesting matchup. I know that Law can be more focused on the Eustace Kid matchup, or kind of just more generic. So we're going to have to see how that kind of ends up for us.
What's your money on?
Emmanuel looks like he's doing pretty solid with Law. Like when we saw the original game of Dofi versus Law, it looked like the previous Law player didn't really know what was going on, but Emmanuel definitely felt like he was in control of that entire match.
He was getting it. It was funny because or it is funny because in this matchup, I mean, we talked about it before. That Kid is pretty much favorite for this, right? I don't think there's too much of a discussion about that one, and that's only because there's a lot of different tools to deal with the lower cost things that Law has.
Yeah.
So we'll see how both of them draw, and I think we're good to tell them.
So they're good to go. We'll head on over there, and it's honestly I love the diversity for this event. Like we have the leaders on the screen, but every leader is viable. Like it's never had to be like only kids or anything. Like top 4 going into last round were all different leaders. These are obviously 2 different leaders. And different colors have these kind of. So and looking forward to seeing what the final top 16 is as well. I think it's going to be pretty diverse.
I can guarantee you there's a kid in it.
There's so many of them. Frogger Law in it. Bam. All right. Well, I can do it too. Come on.
I was basing on the deck breakdown. I guess we're both right on this.
Yeah. I thought you were being cheeky on this one. So
one and the same. And just like I was saying before, right? Just like I was saying before, the green kid, just kid in general, really. There's only one kid right now. Has the options to get rid of the smaller cost things that Law puts out. And I think he went second, right? Because he's at 4 Dawn. Which is why he played the killer.
Yeah, he went second. He used the 2 Dawn, and like it could also just be like a thing. Like, you know what? Like if you're using it for a killer on a turn that the blocker didn't matter, sure, I'm okay with that being gone.
Yeah.
If you spent 3 Dawn to do that, that's fine. And being a little bit quick, a little bit aggressive with this match. I mean, they're both going to top. I mean, you're just going to play it quickly and then get something to eat. We've been stuck here, so like.
Yeah, hey, I'm down for that. 30-minute break after this. Hey,
I'm interested.
Hey.
So passing to 5. If Basil Hawkins is in hand, you play it, but I guess it's not. So you don't.
Yeah. Go figure.
Oh, the double ISO. Ezo.
ISO.
There's a big old I as the first letter. Like, it's so tempting.
Yep.
Yeah, this is definitely, I think, already in Andre's court. Being able to get that removal, making it very hard for Emmanuel. And, like, you didn't even get the Bonnie trigger to even draw a card, so.
Double ISO. That's all you can say about it, right? Double ISO.
Just very quick, too.
Which doesn't feel great because they are 2K counters. But that doesn't really matter if you're clearing out their board every single turn, right?
All right, Otama.
Into... Looks like another Zoro?
Looks like a Trafalgar Law to bounce it.
Gotcha.
Into
and then
playing
into
Zoro.
Because he had another Zoro, yeah.
All right. This is fine. That is like... Law doesn't do this play very often, but it is a cute little play to, get out a 3-drop by playing a 1-drop in hand. So
yeah. What do you think in this matchup? Do you feel like you'd protect any of the cheap ones like this early on to the game, or do you just take it, use it for ammo?
Yeah, I think Kid is fine with using it for ammo.
Okay.
In this matchup specifically, like, you rather have more options of what to do. And even though like Law does have rush and it can be very aggressive to end the game, traditionally most builds have kind of been shying away from that in my experience.
Sure.
More of just a high value, getting to the late game and then getting like a bunch of advantage.
Right. Not too much to look at here.
Nope. So attacked 5, blocked with the Law. There is 7 Dawn open for Andres. Looking like, ooh, the 7 drop.
The 7 the 7.
That will slow down the game quite a bit.
Yeah. I love the 7 drop so much, just simply because it's just a beater every turn.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, we'll deal with it. Now you deal with it or you don't.
Yeah, and it's funny, like in starter deck meta, no one played it. It was risky because blue was really relevant.
Yeah.
And you could Sable his back to hand, and you're like, oh, I feel so bad that's the way this went, but
sure.
Not as common anymore. I think there's one blue Crocodile for starter deck in this entire event, so
right. Not too many.
Not a lot. No.
I also think he whiffed on the.
I think he did too.
I think he whiffed. I think we missed that a second, but I think that was a bit of a bummer. But yeah, that 7 costs a little risky, sure. And yes, this is gonna happen every so often as far as Otama Jet Pistol, but that's fine. Oh, never mind. He's just gonna de-incentivize the block. This is 7. 7 with a Zoro. 6 Law. 7 is a lot easier when you actually do have a 7k blocker, but it's actually now 5. So now you're looking at something where it's a little tougher. Which is why that's what I was saying. Like the Zoro swing, the 5k swing before, just counter out of it. Because you already know this type of swing is coming later on. But that's just me, though.
Yeah, I think he's just going to take the 1 because if you do block with your blocker, that means that they can
just swing into
pressure
it,
at it, and that's like the biggest advantage you have. Ooh, Paradise Waterfall.
I like that.
That is a
best card.
Best
card ever. Best card ever.
I was just about to suggest it. Yeah, it's I think it's a sneaky 2 of right about now. I don't think anyone runs it at 4, but
yeah, I guess so.
It's the second time we've seen it in that life. It is very strong.
I mean, if you do play it at 4, you're definitely going to see it at life
for sure,
more often than not, right?
All right, and then a 9k at the life and taking that as well, going down to 1. One life is where I get to be a little wary. Like, sure, Andres has like a dozen cards in hand, but
yeah,
like
2 is preferred for sure.
Yeah, 2 is
if you had
feels a little bit safer.
But that again, one card, so could have said no to that first life.
Yeah, like leader swing, and then rush guy is like pretty understandable to get you into the game. Like 2 rush guys, not as easy, but
no, I think a Luffy's gonna come sometime or another, especially if he hits another Nami.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And looks like it's a Kid at lead. I think you happily take this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's the drop. The 8 and 7 combo always feels good.
Yeah.
Gotta use the 1
here. A little
here.
bit better if you had 1 more Dawn, so you could attack with the 7 in there. But now you have 2 blockers and the beige.
Yeah.
Beige is one of the blockers and the 8 drop.
Yeah.
This is a very good spot for green.
Better spot. I don't know if it's like amazing, but it is still better.
It'd be fantastic if you had 2 life, but
I mean,
if you need to go down to 1 life to have the cards for that, then
yeah, sure. Only 3 cards in Emmanuel's hands. If one of them is Jet Pistol, it might be pretty good. Which he can easily get 1 here. It doesn't look like he's gonna get that lucky though. The Brook is the last card in the top 5. Luffy's on the other end. And then Chopper, which I don't think he really wants a Chopper. I think he's going to probably pick the Luffy. Yep. Oh. Okay. Well, this is... You can't get the Luffy. Or you can't get the Law, sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, okay. I wasn't going crazy. I was like, wait. He's going to get the Luffy. I mean...
Yeah. And
he picked the Law. He couldn't pick the Law, of course.
And you could do something tricky here if you did get the Jet Pistol, where you could pay 2 for the Trafalgar Law effect, put Atama back in your hand, play nothing, and then just play Atama again for 1, and then use the Jet Pistol, get rid of the 8,000 Usta's Kid. But
unfortunately, it doesn't have a Jet Pistol.
Yeah, that did not happen. So could not do
that. I mean, he could still do stuff with Otama. Because he can swing with the Law, I believe, and then use a leader effect, and then hard cast the Law, get the Otama back, and then play out something else.
Yeah, it's kind of weird too, because like you want to invest that 2 Dawn on the Trafalgar Law to have an 8k swing, but at the same time, would it be better to just bounce it, early to get the Luffy out to then dump all the Dawn on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
You can just say no. It's fine.
No, you're probably right. You're probably right. I guess it just depends on how much you want to commit to it. And this is that's what it looks like is gonna happen. You're just gonna go ahead and just swap out, put all the Dawn, swing into the kid, and just be like, hey, do you have enough counter? Probably not. But it looks like he's trying to say yes. I don't even know how much this is. Don't like how Manuel just stacks it, but hey. It is 2, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
So as I understand it, so got out of it.
And you could die this next turn now, which is I don't think you will.
No,
but
it's
you could.
unlikely. I think he. I think
I don't know.
just,
Like you don't have any cards in hand as a manual. You know that one of them's Trafalgar Law that's dead.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if you
the other one.
know the other two.
I don't think we can see it. Oh, there's 2 more.
Yeah, those are he wouldn't.
I
know
think
those cards are in hand.
Nico X-Drake. Looks like Nico X-Drake. Yeah, I think he swings with the swings into. Oh boy, Luffy. One of the Namis, I guess. I mean, I don't know why. I guess not to return one of them, but because he has 2, it's kind of like, eh. I think you maybe prioritize returning a 2K. Well, maybe I guess because he has a lower hand.
Yeah, I think he's saying like I don't want. You have to. It's a very tricky balance with Law, because if you try to blow them out and give them 4, if you let them draw 4 cards in hand, chances are they can do some magic with them, right?
Yeah.
You have to kind of bleed them a little bit dry. So this is an 8K swing. They're probably. I don't think they have a choice. I think they have to snap take this.
Yeah.
And then I think you decide, you know what? I'm going to just try to go in next turn, make sure they don't have enough resources to do what they want to do, and just go off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, probably gonna swing into that question mark with leader. Just gonna go for the board clear, which is all right, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably, I don't know. Yeah, I think the board clear is right. Because then, like, again, being able to recur those Namis gets you so many resources.
Emmanuel's like, okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna pick it up.
Sure, yeah. Oh, now I won't stop it.
I'm gonna pick it up.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, what do we do?
I just have to use all my Dawn. Like,
yeah. All right, let's see if you can make something out of nothing.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of nothing.
Nico still. We got the. I think that's a chopper.
I think okay, yeah.
I think that's a chopper.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way out here.
I don't think so either.
It looks very, very difficult.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because X-Drake is kind of useless, other than just being a bigger body.
Yep.
We have Law, which is cool if we had targets for it. I mean, you can return a Otama or a Brook to play either one of them, which will help to go against the 8. And the last card is a Chopper, which is like, okay, cool.
Yeah, Otama is nice, though. Being able to now pressure...
Double Otama?
Yeah.
Technically. If he plays his Law. Which he's going to play Nico Robin. Okay. I guess he's going to use a 2 for leader effect to play the Law and then return it.
Yeah, and it's either that or you play the Brooks. Okay. Yeah, so it's a 4K now.
Yeah.
It's either that or put the Brooks so you can get more on the Law, but I think this is fine.
So how many things can attack here? Just one, right?
Only one.
Yeah.
The leader and the Brooks.
So leader can go 7, I guess.
Yeah, but then like.
Yeah, leader can go 7, and then Brooks just switch. Oh wow!
It's all that's happening is like, Beige dies. Like that's.
Oh,
that's it.
you know, I didn't even see the Beige.
Yeah.
Never mind. This is a is a roundabout way to get to the use the leader effect.
Yeah.
Just so Beej dies.
Yeah. So 4 on there.
Yeah, with Andres only having 1 card in hand, it kind of like everything is on the board. Like.
And attacking into it there, and Beej is taking one for the team.
Understandable.
Yep. And yeah, this is
probably game.
You got 2 blockers, so like you're not super fearful of losing yet, but
this can probably switch pretty quickly to either side, right?
It can, yeah. Once someone feels like they have enough gas, they're gonna go for it.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much like everything
that we've seen today.
Yeah, the highest level of how to win this game is you got to recognize when you have enough gas and your opponent has not enough to print. Yeah.
Yeah. And that also takes time, right? That takes time to basically get there. Like it's a journey.
It is.
You can't just well, I will say that one play that the Kaido player Keith ended up winning that way. He just recognized it and he just went for it.
Yeah. So he's doing a bunch of little swings. He did a 3K of Neko at Brook, and Brook got KO'd. Then we did do a 5K Neko into lead. And what do we see here? You have it blocked. You can get out of it. You can Trafalgar Law to let that live as well, and it wouldn't get hit there. And using the X-Drake to get out of it. You know you're going to put one underneath the... Yep. I'm going to put one under that. So it is a big 8K on your leader. You will take that one.
Which is an easy take, right?
Yep, 8K on your leader.
Less easy take.
And you could just pressure them to have to take like block with both of these, because you got 2 swings on your leader. So this is going to be 8K into there.
Yeah.
Unless they're both 2K counter, your hand has 2K counters, you will have to block with both your blockers.
And he's going to discard one here.
Yep. And so, decision time.
Yeah. Do I go for it? Do I? Because I feel like Andres did enough damage here. So even if he plays the blockers out, that's probably fine, right? But it's just that Nico Robin's on board, and that doesn't feel great.
Nico Robin on board feels bad.
Yeah.
I think you go for it.
I mean, you don't have a choice. It's just gonna get blocked, right? Like there's not.
Yeah. I think you pressure them to, because if they don't have law on board, it's gonna be very difficult for them to win next turn. Oh, and they have the Neko in hand too. Yeah, with perfect knowledge, you definitely just go for it again.
Right.
Get rid of the Beej. You have a 1K in hand, and you hope you have enough.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's the worst thing about Law in this matchup is that their hand could be anything. It could be all 2K counters.
It could be garbage.
It could be garbage. It could be rush cards.
I mean, Green Kid is kind of the same way sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? You can have 3 8-cost kids in your hand just for no reason.
Yeah.
So.
Deciding to
just play out the blockers?
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's I think it's fine.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I feel like he just did enough damage. I think he did enough damage, and he was like, you know what? If you have it, you have it. I'm gonna put you on it.
Yeah.
You know.
Because that would force the block.
I mean, the only downside is now that Law is an attacker. It is also another target because he didn't have any other green.
All right, so
options.
He got it.
Wow.
He got the top deck.
He finally got it
into the jet.
He's yet to see a jet pistol. I don't feel like.
Yeah.
I think that's the first jet pistol you've seen.
But it's so expensive to do that play. I don't know if he's got enough Dawn left to really capitalize the opening here.
Yeah. Well, this is gonna get rid of the killer.
Yeah. I guess you block with the beige while you can. All right.
That's how I feel about that. I mean, I guess you could. It depends on what kind of hand counter power you have.
Oh, this is danger territory.
I don't think you do that, right?
No, this loses you the game.
I don't think you do that. I don't think you do that at all.
Do not. This loses you the game. Watch. Well, he's losing the game right now. You ready? You ready?
Okay,
for this?
don't say that. Don't say
ready
that.
for this? He's losing the game
Stop
right now.
saying that.
You lost the game. You
Okay,
lost
but
the game.
we knew that he had a Nick.
He's got no cards in hand.
Yeah, we knew he had an Echo.
Yeah. He's swinging with a 6K for some reason. If this is a 2K, and no, even if it's 2K, yeah, just lost you the game.
7?
Oh,
yeah, there it is.
So close.
There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. I mean, you probably didn't put him on the Neko, right? Yeah. But blocking with the 7 gave him that opportunity to do that.
I don't think he saw Neko. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I agree with you. Definitely lost the game for that one.
Yeah.
That's a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
It's truly a bummer. Unless you're Emmanuel. And then it's a reverse bummer.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Hit him with a pretty good. So
it's pretty good.
Yeah, Emmanuel won not only last round but this one, so he is our undefeated for our Swiss rounds.
Yep.
We are gonna go get him over here, have a quick talk with him.
Which, by the way, another Treasure Cup finished, and it was a Swiss winner for Law.
For Law, yeah.
As I understand.
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
I believe UK, they're undefeated.
Yes.
And then for Carta, do we know?
No. We'll have to find that out.
If anyone knows in chat, put it down.
Let us know in the chat.
We'll trust you wholeheartedly.
Well, maybe we should just go messes the TO. I don't know.
But we're going to have a quick interview, and then after that, there will be a 30-minute round between. But obviously, both players are going to be making this top 16 cut. We will be doing that today, so that will probably start in about within an hour. I'll say within an hour, we're going to be starting top 16.
Yes. Just to give you a heads up, again, after we do this interview, or when this round is done, we have a 30-minute break.
Yes, we will have a break.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll play it for funsies game. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Alrighty. Be right back.
We'll be right back.
All right, we're back with another interview. This time with Emmanuel. We're a little. If I push the camera a little bit, there you go.
Hi guys.
This was the last and final round.
Yes.
You are the Swiss champion, as I understand, undefeated with Red Green Law, with this last match against Kid.
Against
right?
Kid, that's right.
Yeah. So how you feeling?
Tired first.
Yeah. Well, you better fix that real quick because we got top 16 to do, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, of course, I'm really happy.
Yeah.
It's been a long day.
Sure.
It's still got more for today, it seems.
Mhm.
But yeah, really happy. I practiced with my deck quite a lot, and
Yeah.
I'm happy with the results for sure.
Definitely. It's definitely showed. You know, Law is one of those decks. I've been saying it all day that it has a very high ceiling, right? And the more you have matchup knowledge and the experience for it, the better you're gonna do. I think that's kind of what happened, right?
Yeah, I can got you on that point. That's for sure.
For sure.
Um,
Now, with this game, how do you feel the matchup is with Kid in general?
in general, Kid, it's a tough match for sure. Depends on the player, of
Sure.
course. But with really good Kid players, it gets tough. They manage to put characters in the board,
Mhm.
because honestly, if they have blockers, a couple, and they drop the 8 kit, it gets so hard to
Get through that?
get through that if I don't have my Luffy, my Rush Luffy.
Yeah.
As you see in the game, I went for everything with that Luffy.
Yes, yeah. That's what
and-
we were talking about. We're like, you're gonna use the leader effect, place down the Luffy, and just put everything on it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I had two possible outcomes there. It was
Yeah.
like, either I kill that kid,
Yeah.
or he drops his full hand. And
Which- that's a win-win, right?
And I was content with any result of that.
Yeah. No, that was really good. There was a couple plays that we were trying to figure out, right? But I think in the beginning he double Izu'd you.
Yes.
He was just like, "You're not playing anything."
Yeah.
Do you think that was the right move by him?
Yes, for
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
For sure. All right.
That's one of the main things I fear when I play a kid player.
Yeah.
In the early turns, if he goes rest that character, rest that character,
Yeah.
rest the character, it becomes rough because I have to overuse my resources.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, board state, resting characters, swinging at them, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even X-Drake. X-Drake's kind of like thrown in there, or maybe even Killer, just to pop things.
From the kid player.
On the key player,
Yeah, because I also run extra.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that worried for the kills because I normally replace pretty fast my characters.
Okay.
And once I reach my targets for leader for law ability, they're mostly 5 costs, so
yeah,
I don't fear that much.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I think the other sort of play that we were sort of thinking about and just like wondering what was going on was the I guess the last or the second to last turn where
the 4K attack with Brook.
4K attack with Brook. Neko and the 1-drop beige blocker. So
Yeah.
we were saying like he should have blocked with beige. But you had Neko, right?
Yeah.
So we were saying like you should.
I was saving for a mistake there for.
Oh
his
yeah,
part.
it's fine. It's a high level. Like you guys are both undefeated. That was fine. We were just wondering. I was like,
I was saving for the mistake there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay, he has 2 blockers. I will kill the killer because just in any case he survives.
Yeah.
So let's go with the killer. I'll hope for this Robin attack that's so low he won't risk his hit.
Yeah.
On higher attacks. So
Sure.
Okay, I'll do Robin, block it with Kid, please.
Yeah.
And that went Drew, and then it was okay, Neko, bye.
Yeah. That's exactly what it was. I think as soon as you saw him block with the 7
I
cost,
was already tapping for Neko.
he was like, just doing it.
That's for sure.
Immediately, frame 0.
Yeah, tap
That's
that, tap
funny.
that.
That's super funny. All right, that's cool. Now we're going to top 16 pretty soon in the next 30 minutes. I think we're going to take a break.
Yeah.
What do you want to see, and what do you not want to see?
Well, Well, I want to see my opponent not show in the first round, so I go to the top eight.
Oh, bye. Oh, bye. Yeah. Let's just. Yeah.
No, yeah. Seriously.
Sure.
I don't want to see Kaido for sure.
Okay, that's fair.
Today was a good day in that sense because I only had 2 Kaidos as opponents.
Oh, okay. I mean, out of 9 rounds, that's pretty good.
So that's a bad matchup if they have the perfect curve with Onigashima and the 7-drop king.
Yes, totally.
Because that's really hard for me to get by after that.
Totally, yeah.
Besides that, I think I'm fine when at the matchup. But Kaido is just the one I don't like.
That's fair.
That's a personal preference.
Definitely fair.
Because red decks are, in my opinion at least, are a 50-50.
Okay.
Depends on who's rusher.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I got better blockers.
Yeah.
Blue decks are rare in the tops.
Yes, I don't think you'll see very many.
I played one the last round. It was really tough.
Yeah.
Really tough situation there with all the board states. So
yes, we didn't get a chance to talk to you about it, but yeah.
Yeah, the board state was really complicated on that match. So
yes.
getting past defenses was
tough.
Well, yeah, it's really tough. Mm-hmm. But normally I don't mind playing Dofi. Kid, I also don't mind. I know it can be close.
Yeah.
But that's for sure. I haven't played a single mirror today, for example.
What?
No mirror for me.
So we were talking about the breakdown. There's 49 law.
Oh,
You're
boy.
one of them. So I guess like that's what less than 10%. Less than 10% of the room. We have like almost 500 people. So
that's a lot.
I don't know if I'm doing the math right.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm surprised he didn't get a law mirror.
Yeah, no mirror for me this time. It was pretty even. I got 2 kids, 2 Kaidos. Oh, 3 kids. 3 kids, 2 Kaidos, 2 Zoros, 1 Luffy, 1 Doffy. It was pretty even.
Not too bad. Pretty diverse.
Yeah.
Pretty diverse all throughout the day. Okay. I think overall it's pretty good. I'm going to let you rest up before top 16. It's crazy that we're doing all of it in one day, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's what it is.
At least it's best of 1. Now this is best of 3. And any shout-outs, anything you want to say before we go?
Well, this is the first big tournament, and I'm so happy I want to take it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, dude. Yeah, super, super good. My first tournament had over 500 people. It was a different Bandai game, DBS.
Yeah.
And I went X3. So you're doing a lot better than I did. Either way, good luck. And we will see you guys in top 16.
Thanks a lot, and see you guys.